mentality to never give up, never give in. To the death, for the life of me. Warrior.
I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. Like a warrior, I go to war for ya. Yeah, I was born for it. Now I'm ready for the war. Ain't no turning back now, no, I can't back down. Can't run nowhere, gotta stand up. Right hand on your chest for your valor. Kneel down to no man, ice running through my veins cause I'm cold-hearted. Look what they done started. I'm sharp with my aim. The best in the game. On fire, hot like a flame. Wild like a beast. I can't be tamed. So stuck in my ways for the truth. I can't be changed. I'm a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, like a warrior. I go to war for ya. Till my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, I was born for it. I was born to rise. I was born to fly. I was born to climb. I was born to get it. I was born to shine. I was born to live it. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. Like a warrior. I go to war with ya. I fight to the death, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No, I'm a warrior. I go to war for ya. To my very last breath, give it everything I got till I got nothing left. No. Yeah, easy.
I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop, y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks, and I'm gonna die before I quit. I gotta take action to get stagnant, and they stopping it too many been passive, and they lost it. The rappers, I move backwards, and they honest. Hacking the right back, and to make profit, and accurate, new acumen makes options. Meaning the accountant can be rounded when you call it a place. Everything amounted in my cost. Moving with $2 in my pocket. Proving the pace you looking exhausted. Truth is Greg Newman, they can't copy. Do what I must do so they can't stop. Trying to keep cool while they keep talking. Do what I must do, switches up often. I pivot, meaning I'm a tactician when I'm in it. Circling the cul-de-sac, I'm drifting. And I got all night down to vision. Meaning I'm different. Meaning when they talk, they pay attention. Meaning they gon' pay for every cent. And I'm going to commas, to Kansas. And I'm going worldwide when they all mention. Black boy with a book dream and a lesson. A black man with a sharp mind is a weapon. Yeah. 10 toes down from the jump. I'll admit, push and drop, have to drop till y'all know that I exist. And I'ma blow, and I'ma pop. Y'all can't possibly depict. And I'm gonna probably take risks. And I'm gonna die before I quit.
Yeah, let's go.
We hit the ball, ain't no delay. Signature moves in every play. This ain't a game, we paved the way. Hardware on full display. Know that we aiming for victory. Going way up in our energy. Seeing the view, plenty to prove. Making our move, no secrecy. Yeah, and they don't got a clue. It's no secret. Take a peek at how we do. Check the paper. We the news. Hit a whistle, then bring the boom. Check the signature. Name mentioned in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. 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 Bringing the fire, lead the way, light the spark, we never tire. No quit, full of heart, ready, set, and we'll go. Our history will be told. Grab these wins, they all know. Reaching for gold, yeah, and they don't got a clue. It's no secret, take a peek at how we do. Check the paper, we the news. Hit a whistle, then bring the boom, check the signature. Name mentioned in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us, Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature. All on the line. Keeping it clutch. Yeah, now is the time. It's now or never. All on the line. Keeping it clutch. All on the line. Keeping it clutch. It's now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Check the signature. Name mentioned in the Hall of Fame. Big time finisher. Breaking barriers the whole game. They thinking they can stop us, Seeing us, we the problem. It's in our DNA. That's our signature. Check that, check that, check that. Signature. Big time, all time, big time. Signature. They thinking they can stop us. Seeing us, we the problem. We don't mess around, we just hold it down. Signature.
Myself this time. I'm breathing, holding, only for you. I'm dancing in your arms tonight. I thought I'd wait for all my life. I'm rising through. with me.
I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit where time diminished there. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit where time diminished there. Don't trip. I'm looking at a massive risk. Balancing the past I live. Pushing with a massive gift. I'm looking at life like hues on a spectrum. Running off steam and mist. I'm standing at the edge of a rift in a paradigm shift with demands on my wrist while I'm penning my mix of emotions. I'm a dormant explosive, and I don't think anybody noticed. Spreading all the weight on my shoulders. I'm feeling like a magnet opposing a polar opponent. My options are open and closed at the same time. On a landmine, in a minefield, trying to mind sweep with an idea and a program. But I'm right here, where y'all get way too far to die here. A lot to them, to us, a lie here. Applying pressure all on my fears. A mass correction of what I feel. A resurrection of the ideal. And kept the tension on the high tier. And pulled dimensions from the right ears. I remember nights when I took an L in the road just to get it right. Trying to make way for a look, but you gotta fight if you want your name on the books. Staring at the path for 10 months straight, looking for the strength in my own soul to create. Had to realign just for me to find checkmate. F1 straight to C4. I don't feel no remorse. I can't break to see yours. I can't wait, you need more. If you hate, that mean war. If you take, you need force. Every push gon' mean tour. Hit record and get torched. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit where time to finish there. I can't keep up. Miles a minute, yeah. Find your limit where time to finish there. It's foolish of me to consider my peak as a mapped out release that I keep to repeat and preserve my belief in the weed while I'm digging for the beast that sleeps underneath the critiques. I can never let lies override my reach. Word to the wise, recognize my peace. Looking at the patterns increase. I'm at ease, I can leave, but the weight I'm putting down, people need. Mandatory, they can't ignore me again. All the allegories, a plan for when I begin. All the land below me, a scan over what I miss. No advantages on me, a handle what's on me to live. When it's damage, a homie, I can't be the only one in it. I feel like none of them know me and nobody in it to win. Pouring live and direct from the mind of the best. Every line is compressed in the line of the crest. Now I see all the ways of passing. I'm fighting to the later madness. Every demand I weigh the average. It feel like nothing really matters. They say you want it, you can have it. Paradox all up in my passion. Getting lost all up in my stanzas. Paranoid, how could all this happen? This is all I get when I call, make amends. And again, when I find out pressure on, it connects and reflects in the pen in my palm. When I press what is left when I write, just to fight off the stress. All the weight of the mess is laid on my chest. And for days what has kept his checks on the net is a technical foul. And for now I'm a rep. Maybe I'm falling off the ladder. I feel them all collecting data. It's hard to see the wind is scattered. I think the key is to attack it. I think we in a different bracket. Burning eternally, this is a start, an emergency. I don't know where the fan is. Maybe I'll never manage. We gotta slow down. Right now. Find out. We gotta slow down.
like that. Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that, like that, like that. Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that, like that, like that. Playing with my mind, 'cause I miss you. Why's it gotta be like that? Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that. Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that. Like that, like that. Ride the wave, yeah, like that, like that. Like that, like that.
Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
At first you made me feel very safe, but then I realized one took and one gave.
Hey.
At first you had a healing power, but then your face changed hour by hour.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Yeah. Hey. Yeah. Hey. Yeah.
At first you made me feel very safe, but then I realized one took and one gave.
Hey. Yeah.
At first a hypnotizing smile,
Hey.
but then I forgot all
Yeah.
about you for a while.
Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head.
What's going on in my head? I can't see clearly. I've tried to breathe like you said, but can't calm down. And now my thoughts take a run, my mind feels weary. I try to feel what is real, but can't slow down. Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Get out of my head. Can't 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 get out of my head.
Yeah. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. When I feel the pressure start to build, I try to redefine what I find real. I try to redesign all my ideals. I'm feeling like a diamond worth a mil. White lie, doubling down on my fears. I write. When I live now, can reveal my light, bringing my sound to a newfound height. When I look around, it surrounds my life, and the whole process automated. We had to augment all the basics. We here to revise all your statements. Indeed, now to refine all your payments. I've been accredited beyond paper. The new baseline is beyond labor. They got no leverage and too unstable. I'm ahead of my time and I'll debate it. This is called a heat check. I predated. I just raised the fee. Yeah, see y'all later. Unrelated reflex y'all created. 93 degrees set on the pavement. All the heat is direct beyond breaking. Head and neck and knee sweat. All related. On and off the stage domination. And if you don't want it, you're not going to take it. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. I can write through my POV. They own when I copy to cut the key. They be on obnoxious and what I see. The people need options. I'm here all week. Movements I'm making them beyond free. Fruits of my labor are beyond sweet. When they gon' take it is be on me. I feel gravity on me increase. This is cold till the middle of July. Walking home, not paying no mind. Nothing but pain when you look in my eyes. There in a day when you might not fry, duck down. Waiting for the moon to arrive, not now. Had a whip AC broke, I'm a bounce. I count too many days I found. My tolerance is bottoming out. Learning lessons I could read it, they won't get it. If you don't adapt to see yourself omitted. I'm too busy manifesting dreams until I live it. I'ma make them feel the heat, that's my incentive. Press it. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them.
But I'm just getting started.
May.
Hot stuff in my veins, rock star games I change. Don't ask for my pain, get some jeans, some brains. Third time when I get up, little boy, G up. I'm deaf, don't speak up. Drop up, down, they need us. Taipei on me, can't nobody set me free. 给我一个思路 break, I just wanna live liquid now. Silver planet, silver night, hit a new topic overnight. 不用介绍由来，全都流进我口袋。想太多是斟酌 ，make simple simple。除了我，还有谁存活？关我屁事，都别问我。不接受建议是我的简历，不需要你庇护，背着我就小心你的，记住。Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
yeah.
liquid,
Liquid, liquid.
crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
liquid.
yeah.
Basta, pack it up.
不平格的家境的六里炮，在你嘴唇那吐一个爆泡，一不小心力不过我起掉，在悄悄的转一点半飘。你们像是边角料，在我切个钻石之间消耗，看看那些小动物牵条脚，可以缠绵微微分销掉。Drip drop。Drip drip deep drop， 没有的枪的刷 Visa， 有时我也忘了密码，开始 pray like a diva， 活着在很多的 Venus， 没让我再次陷入迷茫，他就从来给我启发。喂，没什么可他妈写了，艺术文化都不想要啊，可能有像那个创业家，也有烦妈妈的接电话。Basta， 全部都我拍秀 Basta， 不理会你爱却 TikTok， 我的表站在镜子 zigzag， 你看不清我秀秀。
Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up. Basta, pack it up.
Crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
yeah.
liquid,
Liquid, liquid.
crush,
Liquid,
liquid,
liquid.
yeah.
Basta, pack it up.
In pitch black darkness, you illuminate. I walk in shadows, and you scream my name. You lure me in like a magnet. You keep me safe. I need to return to you. I've been surrounded by other schools. Normally it's me, I'm like you too. I need to return to you. Coming home and dig up my jewels. Normally it's me, I'm like you too. In the end, all I want is you.
the book, I've seen the ending. The flames, they dance across the sky. Whoa, oh, oh. But here I'm stuck in time, pretending. A prisoner of reasons why. All this time is promises. Make me feel like it's so real again. Promises remind me of it. Take me back to when we both knew what we wanted beneath the setting sun. Promises, I promise there'll be no more promises.
Building the energy, feel the electricity. Whole world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All in the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, feel electricity. Out of this world magnetic, charged up, come get it. Interdimensional, it's so incredible. Breaking the rules, kinetic. This work, go get it, it's sensational. Generational, it feels electric. It feels electric. 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 All in the Electric. Electric. It feels electric. Electric. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All of the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All of the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, and electricity.
Welcome back to the 2024 Mid-Season Invitational live from Chengdu, China. Yesterday we kicked off elimination games and said goodbye to Fnatic, and today another team will sadly end their MSI run as we open the day with G2 Esports and Paris Saint-Germain Talon. The teams are ready to take place in our arena for the most important match so far, and the fans are ready as well, cheering for G2 here as we see Amlo, and I will be joined by Jat and Raz. How are you guys doing?
I'm excited.
Yes.
Yesterday we got 9 games.
I know.
I think we're getting 7 games today.
7 games, all right. Less stress for you guys today.
Yeah, I guess
well,
so. I would appreciate
I imagine. And of course, later on today we will have T1 taking on the BLG. But let's recap what happened yesterday, maybe, shall we? We said goodbye to a team as we said Fnatic is on the flight home right now, sadly. But yeah, props to you guys. TL played phenomenal.
Yeah, I was really happy to see TL come out the way they did, especially after the really disappointing 0-3 they had against TES. I think this was, to me, even though this is... So my stated goal for NA was to beat EU at MSI. Team Liquid has a different stated goal. They want to go further, but at least in this case, I'm very happy that they got to have this result.
I think both of our goals were the same. I think we come out the winners for this one, right?
Yeah.
Right? So high fives all around.
So the only way that we can be losers, Team Liquid, is if they lose to G2 again.
Yeah.
So it's, but it's weird too because the only team I want to see G2 lose to is Team Liquid. So I'm fully Team G2 today because I need to see it happen.
I like that thought process. I think I'm all aboard for that one.
Battle of the Atlantic is the match that I love the most, honestly. We saw the teams gearing up to the arena. I want to say surprising best of 5s from both these teams. PSG Talon, Fnatic, G2 Esports. I need to digest the fact that Fnatic is out, I think. But yeah, honestly, props to PSG Talon for the last series. For me, they have been the most surprising team in the main events so far.
Yes,
absolutely.
Same for me. I think for PSG Talon, the thing that I enjoyed the most was just how proactive they were early on. Junja being able to go bot lane consistently and get Betty ahead, and also just the willingness to take these skirmishes. PSG for me was a really strong fundamental team, but unwilling to take scraps like this domestically, and we saw this consistently at least in this series.
Yeah, and for me, PSG has been one of the best teams at the tournament playing from ahead. If they get a lead, they win. And that was true even against BLG, which is not something I expected.
And something we've talked about is how the veterans, especially from this PSG lineup, Betty, Maple, have showed a lot of things and have carried the rest of the team through success. Is it going to show today? We'll see against G2 Esports, who have been surprising as well in their 5-game series against T1. Taking the world champions to 5-game, not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, and so these are just my takeaways from it, as I already mentioned. Just continue to impact lanes early for Junja because he went bot side often and early. It was really heavily, I would say, at first when I saw the Lucian Nami taking heavy trades and then coming out even, I was like, oh, that's going to be really tough for Betty. But then in comes Junja, also came back for the Vi bot lane dive. So I thought this was his best series that I've seen from him, and I really wanted to see that continue. And of course, just like taking skirmishes often, as I'd already said.
And moving to G2, what did we think of the series they had against T1 here again?
I mean, there was clearly disappointment that they didn't win.
Yeah,
holy crap. LEC is so lucky to have G2 as their team that represents them as much as people want to meme about the one-team region. You have the greatest of all time in Caps still playing at an insanely high level, getting multiple solo kills against FLICKR. You have the team with the most interesting champion pools and drafts of any team in the world at this MSI. And then they come out with such flair in these games, like the support Poppy getting 3 or 4 kills on the Varus Callista lane of Keria Gumayushi. They couldn't quite pull it out in the end. Mickey said he was very happy with their ability to get leads from playing the map. Disappointed that they were unable to win the team fights, but that was it. Like, they were literally half a step away from knocking T1 down into the lower bracket. So they should be infused with confidence at their ability to compete. And I think they'll be really sharp today against PSG.
Completely agree. I remember when we saw Game 1's draft and I was like, is this the haymaker? No, that was kind of just the status quo and how they believed draft should be played. Especially when they got to Game 5, I quite loved their draft, and I hope they continue to do that because, hey, they scared Zeus off of Twisted Fate. So my takeaways here is to accept small wins and don't overforce. That's actually kind of what was their undoing in their 5th game, whereas over the entire series. They were getting flashes off of FLICKR, backing away in fights when they couldn't get more, and then doubling down in the next fight to kill him. So like I love that one. And then of course just like creative drafts in early games. Thank you, Duffman and Dylan. I think that was just another thing that was really good for them. And then just get Mickey moving early. Just getting moving first, because every time there was a one fight in the top side of the map, anytime on side lane or mid lane, it was because they just had the numbers advantage that always surprised T1.
See, I love everything I see here, but this is a G2 series, and I know G2 series, when they're supposed to be in a good situation, they do the funniest thing ever. They will usually perform against the stronger teams, but when it comes to potentially weaker teams, this is the funny moments. This is what we call the content games in the LEC. Are we going to see this today against G2? Because they can get carried away with all the madness.
Listen, I have good news for you.
Yeah?
PSG has revealed themselves as not actually being that funny.
That's
so
true.
I'd say when FlagQuest was playing PSG, let's check out the expectations for PSG. There were low expectations about PSG coming into this tournament. And it was funny to a lot of people when FlagQuest ended up losing to PSG. But then when they take BLG to 5 games, actually, so here's, listen, this guy actually was kind of strong. I mean, they did actually
He's
qualify.
trying, okay?
They did qualify here, so you're thinking like, okay, they'll put up a good fight. Maybe they'll beat, you know, the CB Law or something. But this is what they have actually, you know, turned into in the gym. So I think this is what G2 sees. Honestly, I think this is what G2 sees, and they're going to be sharp and treat them like a top-tier team.
Should not underestimate them here.
I was about to say, that first image, that guy was carrying more bars than I ever could. I mean, but still, to the point that people were making, we had like lower expectations for PSG going into the main event, and they really surprised us all. I think they've gotten so much better in how they played around swaps. Still not better than the bigger teams, of course, but their willingness to take team fights, their execution in those fights, we need to see more of that from them.
Before we talk about the rest of the series, I have a game for you guys. Because we've been talking to pro players.
Yeah.
They're going to ask you game questions. We want to test your knowledge.
Okay.
We want to see if you've been working on the last patch, if you know exactly what's going on in the game. So it's going to be really, really specific questions. The trick is, I got some spicy Chinese snacks here.
Okay.
If you don't, I mean, you're supposed to be good.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm good at this game, then it's fine.
Where's the nearest washroom?
Oh my god. I just want to say that I opened this before the pre-show and it smells really, really, really bad. So let's get into it right now. Here's the first question we have from Razork. Let's check it out.
How much percentage of tenacity and heal and shield power Chemtech Drakes gives you when you kill?
Oh, it's a Chemtech Drake question. Raz, do you know this one?
So,
X-Tech, hell no.
Chemtech Drake.
Chemtech Drake.
Yeah,
what
Chemtech,
percentage heal and shield?
3?
5%.
Okay. 5% is your answer? Raz?
Yeah, I'm
3?
going with 5. I'm going with 5.
I don't know the answer. I just said it with confidence.
No, yeah,
Let's reveal the answer right
Maybe
now,
too much
shall we?
brother.
And what is the answer?
6%.
Too much confidence.
Did you just Google it?
I did. I wasn't sure if it was 5 or 6%, but it is 6%.
It is indeed 6%.
If it was 5 at one point, do I get it right?
Yeah, he wasn't sure either.
Yeah,
so.
he wasn't. Give me. We gotta go. I'm just going.
Let's go.
Let me take. I'm not gonna smell it because I already know what it smells like. Oh no.
Don't eat it all. Don't eat everything. Just be careful. We have to finish the show. Okay.
I took like
second question, as you guys digest, is coming from Yapton America himself. Let's check it out.
My go.
Do Void Mites from the Void Grubs give Aurelion Soul Stardust?
All right.
Void Mites from the Void Grubs.
Do they give Assault Stardust?
I think they did, but now they didn't, so I'm going to say no.
You say no?
Yes.
You're going with yes, and you're going with the next snacks we have then. We're going to ramp it up, by the way. I didn't say it, but like, yeah, the more wrong answers you get, the
So he was wrong. They don't get
snacks. Wrong. They
yeah,
don't.
that would be broken.
The answer is no. Is it good?
I'm dying out here,
let's prepare some water maybe. Third question here is coming from T1 Zeus. Let's check out what he had to ask.
I already knew that answer, brother. You don't need to tell me that.
Yeah.
I'm paying for it.
Hey, I was close on the first one too.
Last question?
근거리 미니언 경험치는 몇을 주는지.
What kind of minion?
So we went
Caster or melee?
So we're going to use the shared XP. So how much shared XP does the caster minion give?
17.
You got this one.
She just
I'm
laughed.
Doubling down with you, brother.
She already laughed. Give a different number. Say 19 or 21.
Going 21, brother.
All right, it is 37.12%, guys.
Oh, the shared XP.
You don't know your League of Legends?
Of course, the shared XP. I mean, I used to have the XP.
Chat, don't even act like you know this.
I already had one of these.
Don't even act like you know that, chat.
Okay, so I should
don't even act.
I should eat the whole thing.
While the boys try and recover here, we're going to check out an interview because after G2's close loss to T1, I got a chance to catch up with head coach Dylan Falco to discuss how the team is preparing to take on PSG in the Verizon Game Day interview. Watching the PSG game versus BLG, what were your main takeaways about the opponent that you're about to face? What impressed you the most?
Well, I thought Maple played very well that series. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. I think Game 5 was a bit of a stomp, right? I'll have to really be prepared for PSG. I think their mid particular is playing quite good, and as long as we have a good plan, I think we'll be okay. What's your take on the bot lane also? Because people have been praising Betty so much for his Zeri, but his overall performance, I feel like. Yeah, Zeri is like something not a lot of teams at the tournament are playing. Like, it's a lot of very aggressive things. So I'm not sure. Maybe it'll come out. I'm not sure. What do you want to see from your boys that they didn't show against T1, maybe? I think just a bit more patience in good game states. I feel like 2 of our 3 losses, we were actually in very winning positions. But it's hard, right? Enemy's also playing very well. They're putting you to the test. But I think just patience when the game is good. Thank you for this interview and your insights, Dylan. And good luck on the next match. Thank you.
Patience when the game is good, which is what you were saying actually, but there's a specific matchup that I want to highlight here. We've talked about how good BB was in the previous game, and I think there's a case for both top laners here being really good, especially on the diversity of the champions they brought to the game so far.
Yes, I think I was really liking Aj's overall champion pool throughout the event, specifically the Udyr during lane swap. I enjoyed. They had to like have multiple dives with how sturdy he was, so I enjoyed that side. For Broken Blade, the Yasuo was my focus, Chad.
Yeah, I'm just jealous that Broken Blade's in the LEC because he's so exciting to watch. I'd say earlier years of Broken Blade, he was so creative in the way that he played the map and team fought, and he's kind of added this new element where he's also amazing in laning phase, and he has these unique picks. So I think he's a big reason that G2 is my favorite today.
That's honestly my focus as well. When he went up against Zeus, he had the better of the matchup for the majority of the series. He had actually performed so well. As I mentioned earlier, even forcing him off the Twisted Fate because of just the champion pool that he had. So I think Broken Blade has been incredible. Feel bad for Aja because on his own birthday in Game 5, that man got whooped. So it was not good. So I would love to see a better play from Aja in particular because I think the bottom side of that map really stepped up. And if he does it, this could be a great series.
Let's see how much all this matters, though, with all the lane swap and Cassante dominance in the game. I want to check our predictions.
Okay.
Here. Of course, I will be rooting for our boys. I think I went 3-1 because I always trust G2 to just throw the content game.
Let's go.
I'm sorry, G2 fans.
You have more faith than I do?
Yeah,
but you're not used to them as much as I am.
I am used to G2. They're the best Western team when they're not playing energy.
This is going to be immediately screenshot and thrown on socials because G2 doesn't like this level of hope.
I'm going to get flamed so much.
Just for saying they'll win? Or because you don't have faith?
Because we're cursing
for saying
them.
That they're, and for saying that they're just going to throw one game.
Listen, we know that they're a team that plays with a lot of confidence. We know they have a lot of continuity. They kept the whole roster together from last year. They do not lose in the LEC. They just win every single split. Caps has like 1 billion titles now because you split the stocks of LEC titles, and there's 4 a year now. But I would just say they are not going to take PSG lightly because of what happened last year against Energy, and I think they're going to sweep.
All right. Let's see what they can do. They had a great showing at MSI so far. We'll see if they can continue. We are ready for our first series of the day. The last standing hope for the LEC versus our PCS representatives. G2 Esports takes on PSG Talent in a do-or-die match. Let's get ready to it.
Before going on stage against T1, we felt very confident we're going to win. We were so close, but we don't have time to be sad.
I just can't believe it ends like this. BLG, they were tested, but they still get it over the line.
相信自己的话是肯定的，因为现在我们觉得我们跟 BLG 打完之后，我们是很有竞争力的队伍。
PSG showed up a big fight as well against BLG, so it is much more pressure.
可是 觉得 G2 的话就是进攻性很强的队伍吧。我们可以从这一场的失败中可以学到很多，然后今年的我们会比去年更强。
You took 2 games from LPL. We took 2 games from LCK. I hope we don't underestimate each other.
G2 我已经准备好把你们从败者组淘汰了。
We're not done yet. We're gonna finish what we started.
(22년에도 23년에도) 항상 빈 선수한테 떨어졌었는데 또 이렇게 만나게 돼서 반갑고
觉得宙斯是个非常强的选手吧，但是遇到我的话，他的这个面发挥不出来。今年我们变得更强了，所以我非常有信心可以击败他们。我觉得我就是这次的 MSI 最强的上单选手。
빈 선수 일관성 있게 자신감 있는 모습은 보기 좋지만 이번에는 제가 세계 최고의 탑라인을 하는 것을 증명해 보이겠습니다.
去年我们可以3比1赢你们，今年我们也会送你们回家。
LPL은 그렇게 무섭지 않습니다. 지난번 월즈 때처럼 모두 다 꺾어버리겠습니다.
And welcome to CHENGDU, China for the final day of the first stage of the bracket stage of MSI. I'm Mehdi, that's Vedi, and in the middle we have our wonderful colleague Mao. It's the Mehdi, Vedi and Mao.
Gentlemen, the last time we cast together we had a banger Game 5 series. I'm hoping for another as G2 and PSG find themselves in the face of elimination. A lot of pressure on both sides as they were both so very close to making an incredible upset happen at this tournament, but one of them will go home today.
Coming in, actually, we're talking about it as well. The biggest difference was that the Game 5, G2 versus T1, still felt very competitive. Unfortunately for PSG, when it came to that home stretch, we weren't really able to maintain the same level. I'm really going to be looking at their draft here today. That was, I think, one of the biggest weaknesses going into that final game. And G2, they made me sweat a whole lot. They made T1 sweat. And I imagine PSG is going to be sweating going into this one as well.
And both teams fighting for their region's position here at MSI as well, with Fnatic getting knocked out by TL yesterday. G2, the last LEC representatives. And for a team that has often been called the only hope of the LEC, and sometimes even called the only hope of the West, the expectation for them today should be to make it through this series. If PSG do fight like they did against BLG, though, I think we're ready for a bit of a barnstormer.
I mean, confidence is going to be the name of the series. Obviously, both teams find themselves, well, with their backs against the wall, their tournament lives on the line, and they're going to need to play their hearts out to stay alive in this tournament. Game 1 draft underway. Senna and Ashe taken away by G2. The Rek'Sai being respected by PSG with the Orianna. So clearly, PSG learning from what we saw against T1, taking away some of the power picks that G2 demonstrated against FLICKR and the rest of T1.
Wonder if the Zac will follow as well. I think Broken Blade has been insanely impressive on that pick. Also allows G2 to lane swap. I think we did see that even in the T1 series, they didn't come out as often as we maybe expected, but G2 still having a very good understanding of particularly the continued lane swaps, where they keep swapping against you. PSG struggled a little bit more in that regard, as the Kalista going to be picked up here, one of the most popular B1 picks that we've seen.
Yeah, a lot of Kalista priority so far at this MSI. I don't think we've seen Kalista really pop off to the degree that perhaps we expected. There's also a mix between a lot of the AD carries from the LCS and the LEC are actually building on-hit Kalista with the lethal tempo, whereas the Eastern, especially the LCK AD carries, like that opportunity Yumu's lethality Kalista a little bit more.
Also ties into the playstyle. Even the game where Pace had like a ridiculous KDA, we didn't feel like he was the one taking over the game. It was much more about the setup on the rest of the Rift, as I love Jarvan. And I loved Jarvan Poppy as a combo, particularly into an immobile AD carry. Ton of power right from the get-go.
I mean, the beauty of this Poppy is they can keep it as a flex as well. PSG, we'll see how they respond. Will they lock in their support? I mean, Kasante's now going to move much lower on the priority. We've seen from European teams specifically how effective Poppy can be into the Kasante, and you have to imagine that that's going to be shifted away from. Now, Maple, we know how confident he is on the Azir, on the Talia. He's going to lock that one in, Talia Vivarus. When you would look at this draft from PSG, this is about as meta as you can get. Yeah. Power picks across the board, but G2, they've come in with a plan, and they're looking ready.
Do like the combination of the Talia and Vi. No matter what, Talia really benefits from the point-and-click CC. And then additionally, Talia into Kalista is always going to feel great. Again, unless the Kalista opts into lethality, where it's not nearly as much as a problem as you won't be hopping around. Obvious downside is that you are still playing into a Poppy.
I think the Aurelion Sol should be another consideration for PSG. We haven't seen it a lot from Caps, but for those that don't know, Caps was an early adopter of the champion, one of his debut performances back in Challenger Series before he even made it to the main stage of LEC. He secured a pentakill on the champion, on the old version of it, and since its changes, he has been an early adopter of it here in the LEC. We've seen how effective it can be in the hands of certain players at this tournament, and I feel like PSG should consider respecting it as G2 take the Rumble off the board. We know that Aja, very proficient Rumble player. Even in the lane swaps, it was he who found advantages still and a way to impact the map, even though he was at massive deficits.
And support Rumble's still a possibility as well, although I do prefer Woody on engage. I think that is where a lot of PSG's impetus comes in the mid-game. You already have the Vi, you have the point-and-click CC from the Cease and Desist into Chain of Corruption to Seismic Shove, so maybe you don't need as much CC here for PSG. They'll get rid of the LeBlanc, which opens up G2, as Vedi said, to that Aurelion Sol, which pairs up very nicely with the Cataclysm.
One of the things PSG could look towards is the Renata, a pick that we have already seen Woody play, and I think Renata into these type of short-range compositions could get a ton of value. Obvious downside is that you picking up, there you go, G2 drawing the same conclusion, because can pick up a blind top laner here if they wanted to, and then save that counter pick for support for R5. Nautilus, though, it's exactly what you were saying earlier, Medic. It provides additional lockdown. Double point and click is always going to be very strong into champions like the Kalista, and Nautilus just always feels like a very consistent support pick.
Champion we've seen consistently banned. PSG are just getting power picks across the boards. I feel like PSG should be very happy with the direction they're going. They're taking their time, thinking about what they want to do moving into their final pick. Aja going to be getting that counter. How will he round things out as G2 will cement whether this Poppy is likely to go top or if it's staying in support?
Yeah, if I'm PSG, I'm probably a little bit worried about a Braum here. Braum good into Nautilus in the lane, good against the Vi as well, because as she jumps onto the backline, the Braum just dashes in front and puts up the Unbreakable, making it a lot harder for the follow-up to come from the rest of the team. Instead, the Poppy is going to go to support. Zach in the top lane for Broken Blade. He had a couple of exceptional performances on it against T1, so just giving a bit of comfort to BB in the top lane, who, in my opinion, has been the best performer for G2 so far at MSI.
It's definitely been one of the strongest performers, that's for sure. Tristana going to be the lock-in for Caps to round things out. We've seen how from Team Liquid yesterday, even when you're over-indexing in AD damage, given that the Zac does provide an element of AP, sometimes in terms of itemization it can be difficult. You want things like the Merc Treads to mitigate some of the utility on the side of G2, but also you want to build those armor boots. The risk that PSG run into is the possibility of a lane swap. That's why you go for the blind pick Zac. They know that they can send it towards a side lane, or they can do those early swaps rather, and Zac can handle that fine. But in the Kasante matchup, they can also happily take that 2 versus 2 if they're feeling confident. G2 have a lot of control around what they want to do in the early game. We'll see what the ultimate game plan is from both teams.
Broken Blade, been the best performing member on the Zac, I think by a pretty large margin. Also, as you point out, Vedi, very happy. We've seen a counter pick many times into the Kasante as well. Kasante being a tank, always going to struggle a little bit with that W. And as you point out, I also feel like particularly with these Kalista Tristana comps, generally you're going to be looking for these early to mid-game shoves for the push, meaning that if you get into mid-game with a decent lead, the point at which Kasante is going to take over is going to be a lot slower. I do think that eventually, as you should be able to reach a point where it is going to be a brick wall, but he doesn't have as much space due to the Poppy being in the game as well.
And the risk as well is you're playing into double AD carries. Even if you go lethality on the Kalista, if you have a Kraken Slayer on that Tristana into something like a Lord Dominic's Regards, you will be able to work your way through that frontline tank line a bit easier than if it was a burst mage who can't work their way through that Kasante as easily. PSG with a much more meta composition, much more standard, the big picks that we expect here. G2 once again throwing up a couple of curveballs, although I say this is relatively standard for them. I do wonder if we'll see them trying to split the map early like they did in the final game against T1, invading through that bot side and trying to get flashes out of the enemy bot lane.
This series is going to be all about confidence. You have to realize that both of these teams pushed oppositions that were expected to be heavy favorites to their absolute limit, and they're going to need to replicate that level of play today. Backs against the wall. Elimination for both PSG and G2. We jump into game one.
And the weight of their regions on their shoulders.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
G2 will be still feeling the hurt of losing to NRG last year at Worlds. A lot of expectations on their shoulders going into that tournament, and even more, I would say, going into this one for them, especially after their almost victory against T1.
I mean, after people saw the G2, people saw the PSG BLG series and they were like, wow, PSG is scarier than we thought. Then the G2 T1 series happened, they were like, wow, G2 is scarier than we thought. And now you've got these two teams that exceeded expectations in many ways. And for one of their runs to be cut short is very bittersweet, given how they have performed at MSI.
That's kind of MSI for you, though. When you invite the best teams from every region, some good players are going to get knocked out relatively early.
I'm just happy we have double A-Lim.
Yeah.
So it's not just the one series, always leaves us with a bit of a sour taste. It doesn't look like we're going to be getting any lane swaps. Main thing of note for me, Hansama, I don't think too surprising. You already pointed out Medic. Generally, the Western Kallistas prefer going for the lethal tempo. Will be the case here as well. But Betty also going for the unhit Varus, which, given that we were kind of wondering to what extent are they going to be able to deal with the tanks on the opposite side, I think an interesting call. Also means that the Varus kind of changes in what he does, particularly in mid-game fights. On 1 and 2 spikes, does have a lot more power in the extended trades, but into the amount of burst that G2 have available and the guaranteed lockdown of a Jarvan, we'll see how Betty's able to play it, because he was, I think, one of the big standouts in the series against BLG.
For sure. Excited to see Betty return to the Rift. Caps looking to get a nice trade down in the mid lane. Level 2 secured for Mickey and Hans. Nicely positioned there from Betty and Woody, not getting too close to any walls. They remember what happened to the T1 bot lane. They're going to show that respect towards Mickey, who, I mean, we think back to that series, Poppy was definitely his best champion of the series, by far. Bit of pressure.
Halo plays this game, though, Betty.
True, no Halo plays this time round. I think he's expecting more of a slightly less aggressive bot lane 2 versus 2. We keep our eyes on the junglers as well, both doing a clear towards bot side. G2 getting that early information for PSG. But also, notice the early vision invested from PSG in terms of their entrances to the bot side. They were concerned about G2 leveraging their early strength, and we all know about that creative Jarving pathing, right? Where you can do red, EQ over the wall, maybe even invade on the enemy camp. PSG were concerned about that, and so they've tried to mitigate what pressure they can. But right now, it's Caps for pushing mids. Yike, let's see what he can do with this pressure that he has.
And step up towards this blue. Junja went Wolves into Gromp. Now starting the blue, has popped the Vault Breaker as well. Yike stepping in here, does have the smite, so does Junja. And you can see the bot lane from G2, the first to react with that push. Junja should just have to step away from this. Caps as well with push in the mid lane. G2 will steal away this blue.
Exemplary League of Legends, Prio in mid, Prio in bot. And a solid matchup in the 1v1 as well. Yike immediately makes use of that, picks up the blue buff, and that's going to set Junja a little bit behind.
Look at pings right now from both teams. PSG realize they don't have control over the bot side, but Broken Blade with his push in top means that Yike was thinking about an invade, immediately gets pinged out though. Looks like he was spotted, and so he's decided, you know what, I'm not actually going to try and contest that top grab. I think Yike realized he was a little greedy, he was pushing a little bit farther than he should have, and instead we'll just be happy with the bot grab.
I think there was a window there for Junja to at least force a summoner though. If you forgo the crab and just run, because Broken Blade didn't get the question just yet as Betty.
Flash heroic charge, but Mickey doesn't get the stun into the wall. Yike looking for the flank. Betty's popped the ghost, does still have his flash. Mickey burnt both the flash and the ignite in that exchange.
Means nice play there from Betty. A little unlucky from Mickey. Not quite close enough to the wall to lock down Betty. If he had, Yike might have even flashed, EQ'd to try and find a kill for G2. Small gold lead in favor of G2 for now. Nothing to write home about though, as Junja been able to get his back off, will make his way towards his top camps. Those respawns are going to come through, and Yike going to be looking to do the same thing now. We think about early grubs, something that G2 have put a high priority on. I wonder if BSG will try to contest that one, instead prioritize early dragons.
Caps with a nice little buffer. with the rocket jump out there. I do think early grubs for G2 makes sense, especially with double AD carry. The more time you can have auto-attacking those towers, it gives you just all that extra damage. If you get those 3 early, although you don't get the mites, you are able to take out some turret plates early on in the game.
And obviously with the mites or the grubs, it's always going to feel a little bit less impactful than getting a herald, getting a dragon. But we have actually seen, I think, after the buffs that came through to the grubs, that they do feel a little bit more impactful, and that teams are more happy to contest them, as Broken Blade really wants that proc.
He gets the proc, he gets the plate, and he walks away. No Barmy Cinder on him yet, so it doesn't tank.
Yeah.
We've seen so many people fall foul to that across the course of MSI.
Yeah.
Again, worth keeping an eye on the pings on the minimap. G2 dropping a ping towards the Gromp. Mickey, I don't think he's going to be able to find anything, but they're cautious about Junja hovering around the bot side. It makes sense for Junja to be on this side of the map right now. The bot lane was getting frozen on by Betty and Woody, so they were forced to stick around. They need to push this wave out, and that means that they're at risk of getting ganked. Junja covering is extremely important. Very unlikely for them to threaten a dive. While Maple does have level 6, I think that he doesn't quite have the mana, needs to get a reset off. Still has the TP to get back in, but this arrival in the bot lane opens up the grubs on the top side.
Yeah, you see the immediate pings from G2. Yike runs up there, will be able to secure all 3 of these grubs. Broken Blade's TP back into the lane alongside Azure, so it's going to be an exchange of grubs for the Drake. G2's bottom lane having to respect the fact that Junja was in the area.
There's also the fact that Broken Blade just come off a fresh base. RG's not looking for a back right now, and Maple was behind on the play. Caps had already gotten the priority in mid, so only real option there is to cross map. You do see though, Junja still a little bit behind in farm. The extra experience from the grubs also going to be feeling really nice there for Yike. So he should be getting close to 6 soon. There are a ton of great targets.
I think he might get it off the Scuttle Crab. Not quite.
Yep,
oh, there we are.
Yep.
Pings over to level 6, so there's the risk of jumping onto Maple in the mid lane. He was working his way down towards the bottom side. Weaver's Wall, always a threat. Maple can take the shorter route back into this lane. Junja is waiting in the wings. Yike going forward. Seismic shell flash by Maple. Knew he'd be buster shot back towards Yike, and so has to burn that summoner.
Still a good trade. Caps looks a little bit there, and if Junja is 6, maybe there's a punish opportunity, but that's not the case. No ultimate available for him. It's just going to be the ult for flash trade.
And Caps did miss the cannon there. So who's really winning is the question. Flash for cannon.
The question is if you punish the flash. It always is, right? If Maple's able just to stay safe for the next 5 minutes and just continue farming up, then the flash not punished. Flash hook, though, going in. Seismic shot back onto Mickey as he was waiting in the bush, but he was pounced on by PSG. The collapse continues. Maple gets the kill. Who's really winning, Betty? I think it's PSG.
Big thing there was that G2 was sitting on the ward in that brush. They weren't aware of it, and as a result, PSG pick up first blood.
Nice collapse. Good lockdown coming out from PSG as they secure themselves first blood. Not going to do a huge amount in terms of the goal difference, but a small advantage gained for Maple. He's going to buy his boots on his first pack. It's a great.
Look, Betty, it's 6 a.m. in EU. We'll forgive you that one.
My apologies.
Keep abreast of the situation in some moments.
Grub's going to be spawning in 2 minutes time, Dragon in about 3 minutes. These are going to be the neutrals that we have to keep our eyes on moving forward. A relatively slow early game as both sides not really looking for that early action, but credit to PSG finding that early kill. Set them up nicely in particular. Let's see if Maple can use that small advantage to start moving around the map.
It's also one of those games where both teams can look at each other and go, oh, we can win late. Right, like we have the tools, we have a lot of front to back, we have a consistent threat in our AD carry, we have good zone control with either the Talia or the Poppy. There's plenty of team fighting power to go around, which in practice, I know from experience, does not necessarily lead to the most interesting games.
But it's also an elimination game, right? Pathmaker back here. Broken Blade taking up the tower into the all-out. Goes into the cell division. Oh, it's a Barmy stiff again. Azure punishes BB. And he'll get the kill before BB gets back to life.
A massive misplay from Broken Blade. He tries to proxy the wave, but Aji just manages it perfectly. Uses all the CC at his disposal to keep Broken Blade underneath the tower. And he gets another kill for PSG.
Really big win there. The Cassante was one of the win conditions we talked about. If the Zac starts falling behind in his base damages, his level's not as high as they otherwise could be. Aji can just itemize.
Kev's going to flash Belcher shot back here, but it's only underneath the tower. Maple good positioning. Yike was there for the chase. And G2, a couple of
That was a bit crazy from Caps.
I don't want to call it desperation yet because they're only 2-0 down, but it was a little bit.
I would not call it desperation. I think that the play was that Yike was making his way into mid, and so Caps thought I can ulti him back into lane to set up for a combo given that he doesn't have flash. But we look back at this play and notice it. Arja gonna get the knockback, then he brings him back underneath the tower again. That's a third tower shot. Then he keeps him underneath the tower with the ultimate. Perfect chain CC from Arja to secure a solo kill. And just punishes the fact that Broken Blade tries to proxy the wave.
Broken Blade could have just played it a little bit slower. Maybe you lose a minion or two, but you still get the proxy and you don't run the risk of walking in there Q3.
And just really smart to all out away from the wall as well, because often as K'Sante you want to pull people through that wall, but it meant that Broken Blade couldn't flash out of tower range and kept him under there for that extra turret shot.
I'll also say the Hollow Radiance pickup is just so massive in the early matchup. When you're playing against double AD carry, obviously he's going to start itemizing a lot more towards armor, but we'll see how things progress. That matchup's going to get a lot harder as now Ginger and the squad looking to contest.
That gets the fourth grab for G2, and I think that's all G2 wanted, really.
Betty's on his way as well.
Betty is on his way across, and with Hansama not there, G2 wisely back away. If they take this fight, there'll be a numbers disadvantage. They realize that, so they get their fourth grub, and then they get the hell out of there.
Talked about it a little bit earlier as well. Want to try and deny these 6 grubs, but with Betty also roaming up, is going to be a decent amount of this wave lost, and Hansama picking up a plate. So for PSG, I think you're going to be happy about the fact that you denied that extra pushing power, but we are starting to see that again. G2 now, even despite the kills, relatively closer in terms of gold. I think though that until we're actually going to see an actual team fight, actual 4v4 or 5v5, we're going to have a really good idea of how this game is going to go. Because this game, to me, specifically, is just going to come down to who has better execution, who's able to keep their backline safe, who has the right call with engaging, because there are a lot of targets that I think are kind of bait. Poppy is a big one, but even things like the K'Sante, I feel like at this point we should all know, but we've still seen teams try.
That we have. I wonder if we'll see a fight around this next Drake. G2 will want to stop PSG from stacking up, but Maple with the push in mid. Caps on a reset, has a Noon quiver. Ginger's going to start up the Dragon. TP's available for both the top laners. Ginger, I don't think he walked over Vision to get here, but Woody and Betty are definitely walking over Vision to step across. G2 definitely second to this. As Betty says, I think it's too late as well. Woody misses the hook. Yike goes in, can't land the smite, secured by Ginger. Mickey dodges away from the chain of corruption towards the bottom side, using the movement speed from the steadfast presence, and G2 will get out.
Cloud Soul.
Love it. Oh, you LCK cast.
I love it.
I think movement speed is a very powerful thing, don't get me wrong. But PSG playing this other game very well. Very calm, very collected. They're not falling prey to any of the early traps that G2 have been trying to set up. They've been very respectful, and they've been rewarded for it. Mickey now maybe in some danger.
Weaver's wall going in. Mickey hooked up first. Fate's Call will pull him out. Yike on his way, trying to get around to his AD carry and support to defend them. In the end, just the Weaver's wall used in exchange for the Fate's Call.
Not too crazy of a trade there, one way or another. Yike.
Locked up for a second flash as the Vault Breaker needed to. If that had hit, the seismic shove would have followed. Caps has spent this time hammering down that mid lane. He's already taken 2 plates out of it with only 45 seconds remaining before those plates fall off. I don't think we'll see any more falling.
Because of the continuous pressure in the lanes and towards the turrets from G2, they haven't fallen that far behind when it comes to the gold. Do mention, though, or rather, it's dead even. Do think, though, that the double Drake already, particularly when you're sitting in a team fight position, the luxury to just be like, hey, you don't have to go for a Drake fight, but if PSG find themselves in another situation like here, where they get first move on that third Drake, from that point on for G2, there's going to be a lot less freedom in the decision-making around whether you want to set up for Baron, whether you want to try and trade across the map, because you're kind of going to be forced to contest for that soul.
And PSG were so good around those team fights in the PCS. It's what really won them the region. So if G2 are forced into outnumbered fights where they're stepping into fog of war, PSG have every tool in their toolkit to punish them with this composition.
Swapping up the lanes now for both sides. The bot lanes have been brought into mid. The Herald is up, and is likely to be the big point of contention. Hansama, Blade of the Ruin King completed, same for Betty. Those first core items are being finished. Caps would love to get his as quickly as he can, but going for that Scepter, going to delay it a little bit.
I mean, Caps needs 6 minions for the Cull, does have the TP. I wonder if he'll just catch this wave and maybe have enough farm for it. TP in by Azure to stop Caps from being able to do that immediately. PSG now starting up the Rift Herald, and
Broken Blade
G2's
trying to get
positioning.
level 11 in the bot lane. He does have TP, but it looks like they're not going to bother trying to fight this. It's too risky. Overstacking of PSG and their members, and I think they're in a good position to threaten the dive.
G2 trying to react. Woody going in with a Hex Splash. There's the TP all out under the towers. Azure tanks it up. Dash away from the seismic shove. Elastic slingshot in by Broken Blade. Gets hooked. Mickey flashes across the wall, and Hans Summer starts to put the damage down onto Junja. Let's bounce on the backline as Azure falls low, as does Woody. Cataclysm for the follow-up. Cease and desist going in as Hans Summer is isolated from the rest of G2. Betty was yeeted away, but 2 kills so far over to G2. Only 1 in response by PSG. The dash back in. Mickey goes forward. Junja falling low, but Betty is raining down arrow after arrow on top of them. Double knock-up. Yike falls. Junja and Betty, Caps dancing on them. Betty goes into the fog of war, though. Junja able to escape for the moment. Betty tries to trade, can't get it. Caps with a double. Junja's going to dash across this wall, but the blast going from Caps. Will Junja get away? He has the enhanced recall. Caps jumps in, and down goes Junja.
And PSG around the objective. It looked all right, but that dive, G2 was so ready for it. Knew it was coming. And the response is immaculate. It starts with Caps buffer and ends with PSG taking a really rough trade.
Caps playing that very well, very patiently. I'm wondering at what point is he going to use the rocket jump. He waits for the knockback here. Now he's able to create space, buys enough time for the TP to come in. But look at Mickey on the right-hand side of your screen. Locks up Junja, makes the fight on 2 fronts. On the top side, G2 is hard winning with their chain CC and the damage that they have. But Betty and Junja are doing serious work. Really well played from Mickey to try and get Betty out of the fight, but Junja has the damage. Now they think 3 versus 4, we can actually turn this around, and Betty proving exactly again what he did against BLG. His positioning and his damage output was fantastic, but the knock-up still comes through from Yike. The damage from Caps is too much, and G2, they end up getting an ace as PSG still find 3.
And it's Caps that knocks it down, but it's Broken Blade and Yike. The amount of bouncy castling that was happening to all the members of PSG. Continuous flag and drags. Broken Blade with the flash order there towards the start of the fight to set it all up.
Mickey stepping forward, puts the steadfast presence down. Yike across the wall, a possibility, but with the depth charge, Mickey's just locked up, doesn't get an opportunity to move. And Mickey caught out by PSG.
Massive with the dragon spawning in 15 seconds. PSG have put themselves in a great spot. Weaver's wall.
And somewhere on the wrong side of it. Yike trying to join up. Caps in the top lane, does have the TP. Broken Blade's pushing out bot. Rift Herald's going to charge in. That will be the mid-tier 1 falling. PSG take it. The Drake next on the menu for them would be their 3rd of the game.
Aji is top though, and he doesn't have TP, whereas Caps does. But PSG still going to go for this.
Mickey's back up. Caps seen by PSG. They know
Caps
he's in the top
TP.
lane. Now he goes out of vision. Can TP. You can see Azure trying to chase him out, making sure he can't TP away, which means that PSG, when they can't catch out Caps, when they can't stop those reinforcements surviving, have to back away from the Drake.
TP is almost up for Ajido, so PSG can play it slow and try to look for the retake.
I mean, I think the problem for PSG is they've already used their tempo to take that mid tower. They've invested a lot. Remember that Maple also used his ultimate to try and catch Hans Summer off. But PSG, they still want to fight.
First one going in, Fate's call out. Yike flashes forward into the Classic and into the Vast Cone as PSG scatter to the winds. Caps trying to join up, TP behind as Yike is low. They engage with the Bolt Breaker, followed up by Junja. Stretching strike, pulls in 2. Yike able to escape, but Azure's now on the back line, and Caps is separated from his team. Azure dancing in. The Cell Division from Broken Blade will buy him another second. Caps runs into the back of the pit. Cell Division going low as Maple will take out Broken Blade. Yike next to fall, and now it's all on Hans Summer and Caps and Mickey. Junja locked against the wall, but it's 2 as PSG just outplay G2 in the team fight. They find 4, only Caps remains standing, but how long will he stand for? He tries to trade back, and Maple sends him into the dirt. He gets 1 in exchange.
And just like that, PSG respond with an ace of their own. They find all 5 members while keeping 3 alive. They're going to put themselves at Dragon Soul Point 2. PSG with incredible team fighting once again.
Big thing there is that on one end you have a core that's actually pretty good at dealing with a tank, whereas on the other end you have Aji creating so much space. This blast cone, incredible. Junja denies Broken Blade the entry. The Cataclysm doesn't do anything, and here the fight starts splitting up because of the amount of tank shredding that's available on this Varus, on the Vi as well. They deal with Broken Blade relatively easily. Aji though, he's not threatened at all. Caps tried to join the top half of the fight, wasn't actually able to, and at this point PSG have a numbers advantage, able to close it out and set up for that soul point that we were talking about earlier.
Caps is able to get a kill back at the very end here. Nice play from him, realizing there's not a lot he can do. Auto attack combined with the ultimate to get a trade on a Maple, but still, The gold largely remains even, but you're getting to see the impact that Betty can have in these fights. Aja caught off on a side lane.
PSG might set up around the Baron for this. Aja will fall. Broken Blade does still have the TP, as does Cap, so PSG realize all you can get really is vision because you know you're overloading this side of the map. They're trying to delay Aja here so that they have better tempo on the resets. If they can delay him for long enough, maybe they can set up around the Baron themselves. Caps will take him in the end. Might actually just be a tier 2 push in the bot lane, but with the minion wave cleared out, it's a bit harder for G2 to do that. That's the first TP, there's the second. G2 are going for Baron.
You highlighted it perfectly, Medic. They wanted to delay the respawn of Aja as much as humanly possible. Now the double TP invested, they're going to push the mid wave in, and they're going to force PSG into a 4v5.
Weaver's Wall available, Chain of Corruption, Flash for Betty. He is having the tournament of his life for this PSG lineup. Against BLG, he was so consistently the carry. We saw the team damage in the last fight as well. Baron down to 6,000. Junja trying to get in, has the flash, has the smite. Keep his verdict blocked as he dives onto the backline. Junja's off towards the side, he flashes in. The Baron down to 600, and Junja gets it! G2 unable to secure the objective, and will they be able to win the fight? Can PSG continue to advance? G2 already lost one. The Weaver's Wall on the backline will take out Caps as well, and now it's all on Hans Summer to do everything he can. Maple flashing forward. Hans Summer, can you dance around Maple well enough? Broken Blade will have the elastic slingshot. He'll jump in. It's a triple for Maple so far, holding the elastic slingshot from G2 will back away as he's rejoined the fight. Broken Blade force away. Hans Summer has to flash, and in the end, it's a Baron for PSG in a 3-for-3 fight.
It's kind of a Hail Mary that G2 is able to win, even though Maple is able to take out Caps. On the flip side, they're able to take down some of the members, but they lost the Baron. It's PSG that picks it up. 4 members still alive. I think G2 could have also gone for the push on mid or try and force some cooldowns, leave it at that, but the Baron actually ends up going to PSG, meaning that they're the one that take or that end up with the advantage.
We need to keep our eyes on Mickey in the replay because he's going to be the factor that's supposed to try and keep Junja out of the pit. You can see him channeling the ultimate, only connects onto the Nautilus, who still finds a way in. Junja then goes over the wall to avoid the Keeper's Verdict. And then the smite comes through, an early smite from Yike is punished by Junja, and then immediately they turn their attention on the Caps. Good positioning from Betty as Mickey tries to do everything that he can to keep him out of the fight. Maple finds his way onto Caps to shut him down, but a nice ulti from Yike turns the fight back in the favor of G2. Ends up being in a 4 versus 5. A favorable fight for G2, but the Baron's still in favor of PSG.
And Drake up in 90 seconds time, it would be sold for PSG. 9-2 now for Maple, 2.5 items complete. He is absolutely ripping through this G2 lineup, especially with the Leandries, to get his way through those tanks.
One upside here for G2 is that there's not a lot of Baron buffs left because of the way the fight played out. I don't think Aji actually got it because he was still dead when the Baron fell, meaning that I'm pretty sure it's only Maple that is sitting on it right now. So you can't really rely on the side lane pressure the way that you normally can with the Baron, but it's still going to allow you to get a great tempo back in here. Dragon is going to spawn in about a minute, and PSG should be the favorites to take that. G2 is going to have to find an incredible team fight. I'm going to look towards Broken Blade in particular. Betty needs to be eliminated early in the fight, and he doesn't have his flash.
I think so many of these fights have just been very disjointed from G2. We think back to the first top lane fight, where G2 was able to split the fight in their favor, but a lot of the fights we've seen have been on PSG's terms. They were the ones that were able to avoid a lot of the initial engage coming out from Yike. They then were able to find a pick onto Mickey. PSG have just been very patient in their approach to the fights, and now with control over mid and cleansing out of this vision, they're setting themselves up nicely for the 4th Dragon.
Caps spotted an award, BB2, seismic shove back. Caps might look to the backline. Maple, a key target as well, alongside Betty. Caps jumps across the wall. There's the depth charge. Keeper's Verdict knocks out Maple, and now BB begins to party, bouncing in. Junja locked into the wall, and it's all on Betty. Weaver's Wall back in, separates the team. Elastic shot forward as Azure is caught all unawares by G2. They find 3, they're looking for more. As Caps dives in, he wants to make it 4. This Saras enough to keep Maple alive for a second, but there's the 4th. Only Betty survives, and Caps is having none of that. Knock back, boom, boom, boom. It's 5-0.
And a clean ace out of seemingly nowhere. PSG, they get the Baron, they get a good setup, but they overstep in the enemy jungle. They seem split on the call. Maple wasn't there when the fight started, their biggest damage dealer thus far.
G2 finally got the team fight that they were looking for. They're able to execute on the front to back. And when we get a look at the replay, that's exactly what they do. They don't do anything clever. They just hit the target in front of them. Initiation from Woody onto Broken Blade means that Caps now has a lot less to be afraid of. Arja is split off from the rest of the team behind the wall. And look at that, they just focus the Vi, focus the Nautilus. Maple gets knocked away by Mickey, once again having a fantastic performance on the Poppy. And Caps and Hans are left completely untouched to allow for the chase down of PSG.
The use of the seismic shove, the unraveled earth early by Maple, only onto Broken Blade, meant that G2 just had so much freedom to jump forward and jump forward and jump forward. Mickey knocking Maple out of the fight as well. And as much as, you know, we talk about Jinx as a reset champion, Viego a reset champion, Tristana's the quintessential reset champion. You get those kills, you jump forward, and Caps doing 8K in that last fight.
And Mickey, I think this Poppy game has been a bit more up and down, but that ultimate might be the difference maker, right? The fact that Maple isn't actually able, rotating at that point at 9-2, and so good as well as one of the only members in the team is actually shredding tanks. And you saw the front line from G2, they just didn't take any damage because the Leandris and Crypt Bloom, Talia wasn't there.
Really importantly for PSG, though, it is only one Drake. We talked about how vital it can be to get onto Soul Point early. The Baron's up in 55 seconds. All their vision is set up around the Baron side. It's a roller coaster of not only gold, but emotions, I think, for a lot of people during this game. As we see G2 investing in bot side vision, they'll likely reset and then play up towards the top side to take control of that Baron pit once again.
It's a really interesting dynamic where it feels like a lot of the fights are being determined by the impact of the mid laners. The problem for Maple now is Caps is about to hit level 16. He is well and truly online, and in a battle of who can take out the enemy front line, I feel like that it's just slightly favored for Caps right now. Maple, though, still a huge threat. 9 kills, 3 items completed. He can't afford to be underestimated. And what we've seen is, as Chronicle was saying, this game is largely about execution of the team fights. Whoever can get that better start will ultimately be able to clean up. And so even though G2 find themselves with the gold lead for now, I wouldn't rest on your laurels because PSG, they're poised to find a good fight. And if they can, this game can quickly turn once again.
Then the PSG versus BLG series. BLG, they took some liberties with some of the engages, but PSG was just sitting there patiently waiting. Was also with Aji on the Cassante, trying to look for the comeback team. If you're in a teamfight composition, you're sitting on Soul Point, and you're like, what, like 3K gold behind at 27 minutes? In the grand scheme of things, I don't think PSG is going to be too worried, but we do need to see them. I think the biggest changes in a lot of the fights have been, does Mickey knock away a couple of key targets? And in the last one, he was successful. In the Baron fight, wasn't able to. And that is going to be, I think, one of the big difference makers as we get here. And towards the Baron, I feel like either team can use Baron as a tool. Actually flipping it after the last play, I would shy away from.
Unless you're PSG, just take it, you know? Junjo can just jump across the wall and secure it. For G2, it looks like they're going to split the map a little bit. Caps is pushing in the bot lane. My expectation is here, G2 just want to start it and maybe get the TP out of Maple. Caps will continue to push in. They're just stepping. Who matches Caps in a side lane right now? Maple can clear the way, but if there's a couple of minions there, Caps has so much free time with it. Junja's actually going towards the bottom side of the map, so the jungler not here. G2 won't be aware of that completely. Caps is backing. Junja's looking for that, but Maple's walking away. Does have that Weaver's Wall. Junja now in the mid lane, seen by G2, and they pull away from the Baron.
Patience was crucial here for G2, but ultimately they walk away with the objective. Ginger being on the bot side of the map was a very dangerous position for PSG to find themselves in, but the good news is that he wasn't spotted. So G2, they back away from the Baron. They're happy enough with the tier 2. Caps, though, Bloodthirster, now completed level 17. We think back to his game 1 versus T1, where he got the Tristana, a good early start, but then he started to falter in the side lane. This time, though, redeeming himself, finding good fights and good pressure on the side lane is very difficult for PSG to manage as the gold lead only grows for G2.
Portable is done now for Aji. That's a big buy, but I would have loved a Frozen Heart. Feel like that item, especially into double AD carry comps, even after all the nerfs, still gets an insane amount of value.
Look again at the map. We see Broken Blade this time, pushing in the top lane, keeping these waves up as PSG is forced to overgroup. They do have control over the mid, but they don't use it to gain access into the bot river. Dragon spawning soon, but there's very little vision control from PSG to actually set up for the objective. Meanwhile, that top wave is just bleeding into the tower.
No, just trying to trade here. Flash, step up presence, stop the boat breaker. Broken Blade coming in from the side as well. It's the two tanks. The G2 dive on. They all dodge the chain of corruption. And a great keeper's verdict will knock Woody out of the fight. Azure pulls Yike across the wall, but the chase continues as Caps begins to rain hell. A double for him. Stretching strike brings 2 in. And Caps is ready. Put him in the bouncy castle. It's a triple for Caps. He's going to make it 4. A quadra. Can Caps cement himself on this series with a penta? He needs one more. Maple won't give it to him. Pentas are earned, not given, but G2 win the fight.
And the penta might be denied, but I don't think the Baron is going to be. As G2 again, this time Broken Blade on the flank. Started off again together with Yike and Junja, even with the Sterix, not tanky enough.
G2 just stopped overcomplicating the fight. In the early fights, they kept trying to threaten the back line, but in the last 2, they've just focused the front line. They've leveraged Poppy to knock a member out, create a numbers advantage, and look, this time the target is Vi. Not as tanky as the Cassante, but it doesn't matter. Maple isn't quite in position, and it just becomes a straight-up front-to-back fight. The Norlis gets knocked away, the utility is gone. Betty can do very little, as G2 just mow down the front line.
G2 though looking for catching the sideline here already. Maple's down. Junja trying to dance around it. Woody there as well. Azure going in. Hansama flashes away from the Pathmaker. Broken Blade on the back line. Junja still down to half HP, but Caps is ready to join the party. Plays out the minion wave. PSG lost 1. Looks like they were the ones initiating the play to dive in. Elastic slingshot into the knockback. Woody able to buffer away with the Q, but Caps continues to chase. And all it takes is a couple of autos with a bomb on your head for Caps to take you out. Azure brings Broken Blade back. He has the cell division though. As Caps walks through the tower, it's another for Caps. He's legendary, not only in the LEC, but here on the MSI stage.
G2 wipe PSG once again. They have the Nexus in their eyes, and they're looking to take game 1.
All comes back to that fight at Dragon where G2, as we pointed out, had the realization, just hit the front line, hit whoever's available. We have enough damage, we can chew through them. And G2 take game number 1.
Patience, the name of the game in that game.
But also zero hesitation from Caps. This is the regular season form that we know Caps for. He walks away with 14 kills to his name in game 1, just short of a penta. G2, a bit of a sketchy start. PSG proving why they are so scary and why they were able to push BLG. Betty, once again, alongside Maple, proving what they can do in these team fights. But once G2 shifted gears, they were able to come out on top. But it just goes to show how close this series really can be.
Really can be. PSG showed us a lot of good things in that game. And you have to remember, against BLG, they did go behind as well, and then they were able to fight back in the best of 5, even though they weren't quite able to make it in the end. We're going to head it. Hello? We're going to do something, I'm sure. Let's head over to the analyst desk to break down that game.
A lot to break down here, actually. Thank you so much, Medic. G2 opens up the score here. Yeah, sorry. I mean, you're all EU fans here. You're all Western fans.
That's true.
Not even close.
We've been adopted.
Yeah, welcome to G2 Games. Not even close. I mean, doubters and people, yeah.
For what it's worth, like, the way the team fights played out at the end was G2 just having way better front line, way more tools, and better scaling with the way Caps was able to play with their engage at the end of the game.
Yeah. We'll say, though, the early game, a little concerned. Lore.
Yeah, it was a bit confusing what they did here.
How many times does Zach need to die with bombies under turret? That's the question here.
Well, at least twice. We don't know the upper limit,
True.
but we know what the floor
Someone
is.
out there in chat, if you can make a counter by the end of MSI, we need that stat.
We'll see if they can make it better in the early game for the next games, but actually it didn't take that much for them to come back. Just one good opportunity, and we know that every second counts in League of Legends. And thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Caps buys time for his teammates, actually, and the rest join and turn up the fight.
Yeah, the TP comes through. There's a 3-man dive that's happening, but no Q3 from Cassante, so there was a time for him to just be able to buffer the W. Another win from Caps is that he sticks behind the turret, so there's no way from Nautilus to come in and combo it with a Q, so the turret's between him and him. So, like, it allows the rest of the team to come in clutch and save the fight.
And the back end of this, you could see Mickey being super clutch with Hansama there to get the 1-for-1 and then buy time for the rest of the team to close out this fight. But as was the case with most fights, Caps was key at the start of it, and Caps was key at the finish of it as well, with a really nice reset into double kill here. Betty actually did amazing here in this bush to almost get a trade kill on the Caps.
Yeah, we don't want to see the rest of that one.
Yeah, cut the video. It's fine.
Just save him.
No, Caps actually did live. He actually did kill him.
Yeah.
We'll highlight Caps a bit later, but we know how deadly his Tristana can be. Actually, an amazing mid lane pick right now so far at MSI, but G2, I don't want to talk about the objective control fights and the way they approach them, because there's been some difficulties here, but the way they manage to turn this one, this is the key moment in the game, I felt. This is the moment you know that G2 is going to be able to grab up the win.
Yeah, this is a great opportunity because they end up getting a Nautilus hook on the Zac, who's like, I will take that actually. And not only that, Betty can't hit. Just simply put, he is completely separated from the rest of his team, so the whole chase down that G2 end up going for, he's not able to participate.
I'd say a couple of things as we zoom out a little bit led up to this fight. So one thing is Aja's Cassante built Hollow Radiance for the laning phase against Broken Blade, but that was one big 3,000 gold item that wasn't dedicated to living against Tristana, Jarvan, Kalista. So he was not nearly as tanky as you'd expect later in the game. The second thing would be every clip was Caps just getting more and more gold, and once he was at 3 or 4 items, it really, really simplified teamfights for G2 because they could just hit front. Not only was the front building an MR item because he needed to in lane phase, secondly, they had far more DPS. And I will say, I hope this is a calming game for G2 because there were definitely moments in the game where they looked a little nervy, specifically the sequence when Broken Blade died under turret, lost his flash, and about 30 seconds after that, Caps flashed behind turrets to try to kill Maple's Talia and didn't get it. So both solo laners blew flash for very poor reasons. After that, though, they were able to stabilize.
Yeah, and speaking about that, like, nerviness, we heard from Dylan before the game talking about just not overforcing and being patient with your leads. And then you get that 18-minute fight in the Dragon that they ended up losing, and that was because they just straight up engaged way past into the blue side jungle. And Hansam was like, I don't have flash, I'm at the Dragon, I cannot help you guys, and I'm your damage. So like, that's another example of like, let them come to you. Because they're walking into Fog, you are the one with the stronger front line. They cannot walk into your J4 and Zac, so don't put yourself in a position where you're tanking for nothing.
They readjusted, though.
Exactly.
And adapted throughout the game. Maybe, as I said, maybe cleaner game next time, cleaner early game. I feel like that's the feedback that D-Line is going to give them. On the side of PSG, though, what do we think? Because we usually are used to seeing them grabbing lanes and just locking up the game until the point the opponent cannot come back. What missed here, do you feel?
Maple played great on Talia.
Yep.
Betty was great on Varus. They had a strong laning phase. Then they just lost team fights afterwards. It's a tricky game to feedback because I'm not going to say, like, oh yeah, Aja can't build the thing he needs when he's getting slaughtered in lane by a magic damage champion. So I think they just kind of run it back, try not to tilt. Controlling Trist would be a big thing at the very end of it, but that's minor because Caps has like 85 champions you can play.
And for me, that top lane dive that we saw that G2 comes out with a win, there are examples in which if you see the TP, you can back away. If you're confident that you can take it, that I think Cassante should just have Q3 ready. If you're trying to dive at Tristana, it's going to be difficult because that one window that you give him a chance to buffer W, he's going to be able to do it. So just be able to execute on those fights a lot more, and that would just be my overall take. I did like the fact that they hovered mid lane and that one timing that Mickey walked in and died because, once again, like that was the window that G2 had, and then they overstayed. So looking for those opportunities, I think, will get them a game.
We know PSG's resilience, though. We know their ability to turn series around and surprise everyone, which is what they've been doing so far. Any draft adjustment on their side, maybe? Because, as you said, banning G2, especially the mid lane, is not the easiest thing to do.
I just don't like what people are picking into Poppy's support. I'm just going to put it out there.
Thank you. Yes.
Like, we Nautilus. Saw... Exactly. Nautilus, I wasn't a big fan. It's just really difficult to engage with Vi and Nautilus into Poppy's support. We saw T1 pick Camille into it. Please, I would just enjoy if you're like an Enchanter support in generally, or just like a bot lane that has like maybe Jinx Lulu or something like that. Just anything that's generally easier, because if you see this draft, I think they had the right information, and then they just kind of walked into it. So
yeah, you can say they're bans game one, Rek'Sai, Orianna, Draven. I think you could ban Zac in the 4-5 if it's going to last that long. I don't necessarily know if I want to drop one of those 3 core bans for PSG, but I don't want to let Broken Blade have Zac just because of the ridiculous effectiveness it has in starting and finishing fights for Broken Blade. So that would be the one small adjustment I'd make for PSG.
All right, let's see if they listen to your guys' advice. As we go to break, though, PSG and G2 are backstage at MSI, so let's check out thanks to the Oppo Cam.
大家好，我 是 PSG 的辅助弟，然后下一轮的话，我们会证明我们 PCS 赛区的实力的。
Hey guys, it's G2 here. Thank you guys for the support, and I hope you guys will be watching us at MSI. See you there. See ya. See ya.
Can't get out of my head. 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 Get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head.
What's going on in my head? I can't see clearly. I've tried to breathe like you said, but can't calm down. And now my thoughts take a run. My mind feels weary. I try to feel what is real, but can't slow down.
Can't get out of my head. Can't get out of my head. Get out of my head. Can't 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 get out of my head.
And welcome back to MSI 2024 here in Chengdu, China. We are ready for Game 2 between G2 and PSG in this elimination series. Let's get into the draft. Lickety split. PSG elected to be on the red side, so we'll see exactly what they want to do. I'm still Medic, there's still Chronicler, that's still Vedi over there. Yeah, I just want to see the draft. I want to see more League of Legends. Senna, Ashe, and Lucian banned away by G2. Zac, the new ban from PSG, replacing the Draven before. Kalista picked by G2, and it looks like we might get Betty's Draven.
I'm gonna say, I don't like G2's Kalista. I've not been impressed by it. I understand the idea is that it gives you a strong laning phase. I do get it, but it hasn't been it for me. It does look like PSG is looking to run it back, though. G2's going to run it back as well. PSG, is it the Taliyah lock-in for Maple? I mean, their team fighting was still great in the early parts. They ended up losing out on the front to back, but they've said, we think that the Zac was the problem. Does G2 now just shift their priorities and instead prioritize something like the Cassante? Maybe PSG want to get the Rumble. Nope, they're going to look like they say, you know what? They're going to do the salty run back.
Run it back. The only reason I like the Kalista sometimes is the Fate's Call. It allows me to be truly a madman going into the back of fights.
It's why Kalista support works. You just have the one button, and it's like, remember when Kench, you know, his Devour was, that's all the only reason. Same thing here.
It shouldn't be the same thing when it's 80 carry Kalista, though. You should have some damage alongside it.
That doesn't matter. Who cares about 80 carries, man? They're not relevant. As we are currently at, what, 3 weeks into the tournament with 80 carries getting basically single rotated every single time. Big thing here for me, the salty run back for PSG. I hope the Nautilus gets swapped up. I do think that we saw that Woody, when he had Flash, could make cool plays, and outside of that, just tried to engage on Poppy, and then Mickey would press W, and it wouldn't really do a whole lot. So hopefully that'll be swapped up. I think the supports counter pick is something where they can find a little bit more freedom, especially because they're guaranteed to know where everything is going on G2. And they have that R5. They picked red side, so I hope they use it for not an R5 Cassante.
So they've replaced a LeBlanc with a Tristana. So obviously G2 is not going to be able to run back their same composition. I don't imagine G2 is going to ban away the Nautilus. I imagine they'll stick with the Renata. No reason not to. The question is, how will they approach their draft now? Will the LeBlanc, in fact, be prioritized for caps? Bear in mind, this was the man that, even though the AD LeBlanc got nerfed multiple times, he still said, nope, I'm still going to play it. He's a big LeBlanc enthusiast.
PSG
is just doing exactly the same thing. They've got rid of the Zac and the Tristana, which were the 2 picks for G2 on
I don't like that
rotation.
smile from Caps.
Hey, Dylan, we got to go Vayne. We got to go Vayne, Dylan.
Don't get baited by the hovers, guys. G2 is, they love playing around with your hearts. Something like an Azir. Twisted Fate top is going to be the angle for G2. All right, so the possibility of a lane swap. This also should deter the Cassante, but again, maybe they don't. Maybe PSG say, that's fine, we'll lane swap and we'll make your Twisted Fate really miserable, and that's okay with us.
That said, one of the big problems that we saw in the last game was it was really hard for PSG to reliably use Betty in fights because of the backline threat that was there with the... I'm not going to get baited by Harvard guy. There we go. As it is the LeBlanc you were talking about. LeBlanc J4, that's a 2v2 that goes back a very, very long time. Really, really strong in the 2v2.
It's Cap's second most played across the course of his career. 71% win rate on it. Very comfortable on the champ. So I have to see how effective he can be in this game. PSG going through their picks right now.
Jax.
We saw the Jax. We saw the Yasuo as well. Something Broken Blade has been using into the Twisted Fate himself. I wonder where we will.
And they're going to lock it in. All right, Aja. I like this. Can be a great matchup into the Twisted Fate. Can basically just because of the E on the Jax, obviously great at dealing with a heavy auto attack based champion. I also think it can make the life very miserable for a Kalista too. I ultimately like what PSG have. They have very similar front to back. Their front line isn't as strong, but they have a bit more backline threat now. Once the Vi is diving in, the Jax is going to be there to work with the Vi a little bit more. While the back might be a little bit more vulnerable, there's not as much follow-up as there was before, because once the Jarvan goes in, there's not going to be a Zac to follow. Twisted Fate might get a little creative with how he uses the Destiny, but I think there's going to be a lot more dynamics in terms of how the fights play out. It's not as straightforward as a traditional front-to-back this time around.
For G2, bit more finesse involved. The Zach-Jarvan combination we saw in that game really be so tough to deal with. Very straightforward, just get onto the enemy front line, Mickey will isolate a target, and then we'll go from there. This time around, much more side laning pressure though. That is something that PSG is going to have to be able to deal with. Early 2v2 towards top though. Jax, particularly if he ends up going lethal tempo, can be such a menace in the early game. We'll see if PSG is actually going to utilize that to try and find an early lead. Because last time, the early game was actually fine. It was more mid-game where the trouble started arising.
Feels like a bit more of an explosive game here. No real tanks on either side. The Jax, obviously, with the Counter-Strike can be a bit tanky. Maybe we'll see both the junglers going down a tankier route, but expectations are that fights will be blink and you miss it, with a bonk dump jumping in, with Talia seismic shoving. We'll have to see which team is able to come out on top. PSG and G2 both lost their first games earlier on in the tournament against BLG and T1 respectively. Here it is G2 who are out to an early lead, but you can never count PSG out. Doing the PCS proud so far at this tournament. It's been a long time since we've seen a PCS representative take down a major region in a best-of-5, all the way back to when TPA won Worlds in 2012, where they beat Azubu Frost in the finals.
Main thing that we see here is Aji instead going for the Fleet, which in lane obviously gets a ton of value. The movement speed is nice, the extra sustain helps into this bully matchup. And then also Betty, this time around, he doesn't have as much frontline and he's not playing into as much frontline, so just going to be playing the lethality Varus with a lot more squishy targets. Going to be easy to get value out of that.
One of the things we didn't see much of from PSG in the first game was Maple and Junja working together to attack mid, but then also translate any pressure towards bot. While the early laning phase was very neutral across the boards, I think that in this game, you have to expect G2 to want to fight a lot more.
I mean, they're fighting already.
Well, the bot lane, it shouldn't come as a surprise, but LeBlanc Jarvan can be a terrifying mid-jungle duo, and I think that it is worth Junja investing some of his time, maybe burning a flash out from Caps, or just trying to alleviate some of that pressure, because once Caps does get level 3, he's going to be feeling himself after that first game. He's going to be feeling confident, and the more time he gets to play on stage, the more comfortable he naturally feels. So Maple, even though he's going to have the early push during these early levels, he's going to have to respect that potential setup that LeBlanc will have with the Jarvan.
One big thing here, though, is that there's already been double wards placed, so I think that PSG is trying to give Maple the most freedom he has to just play for the very aggressive shove early on, whereas G2's wards, both in the jungle, pretty sure Junja is going to get spotted when he goes towards his Raptor, so they're going to have a good idea of where he will be pathing towards, meaning that Mickey and Hans know exactly what the plan is going to be, unless Junja has a major swap from what you'd expect in terms of pathing.
Azure in a bit of a sticky situation here. Ranged into melee is always hard for the melee, but especially when Yike actually pathed towards the top side, placed his ward in the middle bush, and then went for the sweep a second. So now Broken Blade has his ward for this second push, meaning that Azure can't just dip in and out of the bush to get a minion, go back in, go out of vision, avoid the auto attacks. It makes it a lot easier for Broken Blade to actually harass him down.
Ansar did miss a cannon there, so already the early mental advantage in favor of PSG.
And you were big chat early on there, like, -1.
I mean, it's important, man. You got to keep track of that. Mickey doing what he often does, trying to get some information, drops the ward, will spot out Junja. I don't think he can steal it, but he's going to be annoying. He's got to be careful, as Woody is looking to collapse too. But there's that level 3 for Caps, and now you're going to start to see him exert a lot more pressure in the 1v1.
Does lose his passive. And we'll just step it in front of Maple to try and get some of those threaded volleys hitting the clone instead of hitting the minion wave. Azure down to 300 HP. In the bot lane, Mickey and Hansama have the push. Hook onto Mickey, though. Hammer smash. Mickey takes about half his health. Junja walks around the Sentinel, going up towards that Scuttle Crab. Looks like Yike was spotted as he came across here. Goes on to Junja. Mickey looking for the dash into the wall. Junja flashes away. Bolt breaker. Mickey flashes it. Heroic charge into the wall. But where's Hansama? Not here with his team right now. Caps moving down. Maple here to join the play. It's a 3v3. As Betty tries to get away, Yike jumps across, Hansama takes one. Maple already down to 200 HP as G2 continue to collapse. Woody has flash, can he get away? Dredgeline, Riptide, should be able to flash if Caps jumps in, he does exactly that. Caps can't jump back, seismic shove going wide. Maple, the chains still connect, Yike not going in, but Woody looks for the re-engage. And Woody, what are you doing? Buzz isn't here to help you. Maple is tapped as well. Tremendous play by G2.
A disaster for PSG. They lose 4 members 4 minutes into the game. Junja, he thinks that he can go for this fight. Mickey only level 2. They try to force it. They think that they can collapse first, but in the extended fight, the pressure that Caps has in mid, the early skirmishing power of the Kalista means that G2 walk away with 4 kills.
Big thing here is that, yes, they're able to take down Mickey, but it takes so long because of the flash, the amount of damage he's able to get down, it takes so many resources. And then here, you're with a Kalista and a LeBlanc, so these longer trades where you can just continuously use your mobility, use your chasing power are so hard to play out for PSG. They get overeager, and then here things go from bad to worse.
And Woody, he tries to lock Yike underneath the tower. He's thinking maybe we can do something here, but the shield wears off. Caps gets another kill, and then Yike lands the E, flash auto to secure it. 4 kills for G2.
In our picture-in-picture as well, we did see a dive materializing on Broken Blade in the top lane, but Yike was there to answer. Mickey looking for Woody here. He's at 300 HP, puts the Steadfast Presence down, gets the knock into the wall. Hans Summer will rend one, but Betty has the mana and the health advantage here as Hans Summer has to dance away. Does have double summoners. Should be able to burn the flash here if Betty charges up the arrow. Hans Summer flashes it.
One of the big things when you have the Varus is that as soon as a kill comes down, that passive, even if you don't have lethal tempo, goes hard. So I think in the end, PSG is not going to feel too bad about that trade forcing the flash, but it's not enough by itself because, again, due to the early skirmish, they're going to need to find more of these.
And this is also, Betty has a serrated Dirk, and Hansam is still starting on his starting item. Like, so G2 trying to take this play, they're obviously just trying to get the wave in, but it's very greedy from them to look for this 2v2.
You can see Mickey trying to get the knock into the wall. Hansam are very low on mana as well. He does get that initial kill, but then Betty, as you highlighted, Chronicle, the passive comes up, and he's able to just run Hansama down. He doesn't quite secure the kill, but he does get the flash out, so that advantage that G2 had earlier has now been lost.
See gold even between the two AD carries right now. A lead for Caps in the mid lane, though. 1-0-1 on this LeBlanc as Woody tries to clear out the minion wave. Caps is here, though. The Ignite ticking. And then Mickey puts another Ignite down, actually just getting Woody low. Junja trying to get away as well as he'll escape underneath the tower. I thought Woody was done for there. Mickey's Ignite not ticking for long enough.
No one dies, so PSG is like, they used a bunch of resources, we make it out alive. But it's still G2 that is going to maintain the pressure here. Another early objective in the form of this crab going to Yike.
It's one of the things that we talked about. Oh, hang on, I think Broken Blade, oh, he might not be okay.
Grandmaster's might coming out from Azure. Broken Blade does have the flash, and Azure just using that damage. Blue card locked in, highest DPS of all the cards.
So just a bit of pressure being exerted by Azure towards the top side of the map. But one of the biggest differences is the skirmishing power that G2 has this time round. The fact that it is a LeBlanc instead of a Tristana. While Tristana definitely has some decent damage, you're seeing how much more willing G2 is to actually fight in these early trades. And PSG, I think that they're kind of being caught off guard. Game 1 was a very slow, passive trade back and forth where PSG was able to accrue small advantages, but now G2 is just really bringing the fight to them, moving around the map a lot and trying to fight as often as they can.
PSG is still attempting to make plays. There's still Maple there, Shadow towards top, maybe looking for a dive on Broken Blade, even with his flash. You know, maybe he can get a flash counter-strike off, but not only was Caps already rotating as well, and I think that's why they called it off, Yike was also standing in between Tier 1 and Tier 2, waiting to see if something would happen. Wasn't the case. PSG, they gotta keep finding, or keep looking and try and find some of these openings.
So there's this wave starting to stack up in this bot side of the map. Junja is pathing towards bot with level 6. Does set up for a potential dragon, maybe even a dive. The problem is Maple really can't get out of this lane. We talked earlier about how I'd love to see Junja actually come mid, try and alleviate some of the pressure that Caps is putting down. While Caps is low on mana, you can see what he's able to do. He still has control over the wave. Maple is very hesitant to actually approach, and I think that if Junja doesn't do something about this, they can't leverage one of the big strengths of Maple, which is his ability to roam and utilize that wall to lock down the bot lane.
And the threat is also BB pushing out top lane, now just walking towards mid. He was spotted on a ward. Lots of things happened on him. So Maple knows he could be collapsed on. Junja now here to answer. Blast cone in by Yike. There's the Destiny. Will G2 still go for this? Maple, no flash. Junja there with the Bolt Breaker just to try and stop any advances, and G2 decide that the turret plate is enough.
One of the big things about this is we talked about that bot wave that was stacking. That's now gone. That window, that opportunity that Junja potentially had to make something happen has disappeared. And that's just from the pressure that G2 is able to exert in mid lane. And you can see how suffocating it is for PSG, how they're very quickly losing options in terms of what they can do in the early game. But definitely shouldn't count them out. We think about their late scaling options. We know that their team fighting is strong. We saw a very similar composition to this in the previous game. They have a lot of single target lockdown. They have a lot of pick potential. And Aja in a side lane is going to be someone that's very difficult to manage for this G2 composition. So even though they find themselves at a deficit for now, it's not all doom and gloom for PSG.
Biggest issue that PSG are going to find, or rather are going to be able to deal with, is simultaneously not losing all pressure on the map, but also respecting G2's skirmishing power, right? The downtime of this ultimate, for example, from Broken Blade is something that you're going to look towards, but that is where, to me, and the desk highlight is as well, this Poppy pick is such a nuisance. One of the biggest advantages that you have is Maple.
Maple gets out. Just eats a distortion to the face.
Yeah, as I was saying before Caps rudely interrupted me, forcing out the ultimate though, which denies Maple, again, that map pressure that even if he does get out of lane, now not going to be able to find, is that Vi, Nautilus specifically, is so good at getting you out of rough situations. But if you try to play that into Fate's Call and Poppy just in general, it is so much harder, particularly when you have two very mobile characters in the Jarvan and the LeBlanc.
You can see a bit of an interesting sequence here. The bot lane from PSG has both backed. You can actually see Betty opening through bot lane, so he's going to try and match Hansama. Both the supports, though, are pathing through that mid lane. With Grubs now up, PSG have almost perfect information of the surrounding area. Caps is going to base, likely has his first item and has the TP, immediately uses it. There's the Luden's Companion. Will PSG decide to take this fight?
They're looking at it. Kalista looks like it's going to be making his way towards bot. Last time we did see Betty rotate, but PSG, this is the skirmishing power that G2 have with this composition. They're a little hesitant. They don't want to take the gamble, and they're going to concede. That means that G2 have secured first Dragon, all 6 of the Grubs. And something that you talked about, Chronicler, in the draft was how G2 do have a lot more side lane threats. Those 6 Grubs are going to offer a lot of value when it comes to sieging those towers, and Twisted Fate just being a split-pushing menace.
It's really tough. Additionally there, PSG, the moment they lose control of the banana brush, they're like, we can't walk up, right? Mickey, especially with Flash, easy for him to lock down, but it's kind of a lose-lose situation here for PSG. I agree with the call to not go for something there, but they're not really finding anything on the cross map either, because as you mentioned, Hans was at the ready to call. So PSG getting to the objective and seeing that it's not that great and then backing off means that you're going to fall a little bit behind. The lead that Aji was able to build up in topside now slowly starting to fall away again, and it was one of the few, I think, moments or opportunities rather for PSG.
Caps look for Maple. First chain lands. Maple takes half his health. He's 2 levels down as well. He's in such a hole right now.
One of the... oh, hang on a second, Caps.
Caps would have to jump back onto the Unraveled Earth here. He does so. Junja finds him, but Yike's already got one. Caps dashes back. Will be able to escape from the clutches of Junja, and Junja now needs to try and escape. Oh, breaker! Oh! Is that Civ HD? I see on my screen, you just can't touch him. Caps gets another.
Caps and Yike, the mid-jungle 2v2 coming out on top. Betty uses the ult.
And Summer has the face call here. Mickey might just flash, hammer, shots into the wall. The cleanse will be enough, but not as he tries to get away at the end. Woody coming in, stops the keeper's verdict, but Woody, in a moment, will realize there's no minion wave here for him to defend. He will... Well, he's not going to allow Mickey to walk. Oh, Mickey. Mickey tanked the tower. The Ignite will tick on him. Flash. Oh, Mickey. He didn't need to hit Woody. What are you doing, Mickey?
I don't know.
Okay, maybe he thought he was already in range for Fate's Call before the tower shot comes in?
Maybe, because Maple was also initially heading towards bot, and his ultimate was like 5 seconds of cooldown.
Top lane play, PSG?
Or it was just a mistake. I don't know. You guys are
making a mistake.
You guys are better at judging that than I am, okay? I'm going to leave you to be the judge of that.
We don't call him Mickey XD for no reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's either Mickey X marks the spot or Mickey XD. And, you know, you get a bit of A and a bit of B. Now, G2 obviously find themselves in a commanding position, a 4K gold lead, largely off the back of this mid-jungle duo. Yike making his presence known in the enemy jungle. Mickey at his back. There's Caps.
Woody trying to get away. They jump onto Maple instead, and Mickey's here once again. Caps with the chase. Destiny, where you going? Maple across the wall, but the gold card will follow you. Broken Blade locks it in and puts Maple in the dirt. Now Ginger next up for G2. They continue to collapse, dodge the hook. Betty coming in from the side as well, but he realizes they're outnumbered right now. The chains connect on Ginger. We'll just take him down to half HP. Oh, this play likely over a Rift Herald into a Drake.
This game is rapidly deteriorating for PSG. They're losing full control. They're no longer able to walk into their own jungle. And the moment, especially against the Fet LeBlanc, this mid lane turret falls, you're going to be in so much trouble as Woody just dies!
Just decomposes in front of our very eyes. Chain of Corruption did land onto Yike. Ginger coming in as well, but you can't bolt Breaker out of the steadfast presence! And the Cataclysm is the death knell for PSG. 12 kills to 3, a 6,000 gold lead for G2.
I mean, Caps is just a menace. We talked about how in game one he was playing with so much more confidence. You give him the LeBlanc, one of his most comfortable champions, and he is just running circles around PSG.
Azure looking for something up in the top lane, has the Triforce complete, the gold card locked by BB, will only buy him a second. Yike is here, BB flashes the wall, and Yike dashes away. Importantly though, Azure able to stop the Rift Tower from going down. G2 had to react to defend their top lane. Hunsummer getting chased out by Maple here, the Weaver's Wall. Available for Maple, will he go for more? The answer is a negative. TP behind, never mind, G2! They love to fight, it's Caps! Woody there for it, Weaver's Wall away. Woody will be able to walk to the safety of his tower. There's no terrain there for him to dash to. He catches Caps underneath the turret. The mites! The mites! Ah, that's why they're called mites and not the cans. Can't take down the turret right now.
Oh my goodness, there Caps is going to secure it. 12 kills to 3, an 8k goal difference. Caps is just running amok, and I mean, you have to give credit to Yike and Mickey too. They've just been working so closely with Caps. Every opportunity, roaming towards mid, and just punishing anything that PSG tries to do. The saving grace for PSG is Aja.
BB, no flash, gold card locked. Yike coming in as well. Ginger tanking that turret. Aja flashes away as BB will fall, but Ginger pays for the dive with his life. Hansama on the chase, Fate's call. Possible, but unlikely to chase any further here as Aja has a half HP tower to retreat to.
Mickey with his dead man's plays like, I'm running, I've got Swifties, I'm on my way. Unfortunately, thanks to Junja's sacrifice.
Aja.
Oh boy.
Nope, he doesn't.
Can you kill him? Counter-Strike used early, maybe you can. Knocked into the wall, he's running. And he smashes Aja against the side of Summoner's Rift.
I think the Poppy might be a problem, and I think PSG need to seriously
I feel like we've had this conversation before.
We've done so many times. And then I imagine they watched T1 win the game. I was like, oh, you know what, Poppy's fine. It's no problem. The problem now for PSG is because they're so far behind. G2 is winning as many sides of the map as humanly possible. That's not allowed. You get to usually win one while the opponent trades, but because the gold leads are so oppressive, Caps has a Crypt Bloom.
The risk for G2 is they are playing undermanned fights at times. Azure has TP in. He's going to go to the mid lane. Hansama still in the top lane, but the keeper's verdict makes this a 4v3. Maple falls first. Betty short to follow. BB gets the double. Dredgeline away by Woody, but that anchor is sending him to the depths. Hansama, all the meanwhile, he's doing damage to turrets.
It's as you say, Chronicler, PSG, no matter what they do on the map, they're just getting stopped by the aggression of G2. I liked the idea of the cross map on top when they tried to attack Broken Blade. Yes, they got that kill, but it ended up with Aja dying. They also lost the top tier 1, and then Cap still moves down to bot. There's Yike there also to contest the dragon. This game is rapid. I mean, it's not rapidly, it is gone. It is deteriorated. It is in pieces, tatters. There is a 12k goal difference, and we're not even at 20 minutes.
I'm sure Medic has some great puns about the maple tree withering away.
I have a good question, though. Why can Mickey do this when I take all the kills as support in solo queue, I get flanked? Okay, most kills on the team. Didn't go Sundered Sky this game, but Cap's going to chase out Woody as he tries to flash away. Woody more of a walking 150 gold right now is...
That's a support!
Yeah. Yeah.
He's not taking damage. I actually have the answer to that one. In the wise words of Carrier, remind everyone, you are not Carrier, and your teammates are not T1. So in this case, you are not Mickey, you are not Mickey, and your teammates are not G2 Medic.
Very true. For PSG though, so far in the hole, they can barely see the light at the top of it. It's such a struggle for them to get back in this game, and you have to think that their eyes will be going to game 3 and maybe adjustments in the draft.
Maybe?
I mean, you understand why they would want to run it back. From their perspective, everything was going well. It was just that when it came to the late game team fights, their front to back, they weren't as strong as G2. So they said, you know what, we'll remove some of their front to back elements and we'll make it easier for us to team fight. And then G2 said, how about we don't team fight? How about we just fight you 2v2, 3v3? And Caps has become a very serious problem.
Counter-Strike, heroic charge into the wall, Counter-Strike dodged, and Azure, yeah, That's not blue skies for the top laner from PSG.
I mean, what's also crucial here is notice how G2, they're not being overzealous with their aggression, right? One of the things that we know about G2 coming into this series, they put a lot of pressure on themselves. They remember what happened at last year's Worlds. They knew that they were heavy favorites coming into that series against NRG, and they fell short. They didn't want that blunder to happen again. And coming into today, they wanted to treat this opponent just like they treated T1. And the patience and execution that they currently demonstrate show that level of reservation. They're not diving tier 3 towers. They're not getting overzealous that we often see.
Keep going, Benny. Keep going. Keep building it up.
Curse is all you
Be prepared for the largest caster curse the world has ever seen.
Oh, come on.
It's G2 casting it's Benny casting a G2 game.
13k gold up.
Surely.
Atlas has been on the wrong end of these before.
He has.
And the inhibitor getting pushed here. Flash in, sees an assist. Caps flashes away from the chain of corruption. Azure trying to dive on the back line. But look at the might. PSG just surrounded by the oncoming hordes of G2's minions. Broken Blade now on the inhibitor tower in the mid lane as they're looking for more. Caps continues to dash in. Betty takes half his health without the chains even landing. And Woody takes more as the Cataclysm finds an easy avenue for G2 to lock up PSG. And they were taking their time, but now they're not ready. 21 minutes into the game, G2 will rip through PSG and go one game away from making it into the next round of MSI.
An absolute shellacking of PSG here. And we talked about it, the draft, you got to completely switch it up. You can go blue side, you can bend it up. Something needs to change. In game 1, PSG held on to, I don't know, like what, 15 minutes, 20 minutes before a fight, kind of took them out of the game. Here, it was a level 4 skirmish in the river, Vetty.
I mean, yeah, G2, they're playing well, they're playing clean. We'll see if they can maintain that level, but as you rightly said, PSG, they need to change something up, whether it be about trying to find more skirmishes in the early game, giving themselves a little bit more agency. I think back to their series versus BLG, when we saw Betty on the Zeri, and they had the Zeri Lulu, and they were diving bot. They were fighting Elkanon on their territory. That was the best version of PSG I felt like that we've seen, and we haven't seen that so far in this series. I want to see that level of aggression, that level of confidence to go toe-to-toe with G2 in the early game.
Totally agree with you, Betty. We'll see what the analysts agree, if they agree with you as well in a moment, but don't forget to log into lolesports.com using your Riot ID to earn exclusive MSI 2024 drops. We're going to hand it over to the analysts to see if Betty is correct, which he is. He's smart.
Is he? Really? Is very correct? I don't know. The
what?
confidence is clearly on G2's side here. Setting up the fact that this is what is missing from PSG, the confidence they had, the aggressivity that they displayed in the previous games. We haven't seen this so far, and I'm just wondering why.
For PSG side, oh my God, they tried. These fights are just not working out for them. That early fight that happened in the bot side river that just bled into more and more. And then when the Nautilus hooked or tried to hook under turret, like the J4 under turret, mostly because he was expecting, this is the play that I was talking about. Just go for it.
This is like the fanciest int I've seen in years.
Oh my God.
They had their picking up and everything.
Because PSG, they did technically get first blood, but the play Mickey made to start it was great. And then I feel like at this point, they're just chasing it. Because Woody and Maple could be out, right? The play is over, but they keep stepping up, chasing more things back. They land the hook, and then Maple's like, you know,
not like this.
Yeah,
and from
I guess he thought he didn't have flash.
And from Not's perspective, he probably thought EQ was back up, and with the Talia chain, that he would have been able to get the kill anyway. So like, there's a lot there, and they fell so insanely far behind, Jat. You had even mentioned the experience deficit that Maple had in comparison to the 8 and Hans Sama. He was completely out of the game.
We legitimately had a discussion, and I know we're never going to see a pro team do this.
Yeah.
But when it's 60 minutes in and you're 13,000 goal behind. Yeah. The best thing to do might actually be to end the game. You might actually want to surrender, because isn't it better to not die more? Because that's the only thing that's going to happen from that point.
They were preying on any mistake, and credit to G2, like, they bled that lead, which was just ballooning into bot lane. The moment Talia went bot side, he's like, oh, you want to take bot lane wave now?
Oh, man.
No, that LeBlanc's following you with the Poppy, with the J4.
And they just steamrolled, and I want to look at this guy here, Yike, in the jungle, the maestro for me of the early game, and it's been a consistent key of victory for G2, the way he sets up his lane, and we see it in game, but also the amount of information he's going to bring to his laners, for me, it's making wonders here for G2.
And I want to talk about him as a like tournament wide so far, just the 2 series that he's had has been incredible. Like just the last series versus T1, like outside that last game where it was tough off the level 1, he was constantly working with Caps, skipping camps to be able to get like side lane ganks off of him. He was playing incredibly well, and he's extending it to this series. The confidence is massive for him, and I love to see it.
I mean, he's had such an accomplished career, and I know, Laura, you wanted to talk about this a little bit, like we were in between games, that you were saying in the LEC that people are asking the question, like, has Caps reached new heights? It's hard because, like, he's won MSI, he's made a world final. I feel like what made him so dynamic in the past was partially the dynamic he had with FlexPicks, with Perks, when they could play mages all over the map whenever they wanted to. But, like, I imagine, like, if you were to just take the individual player, he is better now than he's ever been, in my opinion. Everyone else has gotten a little better. Like, the game evolves over time, but it's very impressive to me that he's been playing this long and is continuing to play this well.
Yeah, and to just put a cap on the conversation about Yike, I love the fact that we're seeing the foresight and the execution in plays. In, like, for instance, that play when we saw him EQing over the wall in the initial fight, he was expecting a flash out of him. And he wanted to follow him just in case. Because if he didn't flash, then you're dead anyways. And if you do flash, I'm going to be there to follow you. And he's been doing that so far, it felt like every game so far. So I'm really enjoying his team fighting, how he plays alongside Caps and Broken Blade. Because even in the T1 series, once again, not to just hop on that series as a whole, but just like talking about this team, even when Caps is dead, the fight is not over. And how he plays alongside Broken Blade is making this team great. They have so many threats that they can play off of.
I mean, that's the thing. When you look at G2 and the way they evolved, a question that I've been asking them is, what were the learnings from the previous international experiences? Because MSI didn't go well that year. Worlds, we don't talk about this anymore. And they were dominating so much in the league that they got carried away, thinking that they were too good, forgetting the basics sometimes. And I do feel like when you look at their games, especially on individual performances, you can feel that they went back to what they know best through Caps performance and Yike, as we highlighted.
Here's a question, though. Coming into the series, I didn't think G2 would be messing around. I feel like they'd be sharp enough because of what happened last year and because of how strong PSG was. Is this where maybe they get a little bit loose?
It might happen.
Yeah, that was my concern.
That's what they're thinking
That
out
was
there.
my concern, honestly, and I do feel like it's mostly going to come down from the man in the mid lane who's been crushing it so far, because the pace of the game is dictated on whether or not Caps is having fun, but when he's having a bit too much fun, sometimes this is when things can backfire. So far, amazing performance. But for me, I want to look at him in the next game.
Yeah, and of course that goal deficit that he had in game 1 was off of just his own misplays. So they really have gotten a lot better over this series, and they were already starting off pretty good. So yeah, Caps is incredible. The LeBlanc play, probably not going to let him have it again, you know, just so that's back on the ban list. From PSG side, what I want to see from them, actually, Junja is an incredible J4 player. Please take that away from Yike. I think that should be the first step. And also, if they're going blue side, and it seems like they are, going towards Kalista early, I think, will be helpful for them, just so they can at least have multiple ways to be able to play make.
So normally, I'm in the camp of play what you were best at because it's still going to be your best chance of winning. That's when you lose by, like, a little bit. But if their best thing, which is what they played last game, is going to result in what was a 20-minute game and a 17,000 gold lead, I did predict 3-0, so did you.
Yeah.
This is, in a sense, going towards what I expected because G2 was a little shaky in game 1, really found their confidence in game 2. But for PSG, they actually do need to change everything.
Oh, my God.
So even if they give Maple to Leah, you got to go with something else. Change your bans. They've switched sides. That's the first step. But just absolutely make G2 play different things. So get rid of the Poppy that's been working for them. Get rid of the Jarvan. And that could be just like give Yike Rek'Sai. That's fine because it's different. Because you know the same is not going to work.
Nothing has been working so far for them. And G2 takes us to the first match point in this elimination series. Let's see if they can shake things up around to come back and give us a series. Let's take a break. We'll come back right after.
Excuse me, would you mind taking a picture of us?
Oh, no problem.
Thanks.
Ooh, yes, problem. You need Verizon. Trade in that old thing and get a new iPhone 15 Pro with tons of storage, so you can take all the pics. So many selfies.
A preposterous amount of panos!
That means panoramic.
And as many portraits of me as your heart desires.
How about none?
None, yeah, none feels right.
Trade in any iPhone in any condition and get iPhone 15 Pro on us. Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to MSI 2024, where we are here for Game 3 of this series between G2 and PSG. PSG's tournament hopes on the line. They need to reverse sweep if they're going to keep the PCS here at MSI. For G2, they want to close this one out in a 3-0 and keep Europe advancing through.
So let's see what PSG's adaptations are. They're now on the blue side. The Rek'Sai, the Zac, and the Draven going to be banned away. The Vi being added to the ban pool from G2 means that the Kalista is now unlocked for Betty. Excited to see what they can do, assuming they're able to get that lane priority, as G2 will likely respond with the Varus.
I'm just happy PSG aren't doing the third round back. I was already preemptively getting
Bro,
worried about it.
Man. It's literally just...
But they should.
I mean, it's just...
As long as people keep B1ing Kalista, keep slamming that puppy, particularly because Cassante is also insanely strong in the current meta. And then, well, you just pick Xin, which is another champion that obviously doesn't really love
lane swapping.
But let's wait until it's locked in before we talk about the lane swap. The Rumble
they
has
will
been
lane swap
banned.
with Rumble.
Love this.
Yeah.
But remember, a big flex here for PSG. We know that both Woody and Aja are happy to play the Rumble. We know how effective it can be as a bot lane 2v2 as well. The problem for PSG is that Poppy is a flex pick. We don't know where it's going to go. If G2 want to keep it as a flex pick, they could just go for the Talia for Caps. Maybe because he's feeling himself, they want to make sure that he gets something like the counter pick so that he has a little bit more agency in his lane. If they want to lock in jungle now, that's definitely a safe thing to do. Perhaps even if they know that the Poppy isn't going to go, okay, look, they're going to lock in the safe mid, the Orianna. He had a great performance on it against T1. Well-rounded, safe, fits into most comps.
Also, I already have a decent ball delivery system in the Poppy. Not the best, but in a pinch, it'll do. Imagine some of the control mages are going
Aurelion
to
Sol
get banned away.
Probably.
That would be the other one, right? If I could see Maples just still gravitate toward Talia just because of her position in the meta at the moment, but you're not playing it into the Talia, or into the Kalista rather, which I think it does take away a lot of the value, and there's not a whole lot of dashes on the team either. So we'll see what direction PSG want to go, and I'm just happy that they've went away from just running face first into the Poppy the way that the last 2 games really did feel. Do have to see though, can they actually enable Betty on this Kalista? Already, Junjia on the Xin Zhao is a very strong early game jungler, but the mid lane matchup for me is big as well, because I feel like Maple also needs to make his presence known for them to actually put the pressure on Hansama and Mickey.
He had a good game 1, but outside of those team fights, he struggled to impact the early game, and in game 2, he was really shut down. Caps actually going to be banning away the Tristana. Not going to allow Maple that opportunity. We've seen how powerful this champion in the mid lane can be, and going to be respected. Aurelion Sol now as an option for PSG.
I also think it's about who gets pushed in the mid lane, right? The reason that Maple hasn't been able to move is Caps has kept him under his tower quite a lot in the early game, especially in game 2. Tristana can get the push into Orianna, which is probably why G2 are looking at banning it away here. As well as that, obviously having Rumble as the only magic damage source on your team can really facilitate him in those early team fights where the equalizer goes down. So the Jarvan banned away, trying to pinch Yike's pool just a little bit, but Yike has a lot of different options here. Likely to pick support jungle here on 4 and then leave the top laner for last.
For sure, because it keeps completely in the dark where this Poppy is going. Also means that you don't have the possibility as much as you'd like for PSG to pick up, say...
This is really annoying for PSG because
it
it's
is
another flex pick and they just don't know.
We've just gone to the gym, everyone's flexing, buddy.
Yeah,
look at this, look at this.
So the really annoying thing for PSG is you can lock in Cassante and they can do Broken Blade top on the Poppy. They can then put the Jax and the jungle into the Xin, and then they can just answer because they know that the Rumble is bot. They could pick something like Renata Varus, that would be perfectly fine. Ashe has already been banned away, but the Aurelion Sol locked in for PSG, kind of as we expected, a little bit more late game insurance, relatively safe into the Orianna as well. We did see Caps get a solo kill onto FLICKR in this matchup, but I imagine Maple's going to be a little bit more reserved when playing in the 1v1.
The one thing this does is give PSG, again, a mid to late game win condition, which they obviously love. On the flip side, you were talking, and I agree, Medic, with this Aesol, you're not really going to be expected to have major impacts on the map outside of when you get to the later stage of the game. So more pressure gonna be as, BB brings it up.
Has everyone just been practicing Vayne?
Dylan, we gotta go Vayne. Caps is calling for it, he's pretty sure of it. BB will take it into the top lane, into that Cassante. Poppy will go to support.
I don't know if I like this. I feel like I would have preferred Poppy top and then something like a Renata or something.
No, come on, man, this is fun.
Here's the thing, though. If it does work, even if it just works, okay, and G2 win the game, every team G2 faces from now on out has to be like, but BB does play Vayne.
I mean, that's true. It's true. I mean, the biggest thing that I want to see from PSG is just more aggression in the bot side of the map. I know that Poppy into Kalista is a very Poppy-favored matchup, but with a Rumble alongside you, in my opinion, this is like one of, if not the strongest bot lane 2 versus 2s that we have in Pro right now. You just have so much firepower as long as you can get in range and go for those fights. And against BLG, that was the best version of PSG that we've seen. So I'm optimistic that we can see them fight G2 in the bot lane and find those advantages that they found against BLG.
Let's get on to Summoner's Rift for the 3rd game of the day. Reminder, T1 versus BLG is up after this, depending on how this series goes. We'll, change the start time of that series, but it we're not going to delay the start of that series if this is a 3-0 for G2. It will be starting relatively quickly afterwards.
Immediately after this game will be T1 versus BLG.
That's
everyone.
what I wanted to say. That's what I wanted to say. Sometimes the words escape me, Betty. Thank you for being here to help me out.
We're jumping into game 3.
We have at least one more game before we get there. G2 on the red side for the first time this series.
I have been great when it comes to pulling 5-game series, okay? And last time, we did a great job as well. T1 G2, that was amazing. Hopefully, can replicate it here, particularly for the PSG fans. Yesterday, we almost got a reverse sweep.
True.
So that's the start in the bot lane here.
G2 looking to split the map here. 5-man squad moving in. You can see Azure already moving down from the top lane. Woody's going to land those Electro Harpoons. Broken Blade trying to spot if Betty parts away. Flash! Crash into the wall. Broken Blade looking for the damage. The condemn first. Yike could flash with the counter-strike, and Betty respects it. No summoners now for the PSG bot laner.
So, remember, like a few minutes ago, we were talking about how Broken Blades
straight into the gaping more of an Aurelion Soul. The rest of G2 now here to back him up.
The best version of PSG that we saw was when their bot lane was going toe-to-toe with Alkanon, when they were fighting them, when they were, you know, really willing to scrap. And G2 said, no, we're not going to let that happen. They split the map. They take the summoners away. And that,
PSG are reacting. They're sending Betty up towards the top lane.
Yeah, they're going
as a
for the
reaction
lane
to
swap.
it. Mickey, though, just sits in the mid lane alongside Broken Blade and Caps. Maple force low, down to 200 HP. Woody now joins the party. It's a 2v3 in the mid lane as Woody forces them away. Azure here to join in as well. The problem for PSG is while all of this has been happening, Hansama's farming bot lane, Betty's not farming top. Ginger was on his camps, but Broken Blade has been able to get a little bit of XP as well as Yike is working his way through that bot side jungle.
So they're going to go for the fast push bot, I imagine. Make sure that Broken Blade can get some experience while Arja largely gets denied. Notice the positioning of Yike as well. He sees where Ginger is and he's going to go for the invade.
BB's looking for the collapse here onto Ginger. Azure pops the ghost. Ginger will get his Razor Beaks, but now Mickey's going to knock him away. Broken Blade ghosting in as well, looking for the condemn before Azure gets to the safety of his tower. There it is, Pathmaker. Well played by Azure, but can he survive the continued dive? Tanking up his Huns. Summer takes a couple of shots. Azure ignited, and Azure falls for first blood.
He just ghosted back to lane, trying to catch the wave. I think maybe the fact that Broken Blade was there should have caught him a guard, but it shouldn't. Given how that the early map played out, the fact that G2 split towards the bottom half, and he doesn't end up hitting level 2 and he just dies.
So the whole logic here is that, I mean, PSG showed us this in the play-ins, right? Where you just overstack bot, you go for the faster push, you're able to secure more plates, but your top laner also gets some XP. It might not be a lot, but it can be enough so that once you swap back, they're in a better position once they actually get into the 1v1. And as you already see, Broken Blade now a full level up over Aja. The problem, and one of the biggest differences, is that Yike pathed in a way as Caps.
Azure's going to be able to get the Pathmaker into the wall. Cap still has the flash, tries to turn it back around. It's ringing around the rosies. Caps flashes again! Oh, how do you do that twice? If I had a penny for every time, I'd have 2. It's not much, but it's damn surprising as Caps outplays the 2v1.
How did Caps make that happen? I was convinced that he was going to die. I wonder if he was able to delay the passive fully stacking by running around the Aurelion Soul. A solo kill secured for Caps. An incredible series for him. And this early game is very quickly falling apart for PSG.
Not only that, but something that we saw so many times of G2 is that they're already swapping again. As we take another look at this, Aji is level 1. Like, he doesn't offer anything outside of the initial stun. And then Caps does exactly the same thing here. Dodges most of it, flashes over, ball still in position. And because Yike was there.
That was, oh my god.
That's an appropriate response. Because even if Caps ends up dying there, it's not the end of the world. But because he not only gets the kill, but then also gets out with his life, it's just a pure disaster for PSG. And the one thing that we wanted to go well for in their bot lane has been denied the 2v2 continuously.
No, he has his eye on mid. Hex flash over the wall.
They know he's here though. They saw the control ward. Mickey didn't spot it, so Maple just hugs the bottom side of his turret so he can't be slammed into it.
That's good, that's good. PSG trying to mitigate the aggression as much as they can, but it's got to feel frustrating for PSG because I'm going to keep coming back to this. The reason why they could fight BLG so much was because they had options, they had tools, they had ways in which they could go toe-to-toe in the early game with BLG, but G2 is taking those tools away from them. They're breaking them in front of their face by utilizing the split map, by smart pathing from Yike. They're making it difficult for PSG to really have options, and the moment that they did find one in mid, Caps just outplays them.
PSG have done a good job of keeping Woody and Betty away from the G2 bot lane, though, that 2v2. You can see Betty actually at the moment pushing in top, Azure based before the wave crashed in. Betty will likely crash this. Hansama and Mickey are trying to answer, trying to get into that 2v2, but my expectation is Betty will just crash this wave and then immediately they'll reset and go bot onto that wave that Azure is catching.
Yeah, that's a great point, Medic, because you look at the top lane difference, is almost a full 2 levels now between the top laners, and suffocation coming in from Broken Blade. He's definitely falling behind, and a Fed Cassante, or at least I guess I could say a very weak Vayne is going to be very delayed in terms of its impact, which could mean that PSG, come these mid-game fights, could be in a favorable situation.
Broken Blade actually the lowest experience in the game, and that's with him being a solo laner. So this time around, PSG found an opening.
And they'll get the grubs here. I don't really think G2 want to take this fight. They're clearing out a little bit of vision. Azure 2 levels up will get a plate for himself in the bottom lane. But PSG working the map very well through this early sequence. Go for the grubs instead of the reset to bot. Now they can look to catch this wave as it crashes under their tower. And then after the push, if Ginger still stays around, they can try and reset towards bottom lane. Azure no TP as the engage happens from Mickey, and Woody falls low. Mickey down to half HP. Astral Flight in from the side. Counter strike on Ginger will get the stun. Hansama flashing over the wall as well. Trying to take out Betty. Out of vision now though. Stars descend, doesn't hit anyone. Ginger down to 300 HP. Hansama takes the kill on Betty. Ginger having to dash and flash away. G2 continue the chase. Azure's now here.
He's running.
Oh lordy, he's definitely doing that. The ghost back in.
He's running. He's still running, Medic.
It's not really going to do too much. A little bit late to join the fight.
Even with Caps not hitting anyone, the initial vision in that brush, we saw that in the T1 series as well. The fact that the Poppy, even over the wall, can get the wall stun onto the Rumble, one of the biggest sources of damage for PSG in the early game, means that the subsequent skirmish is basically impossible to win for PSG.
And evens out the game for G2 as well. Broken Blade had so much free time in the bot lane. He's now level 5 to Azure's just level 6. Piercing arrow dodged by Azure, but there's a 600 gold lead for Hansama in the bot lane. There's a 500 gold lead for Mickey, who is running Hail of Blades in this game, and a 400 gold lead for Camps as well. So all the smart movements around the map by PSG kind of undone by that fight beginning, when maybe they could have just taken a longer route back to their lane.
Ultimately, PSG not completely out of this game just yet. They find themselves at a deficit, but more plates are going to be secured by their bot lane. Azure still in a great spot overall, sitting on, well, 3 cloth armors.
Sometimes you're really cold, Betty.
Sometimes you just need that extra bit of padding. Of course, going into a Vayne matchup does make a lot of sense. Dragon is on the cards, and with Yike hovering around the bot side of the map, he finds himself a bit behind in XP as well. Been working with his team a lot while Junja has been prioritizing the farm. You can see that in the camp discrepancy as well. Caps controlling mid pretty well. Grub spawning in about 2 minutes time. Overall, gold lead for G2, not the end of the world for PSG. They still have ways to fight back in this game.
I do want to give credit to PSG though, because even here you saw like Betty and Woody push out bot, they get a plate, a couple of minions die to the turret, Hansama and Mickey try and answer it, but Azure's already on his way back, so no minions crashed into that tower without someone being there for the XP and gold. Broken Blade pushed out top, but Woody's already there, so it's actually really intelligent. The question is, can Azure survive? As Mickey looks for the dive, Woody here to help out. Hansama tanks a tower shot, and Tofu 3 doesn't connect, and D2, I expect, will just back away from this, but it's very good lane assignments from PSG to make sure they're not losing too much XP and gold on the map.
Junja even stealing away the red buff, and there's nothing for Yike to get on the cross map. Shockwave.
Shockwave goes in. Broken Blade with the condemn. Maple should be able to get away from this one. Still had the flash.
The one member of PSG that has been able to benefit most is Junja.
Junja already level 6, Broken Blade. Can he get out of this one? I don't think so. Flashes the wall. Junja doesn't have his flash. He can. In fact, BB escapes with the final hour flash combo.
That's still big though. Vayne without summoners is much less of a threat. in the side lane won't be able to step up nearly as much, and Betty is going to be able to push here unrelenting.
I mean, PSG have done a great job of suffocating this Vayne. Medic has been talking about it extensively, about how they've constantly moved around the map and constantly swapped, and it's been paying dividends for them. Aja, of course, still behind, only level 7, as they look for another dive.
The path making from Aja. Mickey immediately has to flash away. Chain of Corruption going down as well. The piercing arrow into the hail from Hansama is enough. The dive surprising, but the result good for G2.
One of the big things with lane swaps is that you need to recalibrate how tanky you are. Particularly for champions like Cassante that are pretty reliant on trying to play very much in the thick of things. If you have your steel cups there already, if you are sitting at like 80, 90 CS, you'll probably survive that. Instead, it turned a win, which is Mickey's flash being forced, into a loss, and Hansama getting further ahead.
Aja TP'd in behind here, popping the ghost as well. Hansama trying to get away, doesn't have the flash. Heal up for him
around
though.
the Rosies.
He's running!
Where we go? Where we go? Hansama. Oh, he's going back! Which way? And Tofu's 3. Hansama's gonna die to the tower. Woody, the heal, Hansama, can he execute? No, all out. Shut down.
If he hadn't healed, oh, it's a close one. Because if he hadn't healed, he would have died earlier. But he also may have been in range. So, I mean, he tried his best. But PSG, they're finally on the board. They get a kill. They get the shutdown as well that Hansama was sitting on. Ginger also in a great spot. PSG, the Dragon still available. 4 grubs to 2. The gold, really not that different. G2 had a great start, but you can see how the momentum feels like it's slowly shifting.
This is really, really big. I think these type of moments, particularly in a game where you're down match point, 2 match points in this case, getting these type of small wins, particularly with... We can look at the gold and see, for PSG, situation isn't all that bad, but if you're in the game, just seeing the kills come through, it can feel much more threatening. But when you look at the item parity as well, Maple sitting on his Rylai's, Betty has just finished his opportunity already on the Dirk, so barely behind Hans at the moment.
The place I will say Maple is behind is in Stardust stacks. He's only at 68 right now. Obviously, as you go through the game, you do stack up a little bit quicker, but usually you're looking at about 10 a minute, at least at the 20-minute mark. 200 at 20 minutes is where you want to be. Good Aurelian Souls at this point in the game are usually at least cresting the 100 mark.
He's also a much cheaper item, right? But it's at least the utility of the item is there. And that's, I think, the main thing for Maple. If they want to try and win some of these early skirmishes with Rumble as level 6, Ignite available as well.
Ginger level 8. I feel like PSG should feel confident to try and take this fight. And
Azure's moving down as well.
G2 going to respect it. No TP on Broken Blade, of course.
G2
should be there.
Keeper's Verdict looking for Woody. Knocks him away. The equalizer there. Counter-strike into Smite. Yike takes it. Mickey walking away. Yike still has the leap strike. Ginger has Audacious Charge, but I'm not sure you want to charge any further or any more audaciously as Betty gets onto Mickey, knocked into the wall, the cleanse away. Mickey dodges away from the equalizer, but his life should be forfeit as Woody flashes. Electro Harpoon into the Arcane Comet is enough.
It's okay for PSG, but it's still a lot of investment into not getting the early Dragon. And on the other end of the map, Broken Blade gets the opportunity to just farm up a little bit, catch up in experience, and as we can see, as a result, not as far behind as he was before, at least when it comes to the levels.
This Poppy just continues to be a nuisance. They do end up finding a kill, but once again, it's just, the yeets that comes out from Mickey to knock Woody out immediately gives G2 a numbers advantage. They then use Hansama's Q in combination with Yike's Smite to be able to secure the objective, and Ginger couldn't quite get the Smite off. Shockwave.
Oh, Breath of Life. The Shockwave goes down. Mickey looking for the knockback as well. Mobile will have to burn the flash. Woody here, burning through caps. No mana on the G2 mid laner means that he can't force any further.
All right, so Maple loses a summoner spell. Still has to be careful as Caps playing on the very edge, has his flash up, but with Woody here, I don't think he's going to flash it. Mickey might, though.
Oh, was Mickey spotted by Betty? I saw a couple of pings going down on the map. It looks like it. Mickey instead will just take this time to put vision down, but actually it wasn't even Betty backing. It's Betty in the bot lane. Hex flash over to avoid the control ward.
There was no pings. I don't actually think they know Betty.
Betty trying to retreat. Hansama looking for the fight as Betty has no way out apart from flash. The piercing arrow still pierces through his heart as G2 find their fifth.
And Betty wants to hold on, but I think you have to flash there immediately and just try to negate as much damage as possible. Instead, takes so much damage, ends up giving up the flash. And Mickey, with a great flanker behind enemy lines, takes down the Kalista.
Fortunately for PSG, they're still going to be able to get across map. Herald going to be secured, which gives them options to lay siege onto the mid-tier 1. Yike, though, in the vicinity. Broken Blade's still very weak, though, yet to complete his first item. Can Yike steal this one away?
Leap strike, counter-strike, smite. Would have been a possibility. Starts with the counter-strike. Woody coming in from the side, but the leap strike always available for Yike here. No real threat. Riftail picked up by Ginger as PSG. Even gold score. Mickey jumping in. Betty, no flash, chain of corruption. Ginger on the flank, though. Yike diving in onto Betty, who's force low. Yike flashes, gets it. Equalizer on the backline. Woody falling so low as well as he managed to pick up one counter kill. TP in by Maple. Caps returning the favor. Ginger goes in with a crescent guard, and Mickey knocks him back into his team. Need to be inside that ring to do the damage, and Caps just waits for it to expire. And the arrow right through. PSG by G2.
Oh, Hans! That's the type of target practice that you dream of. 1 for 2 with the arrow. They're unable to get onto one of the most fed members of G2, and as a result, PSG struggling in this skirmish.
Turns out Hans bought the AWP, and he's getting collapse here on Summoner's Rift. 2 for 1, 5-1-2 now on the Varus Maple. You're not even allowed to fly these days. He's looking for frequent flyer miles, but Mickey having none of it. Knocks him into the wall. Tower falls in the bot lane. No local gold picked up, but the gold that was even just a moment ago now extends to about a 1.5k lead for G2.
I mean, I respect that PSG is willing to skirmish, but it's just a fight over the mid-wave. Varus, the ultimate comes out, but it's actually initiated by Mickey. You're seeing how difficult it is for the Kalista to move into the Poppy. Yike then dives in alongside them. Good Poppy ult. God, Mickey's just so good on the Poppy, isn't he? He makes everything come together. The TPs then come through from both sides. I was surprised to see Junja still trying to fight this, playing with confidence in the 2 versus 3 effectively. But Manesi would be proud as the Kalak comes in.
Right there, those moments, a lot of cooldowns used as well for PSG that could instead have been saved. I don't think PSG is not going to be in a position to try and contest for the second dragon, but it is not what you want to see, particularly in a game where you're down 2 match points. Crucially though, Maple, I think, does have the upgraded ultimate available here. We'll see if that's enough to get PSG the teamfight win that they're so desperately looking for.
Drake up in 25 seconds will be G2's second of the game. You don't have to fight it if you're PSG. You can see in terms of combat gold, they're behind by about 5 percentage points. Azure looking for this mid lane once again. Flash available for Hans Summer. Yike the only one on G2 without one as Yike goes in, the knock into the wall, the counter strike. You can bring down the heavens, but it's only Yike who falls. 1 for 1 so far, but Jungler's going down as Azure tries to get in, rooted with the chain of corruption. G2 now starting to retreat. Broken Blade still in the top lane. No TP, remember, so it's always going to be a numbers disadvantage for G2.
A nice trade back from PSG after G2 initiates the skirmish. Both junglers down means that the dragon is going to be hard to secure, and as you rightly said, numbers in favor of PSG. Maple going to go bot to push out that wave. Aja actually making a beeline back towards top lane to catch this wave, knowing that he has the TP to rejoin the fight should another one break out.
We'll see both members, the junglers that died, make their way over again. Look at the ultimates that were used. I think much rougher on the side of PSG. That empowered ultimate in particular, that's kind of your big trump card. When it comes to these skirmishes, Woody also doesn't have the equalizer available. I wouldn't be surprised if PSG decides to let this one go, particularly with Mickey standing guard. Maybe a catch on Caps.
Caps has flash, has the shockwave, pulls 2. The counter-strike follow-up. The falling star not going to be enough as Yike falls low. Caps actually separated from the team. It was the singularity, but once again it's Mickey going in. Maple flashing away. Caps on Summer. And Mickey trying to fight this one out. TP burned as Broken Blade works his way down. Hearts back towards mid, might just be looking to push out that wave.
G2 should just buy time, wait for Broken Blade to push in the mid wave. Betty.
Mickey has flash, a couple of spears go into his back, the root with the chain of corruption. Ginger taken out by Hans Summer. Mickey with the steadfast presence, the cleanse not enough to keep Betty alive as Hans Summer takes down a double. Breath of life, breath of death for Mickey. Azure going in with the all-out, Hans Summer still alive! As Caps secures the kill. Breath of life in with the astral flight. Hans Summer heals, but Maple's in the wrong side of the woods. As Broken Blade will chase him down the hail and arrows for the slow. Broken Blade takes out his man.
And Broken Blade shows up, takes his last hit and said, guys, you didn't even need me. As PSG desperately trying to get something out of this early game. overstep so much, and I'm gonna sound like a broken record, but this Poppy, like Mickey's playing it well, but you've seen so many of these fights. It is so hard for PSG to get anything done because their engage relies on Junja going in. That doesn't work. A lot of their consistent damage is going to have to come from Betty, but even with the lethality, you're going to have to do at least a little bit of hippity-hoppeting, and that just is not happening.
Hippity-hoppity, get off my property!
That's a great breakdown, Chronicle. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Oh, I'm sure you could have, actually. That ending was a little rough.
No, let's look back at the hippity-hoppity. So it's Caps that actually gets initiated on by Junja. He lands a great shockwave. We're seeing this a lot in these fights. A jungle for jungle exchange. Yike on the front line kind of melts to the damage from Maple. And then it turns thanks to the TP from Aja. Oh, we don't have time. We're back in the action.
Okay, so Maple rode in the Rift Herald, and Caps and Mickey are just here waiting for him. Keep his verdict up. Caps down to half HP. Maple trying to trade back, but I don't think you win these. The channel stopped with the heroic charges. Yike fights on the top side. TP in by Azure, but he's going to be met by G2. It's actually Caps side on the TP as Azure's already fallen. PSG wiped away again. Betty trying to hippity-hoppity, but he just can't find anything.
And this is right in front of Nash. That's going to be the Baron gone. The take with that Vayne is going to be quite rapid, and Betty alone can't do anything here.
Two sides of the map. G2 find advantages. PSG, they're trying to force a skirmish on the top side, knowing that Caps and Mickey are bot, but Yike just comes up clutch. The Baron now secured. G2 need to escape, and PSG's tournament lives are looking rather dire.
7,000 gold in the hole right now. The PCS on the brink of being eliminated. Caps takes a spear to the back, but he can just reset. Yet to die this game. Rabadon's on its way for him. PSG, I mean, one of the surprises of the tournament was their performance against BLG, how well they played team fights, how well their bot lane matched up into what was widely considered the best bot lane in the world coming into MSI. But today, G2 have just outclassed them.
And this all starts with them attempting to take down a Broken Blade, but Vayne is so slippery with the summoners up and the ultimate. And then I think PSG feels safe because they are playing, or they're seeing G2 play on the upside of the map, but with the teleport, that numbers advantage doesn't matter as...
Yeah. Azure is on his lonesome down here, and Yike and Broken Blade will happily take the kill. G2 find another. Drake up in a minute 11 would be their third of the game, and you see how quickly the game has exploded away from PSG.
PSG have found some incredible comebacks before in this tournament, and they're going to need to find another one to stand a chance against G2 with this kind of deficit. Betty, one of the star performers of this roster, has been completely neutralized at the hands of this Poppy pick. Now 3 levels behind Hansama, and angry G2 is beginning their siege with the Baron buff.
It's a 4-1 split. Broken Blade in the bot lane. Doesn't have the final hour up yet, but these towers melt like butter in the face of Yike, Hansama, and Caps. Now they'll path down towards this bottom side. Make sure that Broken Blade can take the turret. No minion wave in mid for a couple of seconds. Mickey just standing over here, buffing up this wave so PSG have to deal with it while the rest of G2 path towards bot.
Maple initially was looking for a flank, then took the Hexgate top, pushes that out, but they're just not going to get anything. The pressure from G2 is way too much. As at least the mid inhib, I imagine both inhibs are going to go down here very rapidly unless PSG pull a trigger.
Junja pulled back with the shockwave, puts the Crescent Guard down, Singularity out by Maple to stop the advance of these minions. Is it 200 stacks? Slowly getting towards that late game Aurelion Sol, but I'm not sure the game will go on long enough for it to happen. Saw a little interesting bit of tech there from Mickey. Charged his ultimate, cancelled it by basing, and then you get the ultimate on a shorter cooldown, obviously. Just a quicker way to cancel it if you are playing Poppy, it seems. But G2, a little mechanics, not really the story of this series, much more about
They do have a 9.5k gold lead, Manic, but I like your attention to detail.
100%, a ton of people are going to start playing Poppy support after seeing it over these last few days. At least you can say you know a mechanic, even if your hands aren't that good.
Hey, I appreciate someone who's detail-oriented, okay?
Yep.
Junja going to try and get something back as he secures the Scuttle Crab. G2 will now just turn their attention to the top lane, and it feels like it's just a matter of time. PSG have done some incredible things at this tournament. They've been able to really make a name for themselves, and I think that many people are going to respect them. Expectations are that we'll see them at this year's World Championship, regardless of the outcome of this game, as G2 continue their assault onto the base and look to round out this series 3-0.
Last inhibitor up.
Mickey? Okay.
He had the Edge of Night there for a bit of shielding, which meant that the engage...
Oh, I understand.
On
Betty.
TP behind, TP behind, Azure. Last chance saloon
All or
for PSG.
nothing.
Can they find it? All or nothing, you say. The skies descend. The equalizer only onto Caps. Pathmaker. Caps flashes away. And now the counter punch is landing. Broken Blade chases CHENGDU out. Already we see Azure fall on the front line, and Broken Blade has the flank against 3. Can he do it? The final hour dashes away. Woody flashing in, and Mickey finds his man. Maple has to flash the wall. It's a double for BB. Maple falls as well, and only Betty left alive for PSG. Not for much longer. Good cleanse, though. Who will survive to watch his Nexus fall. There were doubts about G2 coming into MSI, but here they breathe life into EU as they make it to a matchup against top Esports.
A convincing series from G2, filled with the pressure of the World Championship from last year, looking to not disappoint their region. They have a strong performance from start to finish. Caps deathless in both games 2 and 3. And PSG, they've shown us some incredible things in this tournament. Fantastic comebacks, great team fighting, and some amazing star performances. But today, it was not enough against G2 Esports.
PSG, game 1, everything looked fine. We're able to hold on for a large amount of time, but I think that game 2, that was the backbreaker. Running back the same draft, and from that point on, you're sitting at an 0-2 deficit, and it makes everything so much harder. G2, gonna be very happy. This is the type of win you want going in as you make your run into the tournament.
Going into a matchup against top Esports, PSG take a bow, though. And remember, made it through playoffs. Took down FlyQuest in very convincing fashion, then almost took down BLG, who were widely seen as one of the favorites for the tournament alongside Genji. They were just one game away from not even being in this match. G2 the same, obviously, but I think if I'm a PCS fan, I'm very happy with how PSG have played.
It's of course a little bittersweet because of how close you were, but I definitely agree. An impressive performance, and I'm hoping to see them at this year's World Championship with that same level of play.
Totally agree with you, Betty. We're going to hand it over to the analyst test to break down that series. Take it away.
Dominant series from G2. I liked everything I saw
Now,
today. I
that was
also
not
love the
close.
fact that for once we did not get a content game.
Maybe at least one. Maybe you could have gotten one.
Yeah,
I mean,
first
they're
one.
on the edge of content in game 3.
Yeah,
but they
it's
really
like, just kidding.
Exactly. Mickey's Poppy is so good. That's a series-changing pick if teams are going to let him play it.
Yeah, I really like the adaptation this time around going for the Rumble, but man, like, the Poppy was really effective. And even in this game, just stopping the Aurelion Sol from even getting away. Mickey had an incredible series. Caps, of course, same to him.
Yeah.
In fact, that's the player of the series. So.
I mean, who else? Honestly, a happy Caps is a Caps that plays well, and for me, he had a great, not tournament as a whole, but this series was a statement series from Caps.
I really think it was. Look at that, 23 kills, only 2 deaths. So he's part of 50, only dies twice. Carried the late game team fights and even outplayed the early game ganks, and where this series really was decided in that game 1, because I feel like that was where PSG had the most confidence and G2 was actually the most nervy until Caps kind of took over, and after that everyone else on G2 just backed him up.
Yeah, and talking about outplaying early ganks, his play against the Aurelion Sol, he did it again. He did it before to FLICKR, where he was running circles around Aurelion Sol so he wouldn't hit him.
So
and this time around, it was a 1v2. He got the kill and flashed over the Raptors wall. This was the play!
Here it is. Like, who does this? Who doesn't just flash away?
Wow.
He's just so ballsy that he knows he's going to get the kill. That was the sickest solo kill of the event so far.
Playing to the limits. And he's happy. This is the face of a man who will murder you in the next series, because the next series, guys, is gonna be a tough one. I want to say we're gonna take a look at the lower bracket to see where we leave things after this one. Top Esports is the next opponent for G2.
Yeah, I mean, not easy. I don't feel like they're going to have an easy opponent for the rest of MSI. They took care of business here where they needed to win their first lower bracket game. But the biggest thing is going to be what Jackie Love and Mako do to G2's team. I'd say Hans and Mickey had a really, really good series. But here's a more important salient point here. Like, G2 is actually so good. I know a 29% win rate is not as much as G2 would like, but it's a hell of a lot more than 8. And that's what everybody else from NAEU has been able to muster.
I like these odds. Don't know for you guys.
Especially after that Game 5 series that they had versus T1, and you compare the TES series versus Gen G, like, I would say kudos for TES for even making that series close, because they almost went the distance to be able to get the reverse sweep. So don't sleep on them. But if you cast your mind back to TES versus Fnatic, you know, I think Cream is somebody that actually has had really like a waffling tournament thus far, and he's going to be going up against Caps. That is the one matchup that I have for G2.
Do you remember, Jad, what we said during the draw show? With G2 Esports would rather face off against T1 than top Esports. I guess we're going to see that matchup after all.
We did ask that question.
And I do, and
they get both.
And they get both. They get both in the end. But at the end, I mean, if you want to be the champion, you have to play all the teams. But with the progress that they've made, I want to see how confident they are now facing up against them.
Yeah, I think they should be a lot more confident because of how well they played T1 and how dominant they were today.
And I think TES should be pissed off of just off the last series. They feel like they could have had it, and I think 369 and Cream would have wanted better performances. So I think they're going to be coming in fired up. That's going to be a great series.
Obviously, we have to say goodbye to PSG here, but as the casters said, great showing from them. We'll see if we can see them later at Worlds, but we're headed for a quick break here. But stick around for the Verizon post-game interview with Caps and Broken Blade coming up next.
The light is fading. They dance across the sky. Whoa, oh, oh. But here I'm stuck in time, pretending a prisoner of reasons why. All this time these promises make me feel like it's so real again. Promises remind me of this, take me back to when we both knew what we wanted beneath the setting sun. Promises
of 5 versus T1. I guess many people were wondering, will they be a bit overconfident, you know, going into this opponent? But how overall was the approach?
The approach was for sure a little bit different. I could feel there was not as much tension going into this match. And we could see in the first game we were a little sloppy in the beginning, and then we ramped up. And then game 2 and 3 were very, very clean in my opinion. Played very good League of Legends. So I'm very happy we didn't take them lightly, and we're actually playing our game, and I think it showed.
Caps, for you the same. You had a monster series, I gotta say. But how do you feel you did overall? And when you look across both of the best of 5s you've played now, what do you think about the level?
Thank you. I mean, I think I think the T1 series was some good moments, some bad moments. I think they were doing good plays as well, but I think especially the last few games, I dropped the ball, so that's why I picked the arena today, so I couldn't pick up the ball again and throw it at them. So yeah, I think it went a lot better this time.
Okay, when it comes to the team cohesion, I think Yike is someone who was very outspoken about being disappointed about how that series ended, and we know how important mid-jungle synergy is and how much he is, the younger guy on the team or the least experienced. So how are you working with him to make sure that, it's all good and he can refocus for those next series?
I mean, I think we definitely had... it definitely feels bad, I think, to lose like a series like that, and a lot of fans also very disappointed, right? Because when the closer it is to being winnable, the more frustrating it feels. And we definitely, I think, had a good meeting afterwards and made sure that everyone is like not taking things too hard if people say negative things, because we proved that we can win games against T1. And I definitely think we can win against any team in this tournament. We just need to play our best selves. And if we let our emotions get to us, or if we start letting each other down, then that's how we actually just lose,
Speaking of opponents, in a few days it's top Esports, Broken Blade. So, that's a pretty tough matchup, I would say. Overall, how do you feel you match up to them?
I would like to say we match up pretty well against them. I mean, as we showed so far, I feel like we showed a lot of good performances, and I think top Esports, they obviously did almost a reverse sweep, I believe, against CHENGDU. Yeah. So they're definitely going to be a tough opponent. But now that we have a couple more days to recover and practice, I feel like we're going to be having good odds. So very excited to play against 369. Last time I played against them wasn't too great, but excited.
I think we should touch on that just for a second, because, wow, your performance has been absolutely incredible. I mean, the T1 series versus one of the best tops in the world, and you held your own and more, I want to say. Is that the fruition we're seeing out of all that practice that you have put in recently, of course, with Alfari as well? And how much do you think that is going to be the key to getting far at MSI?
I mean, definitely, I could really feel that this year my laning phase improved quite a lot. I put a lot of effort into that. I still do every day, and I think that's the main reason why playing against these guys is feeling way more easy than the previous years. Obviously, me and my team, I feel like this year we elevated our macro games so much more than we did last year, and the games don't feel like very random anymore. Like we feel like we know what's going on, and I just feel like we are much closer this year to winning everything than last year. So I'm very confident, very excited. I go with this mindset into the game, and then good things happen.
Then good things happen. Thank you so much, and good luck. Europe is behind you as always.
Thank you.
Nothing but excellence is the expectation in today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, where bot lane legends BLG's Elk and T1's Gumayushi go head-to-head.
BLG, they were tested, but they still get it over the line.
These players elevate what it means to play AD carry to a whole new level.
It's another team fight. The T1 win at 24.5 minutes. Why does this keep happening?
Hailed as the best bot lane this tournament, Elk is poised to claim his first international title here at MSI 2024. With a world's title to defend, Gumayushi will do everything in his power to deny Elk the privilege.
T1 will be your 2023 world champions.
They haven't met since last year's Swiss stage, where Gumayushi got revenge for MSI 2023.
T1 getting torn through by the BLG lineup in the final fight of the
series. Can Elk return the favor and show T1 the strength of the LPL?
T1 versus BLG. T1, a team that was always the bridesmaid, never the bride, until they shocked everyone and won the World Championship last year, versus a team with similar storytelling when you look at their last year in the LPL, but now finally getting that LPL title. And just to remind our viewers, at MSI last year, BLG beat T1, but at Worlds, T1 ran through the entire LPL bracket to win their World Championship.
They did that, huh?
Yeah. Welcome to the desk. Thank you.
Nice. Saw you fast walking over here.
I ran because I didn't want to miss this matchup. I guess you can understand.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about the history between those two teams, as you had mentioned, because at MSI just last year, it was BLG that was able to take them 3-1, and it was in large part with how monstrous Elk was. He felt like he was unkillable on his Zeri pick.
The hyper carries really ruled the day last year at MSI. That was the comfort zone for Elk. As you mentioned, those shocks, T1 is almost like single-handedly controlled the narrative that the LCK would be stronger than the LPL, because without them, this MSI performance where you had two LPL teams in the final and also how well they were doing at Worlds up until the point of T1's run was extraordinary.
I like it. You're saying they're kind of like the key to both sides of the coin for the LPL success.
Pretty much. Without T1, the LPL would be ruling the world.
Oh my God. It's interesting because at that time, the key difference was the fact that Yaga was playing, and he was playing like Nautilus and these supportive picks, but he had like great games. Now, the change in the offseason, adding in Knight, gives this team an insane ceiling. And then that's the kind of payoff that they're looking for. As you mentioned, them winning the LPL championship was in part due to that. And now going up against T1, you expect them to win based off of the pieces that they added here.
That is the hope, of course, but this is so interesting. We just saw G2 going up against PSG. Those were the two teams that took these two teams all the way to 5 games. They really had to dig deep, both for BLG and for T1. So I'd love to know what we learned from either of those teams because of all the tape we have.
I mean, mine was really curious because I had a lot of question marks from FLICKR in the series against G2, and Caps has been doing that to everyone this tournament, so you never know if that's going to carry on tonight. But I don't think T1 can win this tournament with FLICKR playing like he did in that G2 series. So he did step up at the end.
Yes.
Game 4 and 5, he had incredible plays, so that's more likely the FLICKR that I expect to see. But that's what stood out to me for T1.
For me, when it comes to BLG, it's the mental fortitude, because losing that 8K goal lead that they had in Game 2 and the way that they did it, and then the next game where it felt they were on kilter, like those type of things you cannot have when you're playing against some of the best teams. Going full 5 games versus PSG is something you wouldn't want. And hearing from Bin after, like in an interview after that series, saying that we just disrespected them. Cannot do that versus T1. I think they'll be on their A game. We'll have better games from them. This is going to be an exciting one.
This could be one of the best series of MSI so far, and we've been a little bit spoiled already, so that's a tall order. Let's see what the fans at home think in our MasterCard fan prediction of the day. I'm hoping this one is really, really close, as that is also the way we perceive the matchup, but it isn't.
Oh my God!
T1 just has too many fans.
Yeah,
it's
disgusting. Guys, you guys
That's
are
a little Delulu, no?
This is not,
or maybe it isn't.
It's a lot Delulu.
There's a lot of T1 fans out here too, as you can see. So
yeah, this is perfect for the fans.
Yeah, not to say that I'm also not predicting T1 to win, just not in an 80-20 fashion. So what is so exciting to me about this game is just how willing both of these teams are willing to fight over the most insignificant things. And how good they are at it.
Yeah.
That's what's amazing, because like when I watch T1, and this is, I'll try and keep this short, they make me question what the best version of League of Legends can look like, because their drafts seem to lack cohesion, they fight over random things, but they're the freaking world champions, so isn't that the best? It's because they are so good at pressing their buttons and fighting and laning that they almost make up for these other things. Or do I just have the wrong understanding of the other things? Are they good at everything?
Maybe they'll show us that today, but you touched on the FLICKR Game 4, Game 5 specifically. Of course, the Ahri, and on the other side, Fortnite. That is also something he really, really wants to be showcasing. And it's kind of interesting that this is such a good matchup in the mid lane, but also even better one when you think about their proficiency on Ahri specifically.
Yeah, they're just insane playmakers for their team. And Emily highlighted it last time, just the win streak that Knight has on his Ahri. do not give them this champ. This is clearly their best champ. And when they have games where they're behind, they will be their key back into it. So we already saw that. You already mentioned the Game 5 that FLICKR had versus G2. That was his way of getting his team that clutch win. Knight will have his. So, like, that's the one pick you don't want on the table. Unless if you're a fan. If you're a fan, hell yeah.
You do.
The 27 wins in a row, every time I see it, it looks like a typo to me. It just, I can't believe it. 27 professional wins in a row on the same champion.
Doesn't make sense.
It's unbelievable.
Let's hear your predictions. It's going to be close, hopefully. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm going 3-1 for T1. How about you, Raz?
Ooh, 3-2 for BLG. I think they just got stronger. And that last series, people are putting way too much energy into it.
I'm going 3-2 T1.
Okay.
Yeah.
So too much energy into the fact that BLG PSG was close?
Yes. Okay. I think people are just taking away a lot of conclusions. When we had a lot of, for instance, the T1 series was incredibly close. And I think we will just see a stronger BLG. They also, that was their first time on stage going in an MSI. So they're still the best team for me.
I know that Jat loves like transitive properties in terms
Yeah.
of like G2 just played PSG who took BLG to 5 games, and G2 who took T1 to 5 games. So whatever you want to take from that, you can. I won't though. We're heading into game. This should be an absolute marquee matchup in the winner bracket at MSI. I hope it delivers. I'm sure it will, and it definitely will with those casters that we have standing on the other side. T1 versus BLG.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk for T1 versus BLG, the first seed from the LPL versus the second from the LCK. But gentlemen, before we dive into this draft, I want to talk about some transitive properties, right? Because 5 games, both of these teams just came off, but G2 just slaughtered PSG in 3. So T1 probably the clear favorites, am I right?
Well, G2 also pushed CHENGDU to 5 games, who beat T1, and then, so it's like, where do we land in the whole scheme of things is kind of a bit up in the air. You
where do
really
we
want to talk about it.
Yeah, where do we land in this draft? Because everything is up for the AD carries, and these bottom lanes are the best bottom lanes that we have seen in a long time. The Senna gets through for T1. Guma gets Senna. This is insane.
Yeah, well, Decker and I just made some eye contact, and we're a bit perplexed about the lack of Senna priority.
Part of the reason why Senna is so insane for T1 is because of this, because of carry as champions, that he gets to play with it. The fed Tom Kench down here, the farming Kench. We're starting game number 1 of T1 versus BLG with just absolute draft Armageddon here.
I actually kind of love it, though, from BLG. This is the one game where I think you're allowed to throw a bit of a wrench in, do a little bit of experimenting, see whether you can beat the Senna. Because after that, I think they have to just keep banning it, because this should be too hard.
It's also the lack of Lucianami that's surprising to me, because I thought that would be the higher priority here for BLG, but they really want to get this Renata, it feels like, for On. Has been a very, very strong pick for him. He's got a 71% win rate over the course of spring, but I do think this is where you're going to see if T1 are just able to manhandle off the back of what is one of the strongest picks for Gumayushi and Kerry in that bottom lane.
Oh, I was actually really liking the Corki, something that we saw in the Gen G series just recently. The Kalista Corki has been a really good bridge, and FLICKR's going to say, yeah, kind of like that idea as well. I'm just going to pick that one on myself.
So funny how LPL Corki has turned from meme into machine at MSI. FLICKR going to have the Corki this time around. I'm already, like, there's already a lot of really, really good scaling and long-range damage on T1. As we turn our sights towards the jungle here, both of these mid laners looking to ban away their opponent's AD junglers. Jarvan always kind of scary there, so they don't want the full combo. Xin Zhao, of course, going to be a priority as well.
I think Cassante as well. I think both of these top laners, 100% win rate so far, most played champion in the tournament. We've heard a bit of speak about good old Cassante so far, and I think it might deserve a bit of a look here.
Well, that's the thing. If you pick Cassante as Bin, you're just opening up for a TF or something along those lines. So it looks like, at least at the moment, BLG want to try and get rid of some of those picks, knowing that more than likely T1 are going to hold off on that counter pick for Zeus in that last rotation. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Bane taken away here as well by BLG, setting up for that potential Cassante here for Bin.
We do know that the Zac is something that Zeus has really enjoyed as well. It was used in the playoffs quite a bit. He was sort of our guy in the LCK that did like playing it. The Wukong, though, going to be taken away from Shun, certainly something that he does love to play. So not going to be seeing it this time around. And in fact, sees a lot more bans than I would expect.
Definitely such a good team fighting jungler, wanting to take out that AoE damage for later. Let's see, are BLG also really worried about the Vayne from Zeus, or are they going to cover here? Because K'Sante, I mean, I'm a big fan of the Poppy counter to the K'Sante, but it doesn't seem like it's been super high priority for a lot of other teams.
I think the Poppy could just be a good lock-in just here. Then you can save that counter pick like you were talking about, Dacta, but instead, it is the priority pick on the K'Sante, and at the moment in this tournament, it means win for these top laners, so you may as well pick it.
So there's two things that have had success versus K'Sante, Poppy and Camille. Bin could play either of them.
What about Gwen?
Yeah, he definitely could play Gwen.
It could be Gwen, but Bin's solo queue name is also I Love Camille. So there's definitely a little bit more of an angle towards the Camille. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that locked in here if he so choosing. Could also just be the Vayne, which we did see him bring out before. But
cute.
Sejuani going to be taking... I actually like the Sejuani because I think other options, Maokai, which isn't really great for the position that you're in, but there it is. The Vayne going to be taken for Bin.
I hate the Sejuani so much that everyone is ranged. Everyone is... Where's your permafrost coming from? This is it's just not it.
Yourself.
It's also, if T1 lane swap, you're kind of in a bit of a pickle here as BLG, because we've already seen Bin, when he ends up in this lane swap scenario against PSG Talon, it did not look good for the Vayne. They didn't really know what to do with them. And if you're in a K'Sante, you're going to be fine. Your Senna and Tam Kench, you're going to be fine to start doing what they want as well, even unlocking Gumayushi early to start playing around the map. So this may not be standard lanes for T1.
Yeah, it's interesting how the Vayne in lane swaps, everybody has started doing the, 2v1 mid basically, where you try and zone off the enemy mid laner. I guess, trying to keep Corki back a little bit would do that, but then you also soak experience from your mid laner and delay Talia's level 6, which is a little bit rough. So we'll see if they end up going for it.
Yeah, we've seen CHENGDU be somewhat successful with the Vayne lane swaps, but T1 haven't really been swapping very much at all so far this tournament. They do generally just really like standard lanes, but I think that if they're ever going to swap, it is in this game. This is the one where you want to avoid it as much as possible, and we'll see whether they do have that string to their bow in this matchup, because I think they might need it, especially being able to have that extra flexibility. But gentlemen, it is time to get into game number 1. Still in the upper bracket here, neither of these teams will be eliminated, but getting into the upper bracket final, absolutely massive.
I'm curious to see how T1 are going to play this one out. Little engage on their side, very much kind of playing to absorb the initial pressure coming through from BLG. So if BLG take it slow and don't overextend, there is a chance that maybe they can crawl out. But as you already alluded to, the amount of range that you have here with the Senna and the Corki, being able to poke out BLG, that's really where BLG have to find some way to dissuade this.
I think it's about the Corki, because if you don't have any engage, it's fine, because you've got all of the range, and you just don't want to engage. You just want to throw rockets as many times as you can. But here we are, onto the Rift for game number 1 of this best of 5. Last time these two teams met, it was T1, but earlier that year, it was BLG. We'll see whether it's going to be a switcheroo or whether it's going to be success once again for T1.
Yeah, it's been so fun following the stories of these two titans in International League of Legends. And with BLG getting Knight on the team here as well, they pick up one of the defending MSI champions from last year. Both of them were able to defeat T1 at that tournament, of course, Knight when he was on JDG, as well as every single one of these other players from BLG. But of course, T1, they ran the entire LPL side of Worlds bracket to become champions themselves. So now we're in part 3 and see if the LPL can get their revenge at MSI, which has historically been their tournament. The LPLs to lose.
Yeah, a lot of people were heartbroken to see that JDG roster split up. We're really hoping we get another round this year, but not to be. And now it's BLG picking up Knight, saying, hang on a second, we can finally get one over JDG, and now they are the top dogs. And now invading on towards Owner as well, really trying to put the hurt on him and make him uncomfortable in this lane swap.
Yep, you can see, like you mentioned, lane swap has actually come through. Bin doing that Vayne thing where you come around and you try and bully out the enemy mid laner, but they've also got the bottom lane involved.
Yeah, and both junglers are taking away camps from the lane swap side of the opponents. It's BLG harassing even more here.
Yeah, Bin is ghosting in. He just wants to get Owner out of here. Stumbling forward, Ona taking a fair bit of damage as he does make it back to his inner turret, but he's been removed from that side of the map.
It's a huge win because of it. The fact you get on right of that side means that you've got more camps there for Shun, who's managed to take out all 3 on the opposite side of the map. So now, having been there, it means that they can start to get more experience for Shun. They can spend longer on this bottom side. Zeus is trying to sneak into lane here, but I think this is going to be a dive as soon as he shows his face on that bottom end.
It's getting a little bit worrisome. T1 do manage to at least get that free lane towards the top side.
I think next thing we should have Sejuani cross over and finish up these other 2 camps here because of the hard work that Bin and On put in, chasing Owner out of their blue quadrant of the jungle. And he's heading over to the bottom side now. Looks like they're heading up. Senna here waiting, and they want to pull a trap themselves.
Yeah, Carrier has teleported in here as Zeus and Gumayushi coming on down to 3v3 for now, but already Carrier's taking so much damage. Eats the Grey Health, is on, taken down to 200. And T1 have at least wrestled some control and do get to take this experience.
They will get the experience, and the problem is, as you look at the top side, BLG bet to lose this massive wave. No TP on Bin means that he won't be able to collect that. So you are getting Shun with some experience advantage, being able to get the camps at least here, as he will be able to smite this one away. But you're getting Vayne very far behind versus Zeus, who's already hit that level 2 spot.
Meanwhile, Owner here is at least going to be able to pick up his Gromp, so the only thing really stolen away from their side was the blue buff. Not too bad for him. He can just go up to Raptors and get topside Scuttle Crab probably.
Yep. FLICKR doing the walk strategy to avoid the seismic shove, something that we've spoken about a lot in the LCK.
It's a good, it's good ability.
It's pretty good.
And BLG are going to drop this top wave at the moment, though. You saw that Elk had started to move up towards that top half of the map, but instead they're trying to force these 2v2 lanes, so immediately going to move Elkanon back down towards this bottom side. But we'll need Shun to come up here because the wave in a bit of an awkward spot for them, so I think they'll need Shun to help them get control there to force the bounce back.
Actually kind of working out well. If you have a look at the top of your screen, T1 in about a 100 gold advantage or something like that, but did with that big wave being missed by the... Oh, no. The corpse of the cannon flew up into the air.
You know as soon as...
Oh, FLICKR going to get pulled back! And that is first blood going tonight, and it's a solo kill!
The golden left hand coming up clutch for BLG. There was so much movement on the map, we forgot about the mid lane. And just like that, Knight able to pick up one against the Demon King.
Huge mistake from FLICKR here. FLICKR with no flash, no teleport, and Knight the early lead.
Valkyrieing over some rocks. It's not what you want to be doing. FLICKR immediately teleports back to the wave, so at least won't miss out on any CS, but this is a great start for BLG.
It's interesting because of the desync on the camps there, Owner actually steals away Gromp, and so Shun is coming out to top side of the map, but not going to be a lot there for him, so waste a little bit of time before he realizes and is going to correct course down to the bottom half of the map.
I'm starting to get a little bit nervous for FLICKR, though. I mean, Cap solo kills him twice, now having this solo kill by Knight as well. It feels like FLICKR's laning phase has just not really been up to par from what we've seen thus far at MSI, and flying straight over the rocks into the flick back. It's a great pickup from Knight there.
To me, the worst part is the flash afterwards, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, it was really good placement by Knight, pushing FLICKR into that kind of corner, but then to also use your flash and Knight gets the auto off and gets the kill there, that is insane advantage.
Well, BLG now pushing forward here towards the bottom side. Guma does slink down into the mist, but Shun's making his way in. Arctic Assault is going to find the center, and there's the Weaver's Wall as well. They take down Gumayushi, and there's the flick on the Carrier as well, but Owner is there with the stab. Finally, they take down the Tom Kenshin. A 2-for-1. BLG will take it.
BLG added Knight to the roster, and he is destroying T1 here. The roam down to the bottom side. They get even more. The cannon dies to the tower. Elk is zoning them off. BLG came to play here at MSI.
The rumors of BLG's death have been greatly exaggerated. BLG looking great here against T1. You can already see the movement here. Elk and On go hyper aggressive, knowing that Knight has already got the move in mid. The mistake from On was using the bailout already, but back to life.
Yeah, in the meantime, that is going to be the handshake on top of the rocks. There is the seismic shove, and FLICKR is just going to try and deal with the wave. He knew that he was dead.
There's a reason this was one of the most hyped up roster moves of all time here. Knight being added to the roster, and it just looks like BLG are going to slaughter them in game number 1.
At least in the early game. Currently a 1,000 gold advantage. And T1, I mean, we don't like using the scaling word necessarily, and T1 are not a team that generally draft for scaling, but they do have a lot of it in this particular game. So if you are a T1 fan, maybe not completely over yet, especially if Zeus is going to have a good time here towards the top side, going all out, does get condemned into the alcove. So Bin should be able to create enough distance to avoid getting solo killed.
You can see that Bin wanted to go back for the cannon, but going to have to give that one up. Instead, going to join for the Void Grubs to get that, as T1 will trade for the Dragon on the bottom side. So T1 at least getting a nice Hextech Dragon for themselves, but I think the big factor is going to be Knight getting his early lead, being able to control that mid lane, starting to look for more roams as this Weaver's Wall comes up, and FLICKR trying to beat him to the punch here, at least leaning towards his bottom side, but I don't really think he can dive or do anything here for the bot side.
Yeah, T1 are notoriously hard to finish games against, so definitely a very good point to bring up, Atlas, especially when you do have Guma on the Senna and FLICKR continuously scaling on Corki.
Well,
but
he might be dead yet again. There's the flash handshake to come out from On as Guma. He's trying to get out of there, but I don't know whether it's going to work out as Elk is just dashing behind him, finds the pierce, and he just explodes. Carrier, he has to flash to get on out of there, but this 2v2 is all BLG.
This is the best bot lane in the LPL, and they are showing up against Gumayushi and Carrier. You got a little taste from Jackie Lovamako, but BLG are the real champions of the LPL.
Think about what this can do for the entire series draft as well. BLG, they're not afraid of the Senna that is so frequently banned against T1, and people are so scared of giving to them. If you let them have it in the opening game and then are able to crush it, look at On, flashes in for the handshake here, says you're not gonna get away, you're against the wall, and Elk will chase you down. He flashes away from the Tahm Kench knock up. He knows he's got enough spears for the Rend.
And the thing is, usually, you do talk about what Kobe was saying. The fact that T1 have this comeback potential, they are so clutch, but look at the playmaking that they really have on their side. It's not a huge amount. This is a squad that wanted to play from an even or even a position where they're ahead, to look for poke, to try and set up on objectives early, but how well BLG are doing, it's going to become very, very difficult for T1 to have any sort of control.
Yeah, and this is going to be the big test for T1, because as Kobe was saying, I mean, it is a team that is difficult to close games against. But right now, BLG have started off exactly the way they need to. FLICKR clears out that minion wave, but he'll have to go back home. Teleport at the ready. Just have to see what these first few skirmishes are going to look like, because if BLG put the screws in, if this gold lead only extends as we go further on, it's going to be so difficult for T1 to make any sort of moves. And like what you were saying, as far as what the draft means moving further forward in the series, could be a disaster for T1.
You're looking at some of the cards that T1 have pulled out when they are behind in games. It's very early on to talk about them, but the classic Baron Rush.
FLICKR. Yeah, well, FLICKR's just going to face check, put in prison here, and the wall is set up behind him. There's the Flash Valkyrie, using him in the right order this time around, but he's still dead. The rocks are thrown at him, and there goes the Corki for the third time.
Oh, Knight is just demolishing the GOAT in mid lane right now. Another rock, another death for FLICKR. Mid lane is blown wide open, and that means he can push on turret plates while bottom keeps up the pressure with no fear of a collapse. They even call over Shun here for the extra vision. Look at this blue quadrant of T1's jungle. It is lit up. There is no way that T1 can really supply resources to bail out Guma and Carrier.
And Knight really has been the kingmaker for so many teams in the LPL. Starts off on top Esports, gets their first ever championship for themselves, then moves over to JDG, manages to flip the script and get another one, but now in boss.
In goes Carrier, looks for an opportunity here on to Elk. The bailout should be there, but the Devour is as well. Elk, he is going to get taken down, not going to be able to trade back. Carrier doesn't even need to eat the gray health, and T1 are on the board in the bottom lane.
Okay, they got the resources down bottom to bail them out, but top side.
Bit of a trade here is now the all-out just going to pull in the special delivery piggy, and Zeus going to be able to survive.
Huge move there as owner.
In the meantime, there's a little bit more that happened towards the bottom side of the map, but once again, FLICKR in trouble. Knight taking a little bit back with that phosphorus bomb, but I think that he's absolutely fine with how this mid lane is going. Already a couple of plates being removed.
Gotta compliment Owner though. His jungle is lit up with all these wards, so he goes down through the lane to bottom side, and Carrier is able to help him, get the play there. with the lane gank. That was so necessary for T1 because BLG still going to take away the rest of the Void Grubs, and that will be 6 Grubs that will help them out. But here it is. Owner with the lane gank to avoid the vision. Keria with his famous Tom Kent starts it out, and they actually get a kill down here onto Elk.
Brilliant knock-up coming through from Kerry to start that one out, and there's just nothing you can do as BLG, and the follow-up then from Owner as well, knowing that he'd be able to get on 2. That's 2 kills now with the Kraken Slayer completed for Owner. He's in a great spot, and if he can start to play around bot side once more here, maybe they can go again.
Well, it's going to be the turret going down. That is going to be first brick going over to BLG. Bit of extra money in the coffers, definitely good thing. 2.2k now that score. Like you were saying, Owner is here. But On still looking for some opportunities. Not going to get snared up by the center here as we're just trading back vision as much as possible. Knight and Elk with the most gold in the game, as we saw just there, is now FLICKR with the package at the ready. Avoids everything, or everything misses. Package going to get delivered as the Drake now being considered by T1. Snare connects onto Shun, but he is still in this fight, at least for the moment. Maybe getting a lot of damages. There is a huge burrow right on top of BLG and T1. I think we may have started counting him out too early, as Owner hopping around this fight as his version of a Callista, and they'll take a Drake.
The unseen catfish is the deadliest. Keria from the Dragon Pit, and the Abyssal Voyage sends BLG packing. That is going to be T1 bouncing back. They're going to pick up the Dragon afterwards, and they have recovered.
Brilliant read from T1 as well. On had already used that big ultimate in that last fight on bot side, so they're counting down the timer saying, yous don't have it. And when the Sejuani ult goes wide as well, FLICKR turns it on. He says, we have the tools we need to follow this up. And with this, Keria, beautifully executed knock-up on so many members of BLG here, and they're being in trouble on top side.
Yeah, Keria is now ganking. He's like, well, I want to fight in the river. Let's see whether I can get another one, as Bin is going to ghost and use that final hour to make sure that he is able to get away. But that is Summoner Spells and Ultimate now down.
It's always so cool to watch how T1 will protect their members, and even if someone is making mistakes, like FLICKR was in the early game, he still stands up in that Dragon fight. He avoids the Sejuani ult, then has a big package to start up the fight, and the rest of Team 1 pick up the slack. Keria really doing a lot of work for this team.
This might be a bridge too far here for Zeus, who is going to have to try and get something done to get out of here. Has ghosted, has made it underneath the turret, but there's the flash forward. He is going to get stunned to the wall with the Condemn, and there's the kill going over to On. 4 members going to be enough to deal with the Cassante here, and they should also be able to grab a second turret for themselves.
Just a question of how far do they want to keep going. Bin going to reset to try and move on down to the bot side, but FLICKR should be able to respond with the turret himself, so T1 at least only losing out on what is just a kill, but still BLG stepping up on this top side. They have the Rift Herald in tow, but I think they want to try and keep that for mid and a potential Dragon in 3 minutes time.
And Owner's the only one here picking up these.
Oh dear, there's a Glacial Prison, and yep, he's normally a pretty slippery champion, but it's not going to work out there. Tries to Heartbreaker, but he's the only one getting heartbroken here. And T1 loses a jungler.
That was a rough one there for T1. Owner was the one with the bounty on his head. Owner was the one getting a lot of these kills and soaking up the farm there. BLG, they lie in wait in the fog of war. They strike again, and they want to continue this snowball. Now, with all the extra vision that they left up on this top side becomes very scary for T1 to play. FLICKR, of course, he is at least Corki, has his W, has his flash available, but that tower being down and all the extra vision for BLG does allow them some really strong side lane options here. They're the ones with the Vayne that they could put in the side lane. They're the ones with the Taliyah ultimate that is ready to make the cross map play.
The Rift Herald, though, I don't think was supposed to go down this soon. They don't really have their lanes in any sort of shape, and you can see oh no, T1 going to be able to move across, and the charge is now gone, but Terror may just fall regardless.
Yeah, it's just gone anyway. Might get another charge, but it looks like T1 should be able to stop Shelly from getting anything done. Another Abyssal dive just to make sure that she is bouncing around.
New Herald is best change to the game that they've added in a long time.
The ability to mess it up.
Yeah, we have some people that need their licenses revoked in the LCK. As in fact, maybe one of them in this game as well. As another Abyssal dive does come on down from Keria, but he's kind of trolled a little bit by the Blast Cone.
It was a nice attempt, trying to get On knocked back by the Blast Cone, maybe get him over the wall and he can finish him off, but not quite. And now BLG setting up once more. T1 spotting them. BLG just trying to get control over this bot side because they know they have a stronger 1-3-1. If they can continue to keep this pressure for Bin, he can start to chip away at these turrets on bottom side.
Yeah, now we need to calm down a little bit. BLG need to extend the open map play here. Make use of your split push, make use of your Taliyah ultimate here, looking for these picks, keep the pressure up on T1. Because as Alice brought up, this is such a hard team to pin down, and they can rely on FLICKR and Guma later on into the game as the stacks accrue here for the Senna, as the Corki starts to accrue items.
And as G2 learned as well, you got to be very careful about where T1 place their vision, because they will always try and find some ward in behind you, some way to get FLICKR with a package in behind the back line, something to bring them back into this game. So BLG going to have to be clinical in how they close this one out.
And I'm looking specifically at Knight here. He has been so good this game. His Seraphs has evolved already.
Oh, Glacial Prison going to be avoided there by Kara, utilizing the walk. That time has to flash, though. As Ona dashes forward, Shun just absorbing as much as he can. All 5 members of T1 grouped up, though, ready to get this siege going on. 35 seconds on the Drake is probably why we're seeing a bit of an ARAM.
They really want to prevent FLICKR from resetting. They'll have the package in base and that teleport to come out, so BLG trying to play aggressive on the wave.
Nice with the big shot. It's going to find Gumayushi. He's just going to have to get devoured. A huge resource now just taken away from T1.
To be Dragon at least there. I mean, that's so much health off of Guma, and not having the Tahm Kench flash or ultimate for Keria here. I think BLG have won themselves a stop to the Dragon stacking from T1. Knight again comes up huge, but the package teleport from FLICKR is used to the top side of the map, so they're going to trade an objective at least.
Q not going to find the mark there, neither does the handshake though, as Zeus does get under his inner turret. FLICKR heads towards that top side like you were talking about, and so just trying to get as much money as possible. And I think T1 are probably pretty happy that they managed to get the first 2 Drakes this game, because this is a Corki composition. One, getting the first Drake, generally hard. You don't have the package available for that one. The second one, far more possible, something that they were able to do by winning a team fight. And this one, don't necessarily need to get it. They're happy for the game to extend.
This is going to get more difficult for T1 though. The problem is Knight very far ahead of FLICKR in the side lane. Going to be tough for him to really try and counteract the push that Knight has. And now with Bin being able to pick up a sizable gold lead, 1.5k for himself, he's going to be able to push in on bot side relatively easily and give a lot of control for BLG to push mid into a potential play on top. And once you start to lose control of topside jungle, Baron becomes available for BLG. So I think a lot of T1 is going to be trying to pick off members of BLG as they enter into their topside jungle and see if they can find BLG T-Sinks, because BLG haven't been the best side lane team in the LPL.
See what they can get done here as Shun back into his jungle, just trying to get a bit of money here. And T1 at least allowed back towards the mid lane. They need to start trying to break open this outer turret in mid though, because this map is getting smaller and smaller for T1. As Knight taking a little bit of poke damage here. That big one would have really hurt, so thankfully he's able to avoid it. T1 trying to pressure forward.
They're going for it. The teleport play here with the Taliyah. Bin is close to his Trinity Force as well. Bin's got a lot of money. If they can kill Zeus.
Yeah, Zeus going to have to try and find that all-out angle. Let's see whether he can get out of this one. Just dashes. All right, that's how you do it. You just press Ghost and run. Fine.
Yeah, it turns out if you're really quick, it helps in trying to get away from a Taliyah who has no setup. So nicely done there by Zeus to escape, and it's just a teleport burnt by BLG.
I already can see the chat, you know, everybody complaining about Cassante. People have been complaining about Ghost for a while as well, so the combination of the two allowing Zeus...
it's really funny that people complain about Ghost and not Flash, which is...
We've had like so many years of complaining about Flash. It's just not in vogue anymore, dude. I don't think you're allowed to.
Because Flash is a given now. People are like, if you take away my Flash, don't you dare touch my Flash. That's a given. Everybody will have that one.
When are we going to get to the point where we just give Flash to everyone and you can choose 2 other summoner spells?
It's actually now, you actually cannot choose to not select Flash. I don't know if you've tried.
Oh, well, Zeus is straight up cheating, as we can see. But he is Cassante, so I guess half of his kit is Flash. So it's fine. All right, T1 still without any control of this Baron area. Some wards that have been turned off, and now, speaking of getting turned off, Ona is out of there. Things went black and white for him, unfortunately, and that is going to be Knight collecting another one. They also might augment this with a purple buff. As T1 now trying to get in there, trying to stop this from happening. This could be disaster. Could really break open the game. BLG down to 50% health on this Baron. The Weaver's all comes through as Zeus. He wants to try and get over that. Now FLICKR off to the side on a bit of a flank angle. Decent amount of damage can be done here, and that is going to be the Baron secured by BLG. Just beautifully played. Kill the jungler, take the purple worm, and now start closing out this game.
Nice patience there from BLG, just waiting until you make that one misstep from Owner, doesn't end up sweeping the brush, and immediately they get the Baron, and now this 1-3-1 only becomes even more difficult to deal with as T1.
Yep, some wards turned off, but not the critical ones. That one is going to mean death. On flashes to follow the seismic shove with his handshake, so there is 0 time for Owner. He goes down, and instantly BLG, this team is so good, they're so quick, and their end game here in playing out the side lanes is so easy to execute. Bin, we mentioned the lead that he has on this Vayne. The Trinity Force is complete. He is a monster. They can continue to put that pressure on the side lanes, close in on your jungle, take away any space that T1 have to get any sort of jungle camps for themselves. And now you have to worry too, is there a ward in every single brush? Am I instantly going to get jumped on here? As BLG, they keep up the pressure. They pin T1 on their own side of the map.
Yep, 33 seconds until the second Infernal Drake of the game, as well as wards getting thrown down here. Control what at least some vision in this little pathway between top and mid lane. The Dragon's certainly something that BLG can just head back to and take for free, but T1 trying to hold on to all of their inner turrets here. This one is going to go down. BLG with good pressure in multiple lanes. Now Bin not going to push any further forward. This is a little bit of a dangerous spot as he does get interrupted. Zeus getting that wraparound. Final hour does come on through. As now just looking to turn it onto FLICKR. Is this going to be the 1v2 as the all-out does come through? There's the pullback, and now Bin is so fast. He just kills FLICKR. Can he get out is the question. The answer is, does he even want to? Gumayusi coming around, and I think he will be shut down, but a 1-for-1, you take those.
Everyone at T1 was needed to take down Bin, and he still gets a kill. This guy is a monster. The shadow boxing into hitting hard for the BLG top laner.
And now this inhibitor should follow as well as Carrier. So many sticks in him as Ona trying to get himself out of there. Thankfully, Carrier is pretty tanky with the fact that he's the one that's been farming, but this inhibitor not long for the world. And BLG, they grab themselves their second dragon, and I reckon that Red Bull Baron power play feels pretty good.
And this is why BLG were terrifying in the LPL. They get these leads, and they do not let up. Looking for these picks, looking for these plays, and Bin, this was immaculately done. Turns on towards FLICKR with the invisibility, and even though Zeus brings in one direction, flashing away from the phosphorus bomb keeps his health up and makes sure that he can finish off the Corki. Nearly turning on to Owner as well, but eventually Gumayusi says enough of this as he shows up to wrangle him into position.
They had to use absolutely everything to take him down there, so T1 just getting stretched a little bit too thin. The Baron buff has worn off. 2.5 minutes until we do get the next round of those, and a 6,000 gold lead here for BLG. But I think it's the map lead that really is the backbreaker for T1. They just cannot get out and start any of these team fights. They can't get BLG into a position where any of this poke means anything.
100%. The map does not get easier to play for T1. The side lanes do not get easier. Even your own jungle has been taken over here. BLG, they return. Knight cuts them off with a bit of a wall.
Well, Carrier actually going aggressive there. Not sure about that one as now hostile takeover comes on in. Both tanks just doing battle, and Bin puts Carrier in the ground. Zeus not looking as tanky as he has in some of the other games here at MSI. The inner turret is going to be taken down. BLG, just a couple of turrets standing beside the Nexus for them to get rid of. They're going to start with this top lane inhibitor turret as Ona on that flank angle. Teleport to come in as well. Shun down to 50% as now Zeus thinks he may have found an angle here. The flash forward from Gumayusi doesn't manage to find the snare, and neither does Zeus. The all-out comes on through. FLICKR delivers a package to the backline and gets rid of Knight. Could this be the team fight they're looking for? FLICKR, he goes down, but I think they're just too big, and Elk is ripping them apart, rendered down. And I think that's the last gasp for T1 in game one.
The speed up would not be enough for Elk to get the quadra kill, but the BLG bot lane has come alive finally in this game. T1 thought they could fight the 4 versus 5, but they were sadly mistaken.
It's closing in around T1. That is 2 inhibitors down. On gets slowed, but Bin has arrived to the party as well. He's got a bottom minion wave to work with, and that tower doesn't stand a chance.
Yep, looks like we're going full tutorial here, gentlemen, taking down all of these inhibitors before we get to work on the Nexus. T1, I don't think they're going to be able to stop this. Multiple super minions coming in now. And yeah, I think just run away from Bin is going to be the rule until you can get him into another game. This one, I wouldn't try to fight him.
Monstrous stuff this game for BLG to open the series this way. Let's take a look at this team fight again, though, because this was T1's hope. The teleport in from Zeus, they know they've got package timing here for FLICKR. So Guma tried to flash at Knight. It didn't quite have the range, but then Knight flashes afterwards away from the Q, and FLICKR hits him with the package. That gets the 1,000 gold shutdown, but the Kalista is still hitting. Zeus tries to go in and get the triple knockup, but he was unable to get Elk with that knockup, and Elk's just gonna mow them down. This bottom lane for BLG. They were so confident, they let Guma have the Senna, and they punished it as well. On his Renata, flashing in for handshakes in lane, really bullying them there. And then, of course, the mid lane difference that we saw, Knight over FLICKR, obviously a huge factor as Sun's having a little fun in the jungle.
Yep, not really taking too much damage here, but is going to be able to interrupt Zeus on his attempted way out. And now 1 versus 5. I don't think that one's going to be winnable there, Zeus. As BLG, they're teleporting. They're trying to finish this one off right now. Knight heads towards that bottom lane carrier there to try and meet the wave. Knight is so incredibly frightening. 4 versus 5 here. Only 2 turrets remain here for T1 as they're looking to desperately hold on. It feels so hopeless as the hostile takeover is gigantic. There's another handshake from On. He is just so good at this champion. Gumayushi is going to get flattened, and T1 going to get pulled out of their fountain. Carrier, not enough great health to go through here as he will be rendered where he stands. And there goes the Nexus on game 1. BLG up 1-0.
The LPL and MSI, fellas. That is frightening.
Especially when you gave over the picks to T1. And if you think back to MSI 2023, it was the bot lane for BLG and for JDG getting control that really blew open a lot of their series against the LCK. And now we're seeing it again with BLG looking so damn good against the T1 bot lane.
They had some happy games versus PSG.
Yep.
Let's see if they're focused. Let's see if they're locked in for an entire series. Game number 1 was a blasting.
And I do think that it's almost worse than just losing this game 1, because now so much added flexibility, like we were talking about in the very beginning, with leaving that center up and available. I think they're pretty happy to go for that one again. But gentlemen, I think it's time to throw it back to the analyst desk and see what Shocks and the gang thinks about that game 1.
Well, I am blown away by how BLG started off the series. What a fantastic performance. And in all lanes, really, we gotta say, because you did talk about the bot lane, absolutely. Why not? But also the mid lane from the very start. Also the Vayne top from Bin later on. So, you know, where do you try to fix first?
Let's just say, if you have a ship that's capsizing, you have too many holes. It has to start mid, because that was just what opened this door up. It really started with that 4-minute solo kill into the fact that he was able to get a roam down mid, and then he goes back mid, then he has to actually, then Sejuani's coming in as well to really help out, so it felt like mid was the major problem this game.
It started there, and we will take a look at some of those plays as well, but I do want to start with our HyperX Reflex replay, the Vayne from GigaBin. I mean, this guy.
And we're showing this because it was cool.
It was fun.
It wasn't necessarily game deciding, but it's for the style points. Like, look at this. Both T1 solo laners going at Bin. Doesn't have Ghost at the very start. Ghost now because it came off cooldown. And just watch, going in and out of invisibility, flashes the Foss Bomb, zips past Owner, and if we cut the video here, it's the greatest outplay of all time.
Yeah.
So, great job by Bin. Cut the video. Shoot. But it was still an amazing play, essentially getting the third solo kill of the game by someone onto FLICKR, which is, I think, going to be, to Raz's point, what was a worry for T1 against G2 and continues to be an early series
Did
worry
you erase
here
your
against BLG.
board? Because you said FLICKR question mark,
well,
right?
it's because he died 3 times, so he just vanished from the series.
So it was more of an explanation. So, like, that was the thing. It basically, Knight was just reminding you why that off-season acquisition happened. He just instantly started with a lead. And really, that was probably the most scary thing about BLG, is that any lane can do it to you. And that's what made that first replay all the better. So then you go into this replay where that first kill happens.
Again, man.
Insane, instantly leading into this bot lane play. And it was just a constant sequence from BLG that T1 couldn't recover from.
And also, like, the fact that they were willing to give Gumayusi Senna, but then Knight is the one who ended up shutting it down. And I think the worst thing for FLICKR in his deaths, especially the first one, is that he's not just dying, he's dying and using all his stuff.
Yes.
So it's easier to kill him again. So twice he tried to flash to safety and still died, which is very un-FLICKR-like.
Yeah, we were talking before the G2 T1 series specifically about FLICKR and how his laning phase has been so good on top of kind of the map play, and I think that's exactly the thing that's been lacking in these last 2 best-of-5s for FLICKR, because the solo kills keep happening, and that is, well, it's a worrying trend. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah, you know what? I agree with the old Jat.
Because it's the best way to describe it.
It is.
Yeah, I agree. It's just something's not clicking in these early portions of the series, because it was finally able to happen later on in that G2 series. But the fact that in game 1 it is the shocker that you wouldn't expect. And I would say, you know, credit to T1 because they did turn the game back.
Yeah, they did a bit.
So like that dragon fight where Carry was able to get a 2-man knock-up and then, okay, the you know, engine's starting to roll. But then BLG find 2 key picks on side lanes and then get the pick on Owner that leads in towards Baron. There is so much that happened here, and this is the replay that I was talking about, because at first they're trying to go for FLICKR's head with the package. He uses it to regroup with his team, and then as the play goes on, just look at Tahm Kench angling for a play.
And it's the coordination that the whole team has, because the instant he flies in, Guma's pre-channeling his Senna ultimate so that it lands during the knockup from the Tahm Kench W. FLICKR chases on to end up finishing out the fight there. And you can see FLICKR still ended up doing 20,000 damage for the numerous times he was solo killed. So I do think we're still going to have a very competitive series because of how cohesive T1's team fighting is always going to be, regardless of the circumstances.
What do you got here? What are we looking at?
Cassante lost.
That is actually a dub. We'll take that win, as much as I love the champion.
We'll take the dub. But it does also mean, right, all these things that mean things for the series. You know, you can't just say that, oh, if we give Carry a Tom again, we'll win again. That's not the way these things work. It's just across the board, there's a lot of these little instances where for FLICKR needs to stabilize that lane or find a way to with the team together. Gumayushi is always consistent, but he can't really do anything in this situation. The Cassante has a counter. Will you now ban it? I mean, it's had a counter. It just hasn't won that many times.
Yeah.
Are you going to ban that out? You know, a lot of choices to make.
I think if you're T1, FLICKR is going to be the first one that calls it out and say, look, I don't think there was anything wrong with the draft. I'm just going to play better. He's already meditating just so he can go into the next game with a clean focus in mind. I think that's the proper way. Because that game 1 was tough right in the early game.
Red side.
Yeah, that's some stubbornness right there, I would say. Just because, generally speaking, I'm a blue side enjoyer.
Yeah.
And I'm more of an enjoyer of switching sides when you lose. That's like my favorite thing to do. So
you do it a lot?
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, if you're looking at the champions on paper, T1's going to be really happy with that draft.
Yeah.
And I do wonder how much of it is going to actually be a salty run back, because there isn't anything that jumps out to me as like, man, they had a really hard time dealing with X.
Yeah.
It was more, I think T1 might just say, you know what, we just have to play better, and they might run back a lot of the same picks.
I agree with you.
And the only thing, too, if you want to take it away from individuals, is just that, once again, the way they played side lanes was faulty. Like, they got to pick on towards Cassante and then got to pick on Owner. You cannot be bleeding further like that when you're already in a deficit. That's the only thing that I would look at and say, these are the things we just need to clean up. Next game will be better.
Salty run back, yeah, salty run back.
I'm a big fan of salty
I'm
run
not
back.
a
But they
fan,
can't really because it's on the
but
other
I do
side,
think
right?
it will happen.
I have enough ego where you're just going back to it.
Or kind of salty run back.
Yeah.
Back to the
Oh,
casters.
it's full salt.
esport is the entertainment of the future.
Nobody takes a title from G2.
I'm doing something I've trained my whole life to do.
Claim their 9th title.
Find something you're good at, become a master at it, and then try to connect it to the esport world.
Red Bull gives you wings.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for game number 2. T1 taking on BLG. Already, the LPL first seed have been able to take the first game. We'll see whether they can take the second as well. As I've only been gifted 3 zeros. So
Oh, no.
And this has not started the way I wanted it to.
So what do you think? Because FLICKR was actually the first one back to stage for T1, and he immediately sat down, and it looked like he was in practice tool. So what do you think he was practicing? Dodging.
Pressing flash before Valkyrie, I think, is what he was trying to go for. Already, we are here into the Champ Select powered by Omen and HyperX, and we have Raz's wish might be granted here because the Kalista already locked in. Talia going to be taken away. That's the adaptation. We'll see whether Senna is still going to be locked in here, and it should be.
I think it's a huge adaptation. The teams that have not had super high priority on Talia have all been punished. That you need to slam this champion, especially when the Ahri, Orianna, Azir are banned. So really good adaptation, I think, here already for T1. We'll see what FLICKR can do on the opposite side and what Knight's answer will be into it.
Yeah, we're going to get the Renata at least first anyway, but I'm curious because, I mean, you're already seeing Ori, Azir, Talia, Ari taken away. You're kind of going down into the next tier of them. Maybe it'll be something like a Nico that he just decides to go back towards to make sure that he's going to be okay. But I think you do have to take mid lane here. Otherwise, you end up in a position where you just ban away even more of these picks. But LeBlanc has been a very strong pick for Knight for a very long time. And he may just bring this one out here.
Has certainly worked in the past into a Talia, but the pick away on the Cassante. Finn, he hasn't lost on this champion yet. Zeus was handed his first L on it in the last game. We'll see whether it's going to be a blessing or a curse here.
For T1, though, I feel like you could still take a counter pick here for your top lane. Kerry has shown he plays so many things with Senna.
Well, this is the thing, like, because you can't ban Maokai, Tahm Kench, and Ornn, which are all of his Senna champions.
Sejuani as well, just...
Yeah, that's true. Like, Poppy would be fine, I'm sure. But instead, the Tahm Kench will be locked away, and we'll see whether Gumayusi Kerry are going to have a better time in exactly the same lane matchup in game number 2.
So probably going to get some jungle bans from T1 to target Shun here, and then BLG protection ban this Cassante. It sounds really weird to say that, protection for Cassante, but you know, are you worried about the range tops yourself? Are you worried about you know, the Camille or the likes of Poppy as well?
I mean, Twisted Fate, Vayne are probably the bans, right?
I'd imagine so. And then I imagine you're going to get the LeBlanc ban to round it out with the Nico. We already kind of highlighted, look, nice, going to struggle when it comes to champion pulls. He's a big, like, Silas player and a Kali player and that kind of stuff, so maybe we end up seeing him go back towards those assassins. But yeah, there's the TF ban. I've no doubt Vayne is going to shortly follow here for BLG.
And then what does it mean? Is it going to be the jungle pickup and then we have, you know, Zeus holding on to that final pick? Or, because the top lane has been exposed already, do we allow Ona to get a good matchup there in the jungle?
Yeah, I really like a Xin Zhao pick for BLG. Yeah. I feel like would go pretty hard.
Would also go pretty hard for T1 as well, and Ona loves that champion at the moment. Certainly one of his favorites, as that is the Tristana taken away. Saw Caps have pretty good performance on that champion in the last series, and Knight, no stranger to it either. Does pair very well with the Kalista, especially if you're playing the more lethality version. Gives you a bunch more of that consistent damage later into the game. So an understandable ban. Will it be the Vayne? Will it be something else? I think a Xin ban could also be a decent one here for BLG. Ball's in their court, though. We'll see what they decide to take away.
I mean, Aurelion Sol is up as well. It's not exactly a nice pick. We saw him have a pretty miserable time on it in the playoffs and kind of said, hey, I picked it because Chovy picked it. But maybe he's put in the errors. We'll have to see what exactly he wants to go for in that mid lane. But I imagine you're going to get your jungler here just to try and make sure you're okay. And you get that first pick here for Owner with the... Although, with the Cassante locked in, maybe you just go for the counter pick and hold jungle counter. Because maybe you want to go for something like a Jax if Xin Zhao is taken.
I kind of like the priority pick on the Xin.
Yeah,
like you were saying, Kobe, it's just something that has been really strong for both Ona and Shun. And trying to get that away from him could be a good idea. But there is that Wukong we've seen left up and available. Both Wukong and Jarvan just feel like LPL junglers. You know, I feel like that's the flavor. As Akshan, yeah, that was obviously the choice. Having a bit of a giggle there as well.
The only thing why I don't really like the Wukong is that Wukong doesn't do a lot before level 6. And we've seen so much early priority be successful. Is he going to pull a Canyon? The Kazakhs? Now, this in solo queue, it's amazing. The isolated matchup, Kazakhs versus Xin, is amazing. It's just that how you can integrate it into competitive and actually play it with your team, because Kazakhs absolutely demolishes the 1v1 versus Xin, and it makes it really hard for Xin, like mid-game, than walking into face check brush. Wukong is definitely more the scaling, more the team fight here. So BLG this time around are indexing. This is a way slower comp for them. Obviously, they have the Corki and the Wukong, but they still started it off with bot lane prio. So they can still start the game by playing through bottom lane, through Elkin on again, just like they always classically do. Elkin on, so good at building for dives, so good at working on timings with Shun towards bottom side of the map. It's just that Wukong into Xin Zhao, it's a little bit more dicey.
That's what I was going to say. I think the fact that you don't really have a lot to bring to the table as the Wukong until post 6 means that Owner, if he does play around this bottom side and Keria continues to get these incredible abyssal dives, it is going to be tough for Elkanon to really push that advantage. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Owner starting on that top side of the map, trying to path down to help out Gumayusi and Keria in the early stages and try and beat this Wukong's punch.
I do feel like Elkanon really have switched on, though, for this series. I think that there were some gaps that we spotted in their matchup against PSG, but that is looking to have disappeared in this series.
It was funny because I feel like even the games that BLG lost, like they were so on that they were almost too good and too far ahead. They were crushing too hard, and then they threw some leads.
It just wasn't the practice they were looking for. You have to make sure that you get your reps in before you go to the next matchup. So 5 games were necessary. Now it is time to jump onto the Rift for game number 2. BLG, a lot of comfort here. The Corki and Kalista, something we've seen work in tandem very, very effectively. Kalista for the early game, the Corki for late. And T1, I'm a little bit worried. If there's anything that I'm worried about, it's the lack of damage. I do love that they picked the Zac for that added engage. You see a Corki, you want to engage onto him as much as you can. Getting that engage range is important, but not a massive amount of damage from the squad until the center gets online.
Yeah, this T1 comp really does critically rely on some good play from FLICKR. FLICKR had a rough game number 1. We do know, though, he is one of the players that you can invest in the mentality and being able to bounce back in a lot of these situations and then turn it around and have a good game. I mean, they basically have just swapped their matchup here. So FLICKR this time around with his hands on the Taliyah. See how many plays he can create.
And I do like the addition of the Zac in the top lane as well. One of the things we pointed at was a lack of engage for T1. So you had to TP Zeus in behind on a K'Sante to try and make a play. There had to be some creativity to their action. This time around, though, you just get to send the big old blob in. Just let him do what he does best, is just bounce all over people. And yes, you've got Renate who can do some work against that kind of engage, but still, it gives you that moment as T1 to actually set up these fights in your favor.
And saving the Zac for counterpick is actually really big as well, because it meant that none of those Zac answers come out of the jungle, because it's often the jungle that is the one that is having to block, you know, Arctic Assault to come out, you know, pillars being put in front, if we remember when Trundle existed. You know, there are a lot of these options that you can have, and of course, the Wukong doesn't have as many of those.
Yeah. Little tip from Meteos, you know, one of the original Zac aficionados. But, you know, he's obviously been in a lot of those situations, and he really recommended, if you're playing Zac into one of those blocker jungles that's going to knock you out of your slingshot, try and start the team fight with the Q instead and see if you can get, you know, one of those slapped together, slappy hands
Stretch
plays.
Armstrong.
Instead. Don't always rely so heavily on the E.
See whether that is something they decide to do. Having a look at this bottom lane to your right there, as you can see. A little bit of biffo going down, but not too much. As Knight already taking a little bit of a beating here in the counter matchup. I love that. When a player just like has that level of confidence to take the other side of the matchup, face up as well as Handshake here towards the bottom side. Keria not as tanky as he was towards the end of the last game, and the Senatom Kench not having as much early game presence as a Kalista Renata. Who would have thought?
Yep, getting their push in, and their jungler also pathing down towards their side. Of course, you get that super common ward on the Raptors that Shun has been able to walk around. Most junglers have gotten into the habit of avoiding that ward and going straight for the red. He's done that as well.
Zay's going to have to pick up some blobs here. Just gets so much health back per blob. I know we've been watching Zac for a really long time. Still bothers me.
Yeah. The blobs and the grass peels, and there's so much sustain on that champion. Obviously emerging as one of these really high prio tanks that can transition into the later stages of the game. And alarmingly large burst damage for the backside as well.
I'm just glad we got rid of Rek'Sai, because that was the biggest problem I had.
Yes, that's true. That is very true. Very glad that we don't see her in this top lane over and over again. Has been a real rough one. But been able to clear up this wave very nicely. Does find himself in a 2CS advantage as these waves do meet. Ona coming up towards his top side to see whether he can affect anything, as all of the camps are now down.
Shun wants to go check on the Scuttle Crab here. He does not have mid priority, and top side is about 50-50 right now.
Ooh, Shun looking for an opportunity here. FLICKR is so pushed up. Knight not going to be able to offer too much back, but really good positioning here from FLICKR, just taking his exit. will be able to get himself out.
I mean, it's a nice idea from Shun. T1 thought that Shun was going to be on the bottom side of the map taking the other Scuttle Crab, so FLICKR was hugging that top side of the lane, but I think once he saw Knight step up, FLICKR kind of realizing, hang on, something's afoot here, and managing to step away, so good read from the T1 mid laner.
Right, bit of a shove here towards the bottom side of the map as well. Gumiyushi Carrier going to be able to get this crash, I believe. We'll be able to escort the wave in before they do decide to go back. So a much better start, you could say, if a T1 moving to a slight gold advantage as well with the amount of extra farm they've been able to pick up.
Yeah, definitely way, way better. I mean, FLICKR has not been able to solo kill Knight in the matchup, but he does have he does have a CS lead here on the Taliyah, and both of them using their teleports to get right back out. Owner with the deep wards, replacing those wards in the bottom side jungle. I mean, this has been one of the critical plays that has found T1 success as bottom lane going for another trade.
Yeah, nice handshake there. Get a little bit of CC as Elk still just putting these sticks in. Owner turns up, good vision available here for BLG. We'll be able to back away effectively.
This is something that we saw in their previous series too there, where T1, around the 4.5 minute like reset timer, they'd get that second layer of wards in your jungle to spot out plays, and they've done a lot with that extra information. Shun, though, is on the opposite side of the map. And has been able to actually avoid them. I just want to point out the ward that was on blue plus Gromp now just expires for T1, but they'll know the respawn timer there. And Shun is going to be able to steal away Raptors and possibly make another visit at Mr. FLICKR.
Yep. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Level 5 though doesn't have the Cyclone to lock FLICKR down, and will instead just take a volley threaded into the back of his noggin. That is a nice double seismic shove from FLICKR there, who really did not like how game 1 went, I don't think.
Yank me again!
Yeah, exactly. There's going aggressive, and I almost thought that this was going to be a consequential fight on the top side of the map. Sorry, Kobe, I shouldn't have done that. Wet noodles aplenty.
Nicely done, though, by FLICKR to actually get some pressure there, because again, this opens up Owner to start to move in towards the Riftchild. Shun, though, going to try and respond by diving bot side, and Gumiyushi's very low.
He really is. In fact, they don't even need him. There's the flash forward. First blood going over to On. He will be answered as Carrier locks down that kill, and now he's going aggressive. FLICKR moving down towards his bottom side as well. The wall comes in. Seismic shove pulls him back, and there is the answer. The 2-for-1 trade for T1.
FLICKR's back. He's so back on the Taliyah. Makes the roam play down bottom side. They get the extra kill. It still started out with like that classic BLG bottom lane domination, looking for the dive and getting that first blood, but really big punishes for T1. And it also allows Owner, since they saw the Wukong down there, they saw Shun, he gets to steal away the blue buff here. Let's take another look at it.
Yeah, you can see the poke coming through from BLG. They immediately get onto Gumiyushi with the handshake as well, but a bit of a mistake from On. Actually hand shook the Senna away from them, so BLG had to flash, which meant that when this comes through now with the ult from FLICKR, Elk doesn't have any sort of flash, so cleanses the stun, but still gets hit by the flick back, and there's no way that he can get out.
Yeah, Elk and On are so... Oh, never mind.
Bin looking like he's in a little bit of trouble here towards the top side of the map. Both of these champions can tank pretty nicely. There's the flash just to make sure he can get it done. Wait a sec. Can he? The all-out comes on through as Zeus was taking the turret for around 16 years, and there is the kill back in the end. Bin going to be able to go 1-for-1.
Oh, Binny boy, I kind of wanted him to live there for the Cassante memes, but he's good for one, though. Bin is always good for one kill, at least in the side lanes. You saw it last time around with the Vayne in the 1v4. This time around, Cassante in the 1v2. Bottom side's a party, though, and Shun is finally level 6. Wukong, level 6 ultimate is available. Xin Zhao is on the way here, though, so Owner, got to respect the timing.
Yeah, Owner moving on in, probably should see that this Gromp is being taken. There is the smite, as we saw off screen, as Carrier moving on in. Does find the Warrior Trickster. There's the Abyssal dive, though, to get him forward. Handshake just to disengage there from On. They want nothing to do with this.
FLICKR had the move on mid, so they didn't want to overextend. Already got caught out by the FLICKR roam once. Didn't want to let it happen twice. Knight going to reset there and start to move in towards mid as well, as he's picked up the Hex Drinker, so we'll give him a little bit of easier trading. But with T1 having this much pressure mid, objectives have just been theirs. But Kobe, this play from Bin is just sick.
Yeah, I mean, this thing being unstoppable is so crazy. It's a really nice double dash into ultimate from Bin. He uses those like mini moments of CC, and then on the reset from his W, almost is able to get out of there. kill, of course, is finished off there by T1, and they're able to go 1-for-1. FLICKR now visited.
Yeah, if 2 didn't work, then let's bring 3. Dawning Shadow comes in. Fantastic handshake once again from On. I think that T1 might need to think about banning away that champion. Hostile takeover once again. On is going to make sure that there is no answer.
Just using that to make sure they could disengage. Not going to be any sort of objectives up before On has his ultimate back on the tables. But topside again, we're seeing a lot of fighting. I don't know.
Good movement.
Yeah, is it fighting or is it just existing aggressively? You know, sort of being there. Nothing better to do than to hit each other with your buttons.
I do love the concept of living aggressively.
That's this.
Yeah.
Here's your example.
Oh,
Zeus is going to get all outed. Exactly. A lot of bloblets for him to eat as he's going to bounce. And as you can see there, that's just a whole bunch of health back. And he's going to win out on the health trade when it looked a little bit dicey. Zac things.
They were living so aggressively that junglers were thinking about joining, though. That's when it can get...
That's why they disengaged. They're like, no. It's not about that.
Yeah, you get to live vicariously through us, not actually with us, all right?
Yeah, that's not how it goes. T1 back here towards this bottom side of the map. Trying to stay alive in this lane. Almost at a second plate here for FLICKR. Should be able to get there. Takes a turret shot as well, just casually. And not quite able to lock that one down, but that is just fine. Zeus getting all of his health back, just being a Zac. And he's almost towards his 3rd turret plate here towards this top side. A large reason why T1 do have a little bit of a gold advantage. Largely about these turrets being pushed into so aggressively. Ona now will be able to take his 4th grub as well, as there's another handshake from On, but T1, they're making their way in. The Ignite ticking down. Piercing Darkness not going to do as much, but he is going to be fine and get out.
They got the damage they needed to, though. FLICKR taken low means that you can't really contest on this top side for the Void Grubs. Package picked up for Night, though, means they won't have that available for that next Dragon, so curious to see if T1 will keep track of that. Or even if now that they do have at least the 4 Void Grubs, they would just continue to put pressure on side lanes and look for chip damage on towers instead.
Yeah, FLICKR saying woo here towards the bottom side of the map, looking for a plate of his own. Elk should be able to move down here. We'll see whether FLICKR can actually stick around for long enough, and it looks like the answer is going to be no. Not wanting to risk it, understandably so as well. Elk gets in here, not a lot of information as to where the rest of the BLG are, because they have had just such good vision for themselves in this game, keeping control of the map.
And I believe On just walked over that control ward. Maybe he didn't pass through the brush, but that deep control ward that we saw placed by Owner super long ago in the BLG side of the jungle, still standing there. He must not have actually touched it.
Oh, once again, Owner and Gumayushi now on the prowl. And Shun on his red buff. There is a smite, but it's not going to work out there for Owner. Not quite able to get in there in time. As teleport back here for Zeus. He's got his Sunfire cape. Feeling good about being a Zac. Walking towards Bin. Does avoid the pushback. It looks like the Zac is just going to be pretty happy. This lane is going to continue. Not sure whether anyone's going to die, but at least, you know, feeling like he has some control.
Again, though, there's a lot of control for T1 on the bottom side. We already highlighted, as Colby was saying, the ward that still exists in that just beside Red Buff, but a lot of vision control in River as well. And FLICKR has been continuously getting the push, getting good trades against Knight. And with the shove on mid, there's always that opportunity where T1 can just lend that pressure into the bottom side of the map. And I think that's what T1 are really trying to set up for, especially a minute left until Dragon. This is where keeping that control in the bot side River is going to be crucial for them.
Yep, Zeus going to be able to grab that 3rd plate that he was looking for. Cures that one for himself, knows that his mid and jungle are just stealing away the blue buff. Shun turns up, spotted there, but not going to be able to affect too much here. Level 8 now for the Wukong, and I think team fights are going to be where BLG can really start to make their mark in this game. We'll see whether they can catch T1 unawares, because T1 also, I mean, their composition, there's a lot of CC available here as well, so I think it could be really explosive if we get to some of these 5v5s.
It certainly is. I think one of the critical things for BLG is going to be playing around their package timings for Knight. The Corki package is going to be their biggest tool in really trying to combat some of these objective setups. T1 so far, with their 4 Void Grubs, getting the Void Might, plus their single Dragon start, feeling pretty good. But BLG, you know, once Knight's able to get past level 11 here, once they're able to get up next pickup on package, they'll feel a lot better about the situation. 10 seconds on the arrival of the Dragon, though, and you can already see all these wards in place ahead of time, ready for it to start out.
The carrier positioning aggressively with his Abyssal Dive, as we could see. Gumayushi moving down the river, eating some honey fruit now. That setup, like you were talking about, kind of working out there. On misses what feels like his first handshake. It's just been so on point with those. Of course, an opportunistic one right there. See whether he'll have his eye in for the next team fight that is coming up, or whether they're going to be able to fight for it at all, because you can see Shun and Knight heading towards that top side.
Yeah, BLG made the call. We are going to wait for the next Dragon. Just trade this one, no problem. Go for Rift Herald, top side instead. Meanwhile, pretty quick rotation from T1 immediately after the Dragon, and they're going to head to try and chase them off of Rift Herald. Barely finished off, and the escape now is good.
Well, now a potential dive available, thrown back with the seismic shove as Elk is in trouble. Carrier dives forward, they take down the turret, great handshake. Another hostile takeover is going to be good, but this time, Carrier is just that little bit too tanky. Dawning Shadow avoided there by Elk just narrowly. They do get themselves out, but the prize is there for T1. They're able to take down that turret. Another seismic shove barely avoided here by On as BLG find themselves on the back foot, having to use that teleport to defend.
Elk was just the cherry on top. T1, really smart play. Go in towards mid, cut BLG off from regrouping underneath the mid lane tower, so they managed to get it. The fact that you end up getting summoner spells from Elk as well is just an extra little bit on top, and fantastic stuff for them to actually keep that at bay, because BLG, we talked about already, had used the package to contest Void Grubs, so didn't have it for Dragon. So T1 just trying to force while they are further ahead, especially with those first item completions coming through for them.
Still very, very close. This game feels like it's just the two Dragons that are in it here for T1, and Knight is getting more and more scary. Doesn't have his first item completion just yet. Corki, of course. 3 is probably the sweet spot. You want that level 16 as well, and certainly going to be one of these things to look out for in the late game. FLICKR wasn't allowed to get there in game number 1. This one feels like a bit of a slower game.
I think On, though, has been the standout for me in this game. The fact that you end up consistent with these handshakes, hostile takeovers have been great. And he's been a player that has struggled a lot with, at least in the beginning of his career, with how aggressive he was to go. He had a great mechanical style to him, but lacked the macro understanding of where he needed to be and what he needed to be doing at all points in time. But now he needs to use it again, because Knight's in trouble topside.
He certainly is. Yeah, this is a rough one. There's a seismic shove. It's going to miss, but it gets the flash. Knight now in trouble. He's surviving for a long time. But Gumayushi, he'll have the range. Bailout not quite going to be there. Arizona locks down that kill. Knock up after the cleanse. It's a disaster for Elk. T1 take 2. Seismic shove once again onto On. That is not going to be another kill. A third would be a bit much.
Huge picks here for T1. Enemy jungle's on bottom side of the map, and so they overloaded up here, almost baited in by trying to get the bailout for Knight here. Elk, threw the Q to try and get a little bit more damage and see if they could get that execute, if they could get the revival for Knight, and it ends up costing Elk his life as well. He was the gold leader on the side of BLG, and T1, they get a bonus.
And Knight thinking he can just finish off the wave. He's got so much wave clear, but not able to do so with the amount of members that T1 are here. And as Kobe alluded to, Elk goes forward trying to kill Gumayushi, but Carrier with the tongue lash over the wall means that you can't get back out of there for Elk, and he ends up going down alongside his comrade in the mid lane.
That's a big gold swing. Means a lot for this game too, because it's still pretty early on here. So T1, they get 2 kills plus the outer tower, and they get that extra mobility from the top side. You see the wards that they left behind.
Feels like, once again, a risk was taken. Red side selected here by T1. This time for them, it is working out. As at the moment, it's looking like we're heading towards a 1-to-1, but this could be a pick here for BLG. Carrier having to flash to get himself out of the way. Knight there backing up. BLG not going to lose anyone just yet. T1 with control of the river. Ona goes in. Not sure about that one, as now a flank angle here for Carrier. Wants to get that tongue lash out, find an opportunity. As Knight not going to get hit by that one. There's the Fate's call. Dawning Shadow flies forward once again as this bottom lane is in so much trouble. The hostile takeover again is phenomenal, but used very defensively here as T1, they own this jungle.
And now they own the mid lane as well. T1 forcing BLG into that top side means they can get that tier 2 tower that they already set very low. Knight alone under the tower. FLICKR considered using the Weaver's Wall, but T1 are just going to march their way down the mid instead.
Really good job keeping up the pressure here, defending the vision that they have placed. T1 always one step ahead, placing these deep wards, then continually attacking BLG. On the bottom side too, they were hoping that Bin was going to be able to answer on that tower, but it's still too healthy. He cannot afford to stick around. So BLG do not get anything back cross map.
And now BLG are going to be forced to fight T1. Dragon in 20 seconds, a third Dragon for T1. You can see Knight can reset and look for the package. Going to try and shove out topside first, but this is where T1, if they win this fight, they can basically guarantee themselves the game off of how much they can take off the back of this.
Yeah, so much map pressure just inherently by being able to pick up that soul point. Now that Dragon has spawned, teleport into the mid lane for BLG to make sure they keep some semblance of control, and it's alongside a package here as well for Knight. Rift Herald, they're throwing the kitchen sink at making sure this soul point does not go over to T1. They have control of the river.
Yeah, Carrier's going to have a really good Devourer in this team fight because you really have to worry about rank 2 ultimate from Wukong, who's got the level 6, or who has the package on Knight. Is he going to go?
Weaver's well going to try and split this fight up. There's the seismic shove. Knight, he hasn't used the package. He tries to use it defensively, but it's cut off. And now there's Stretch Armstrong. He dives into the pit. The Drake is secured here for BLG, but T1 are just rolling over the top. Ben, he can't Cassante his way out of that one. And it is an ace almost, as On is the only one that survives.
And Baron, T1 just absolutely wiped them. Knight chokes it. Faker goes in on the Talia, and it is a clean sweep.
Well, I think we should have known. Talia, hard counter to Corki. It's impossible to play that matchup, and now we understand on both sides, just don't do it.
Oh. Gotta say, it's not the first time we've seen Knight struggle on an international stage when it came to having these moments where he can pop off, tries to hold the package because he wants to get massive value, but instead gives his life and gets nothing for it. The CC chain from T1 is perfect, and immediately Zeus sees his opportunity, leaps into the pit. Dragon be damned. T1 want the lives of BLG, and they're handed on a silver platter.
Yes, they are. They're like, oh, great. We get this objective, we get Baron as well.
A little bit of this, it's a buffet, you know?
Yeah, it's beautiful. Wow. That is just the first Drake as well going over to BLG. Denying Soul Point, absolutely fantastic. Doesn't really solve the problems though, because look at that gold lead. It has just exploded. Now 5,000 to the tune of T1. Zeus is a brick wall on this Zac as well. Good to see that Zeus is one of these players that's had a bit of a rough split. I think we've spoken about it many times throughout this tournament so far. But I think his Zac, his Vayne as well, his Twisted Fate have looked absolutely fantastic. And although he wasn't able to quite get over the top against Keen in the final versus Gen G, I think Zeus has still been very, very good, especially on the Zac. The Zac is just... If you pick Zac in the right spot, I feel like it's one of the most unanswerable champions.
And he's got the unending despair as well for the extra long healing and sustained Zac gameplay. Meanwhile, the rest of T1, though, they're going to 4-1 split push. That Zac in mid lane pushing up. And they just have to slowly and surely here with the Baron buff whittle down secondary tower. Zeus is going to get that mid lane all the way up to the inhibitor tower before joining.
Yep, T1 just playing it very, very slowly, waiting for that minion wave. Should now be able to walk up and get some extra damage onto this turret. There's the rocks, they go down. That means there's no way to counter engage. T1 will take this bottom inner turret. Just the top one remaining as far as that second round of turrets are concerned. And 5-0, the global gold advantage here for T1, just massive. This is feeling, it's feeling just about as doomed as Game 1 did on the other side.
But that's the thing, is like, how do you try and come back from this as BLG? You don't really have a side lane threat that can really do particularly much. Knight is going to struggle to clear out these Baron up creeps. At any point in time, Faker can wall you off from your own base, and they can start to take these turrets as well. All that T1 are doing is playing with their food. They're moving to topside to take this last outer turret, and as soon as you're in your base as BLG, you don't get access to any more fun in this game.
Not quite working out. There's now BLG. They're looking to try and defend here with 3. Elk moving on up. You can see Knight making his way forward as well. Unstoppable used here by Bin to absorb some of that CC, but there's another Weaver's Wall that will guarantee this inner turret. I thought Faker was going to go a little bit further on that one, but instead he is going to take the safer route. And they do just guarantee that the turret is going to be taken. That is 6. just inhibitor turrets left up and standing here for BLG.
Yeah, and then they will pillage the jungle as well. Blue buff stolen, Gromp stolen, T1. Really taking away any of the opportunity here for BLG as Bin is still on Cassante.
Yeah, he does have a long walk in order to get back to that inhibitor turret, but yes, like you said, relatively durable and should be able to clear out this wave quite nicely.
Ghost Burn just before Dragon, though, was a nice little victory for a T1 that they didn't really have to invest too much to get, so they'll be very happy with just blowing the Summoner spell. And already you can see Shun trying to get in onto this bottom side to get some sort of vision control as BLG are pushing out this bot wave as well. But I think at this stage, with T1, how strong they are, it's so difficult for BLG to really have a hope in this fight. Knight will have the package available, so maybe he can get some sort of action with that, but FLICKR's flicks and FLICKR on this Taliyah has been so good at shutting down BLG at every opportunity.
And you mentioned how hard this Zac is going to be to take down, Atlas. I mean, Zeus has a 2-level lead over Bin on the Cassante, 3 items completed. This Zac is going to be immortal with the extra healing amp from the Spirit Visions as well.
And it feels so bad to like need to press the ignite button on the tank, you know, but I think they might have to if they ever want a chance of killing him. Or you just accept that you can't and then try and kill the damage dealers, because Gumayusi FLICKR, they are less mobile, especially after that Weaver's Wall does come down. BLG some opportunities, especially with that package available. Knight could be dangerous, and we'll see whether T1 can do it once again. Another flick back immediately. Has to use the Fate's Call as On is going to be saved. Carrier just standing in that front line. Zeus on the flank angle. The Zac looking for that opportunity. There is the Weaver's Wall to go through. Dawning Shadow to make sure that T1 are all absolutely fine. And in goes Zeus. Doesn't find the stretching strike, but he just doesn't take damage. Knight gets a decent package this time around, but the Cyclone does absolutely nothing. Ona tries to go aggressive. Knight gets at least one there as the bailout comes in, and T1, they're just a brick wall. They're not going to be taken down. Their health bar is still above 50% on, having to get out of there. And Knight, there is just nothing left in the tank. Carrier just chasing after him, tongue at the ready, and FLICKR will throw the rocks at the Renata to finish off the support. Zeus, yeah, this might take some time, but I think he might be able to get it. And there it goes, just lands the slingshot, and down goes the Corki.
The fight lasts so long. The fact they cannot get through the T1 health bars with Gumayusi heals, with Carrier shields, with Zeus just being unkillable in these fights. T1 just walk over BLG.
Well, yes, very slowly, just walk towards them. If you don't do damage, it doesn't matter if you don't take damage, I guess.
Look at Guma there as well, kind of spacing back on the Senna. And then as they charge in, Owner is going to get pushed around here, and once that Xin Zhao ultimate does actually fall, you see the re-engage is quite nice from BLG actually. Shun and Knight, you mentioned the package over to the other side, and they'll get the 1 kill, but it costs them everything, because On is already so low, Shun is already chunked so low, they've got nothing left by that time, and Zeus is just healing right back up as they chase them all the way down.
And Carrier just does not take damage on this Tahm Kench. Giving him all of this extra money is... It's something that we've definitely learned in the LCK many, many times. He just is immortal when you get later and later into the game, as is Zeus, as we saw just there, landing the slingshot very nicely as T1 have started off the Baron. They have all of the control. Zeus just bodyguard here for T1. Gumayusi backing up his support. Carrier slinks into Fog of War once again. Bin trying to aggressively position himself, trying to get his way in. As he eats all of those rocks, there's another wall as the Cyclone this time into the backline is fantastic. It lands onto Gumayusi, but it's a trade of AD carries, and Zeus is buying so much space. There goes the Wukong. Zeus, is he going to take damage? Will he? Will it happen?
He will, and then he'll heal it.
Yes, so he will. He'll continue to take damage, but heals way more than he takes as Knight is trying to hide behind the Gromp.
Where do you
Stay
go?
still for me, buddy. Nope, not going to work out there. Tried to be tricky.
Knight was caught between a frog and a catfish.
Oh, no.
And nowhere to go. And T1 are inside the base. They're taking Baron at the same time. Zeus says, I'll go for the end. You get the objectives.
Yep. He's not going to be killing anyone, but he does manage to take down that inhibitor turret like you were talking about. And yeah, slowly but surely. Yes, putting his blobs against the inhibitor. Doesn't quite work out there as Carrier manages to get another wave forward, and that is the Baron being taken. And I believe Gumayusi, yeah, he was out on the map, so that is 5 members with the purple buff.
And what do you do now as BLG coming into the next game? Because this is clearly a problem. Keria gobbles up Elk on the back line. So even though this fight looks great on the top half of the map, your entire backline is just disintegrating to the catfish and a blob. So Shun dealt with, thanks to Owner and FLICKR. And then Knight just does not do enough damage on Corki. And there goes Shun.
Okay.
Just pop goes the Weasel.
I'm not entirely sure. We're lacking a little context there, but that is fine. 6-0-5 for Flubber. And Keria, he can lick this turret down if he would like to. And there's the Zacian once again, lands right on top of On. Just not quite able to do too much. And yes, there are 3 members of BLG now throwing sticks and all sorts of stuff towards this Zac, but he still wants to go aggressive. Bin moving forward, and he is very, very tanky, but T1 just look undeterred. They will be able to take the inhibitor towards the bottom side of the map. Just 1 inhibitor remaining, and FLICKR, he's ushering a minion wave towards that one as we speak.
There's just no stopping them. T1 will get to take everything that they want. Top wave collected, now going to start to move in. And Zeus can engage from so far away that the second BLG show, Zeus can go in.
He's rooted. Is Zeus going to go for it? He wants the Q instead.
Honor killed the creep, come on.
Well, T1 now have a minion wave towards this turret. Still looking for a dive attempt. Weaver's Wall does come down. That will guarantee this one. Very textbook here for T1. They'll lock that one down. Now they go aggressive. In goes Zeus. Does get Elk out of there, but now they might have an opportunity. The blob is finally going relatively low. Still has cell division. I'm pretty sure that we haven't seen it so far this game. Flash out of Shun. Has to avoid the seismic shove. The inhibitor does go down now, and BLG, they just can't get any lethal blows onto T1.
Yeah, they jumped the front line pretty low, but they're going back in.
All right, Zeus, he still has 100 health, so he may as well go in. There it is. Stretch Armstrong comes down. The cell division coming on forward, and he gets devoured. Never you mind. Zeus still has the passive up and available.
Oh my God.
This is just absurd. Bin going down very low. The Nexus turret's not going to last, and T1, they will even out the series against BLG.
T1 bounce back. FLICKR gets his turn with the Talia, and the unkillable frontline steamrolls BLG.
And then you have to go back to the drawing board as BLG, because this was what you left open. This is what you thought coming into game 2. We can make this look very similar to the first game of this series, but T1, they bounced back and they looked fantastic in game number 2.
Man, this was a much better look. And you mentioned back to the drawing board. That's where T1 just came from, right? And so now a much more even series. Exactly what we wanted, and going to be my first, not 3-0.
Let's go!
I'm absolutely psyched about that, but let's head back over to the analyst desk to break that one down.
We totally agree, of course. Let's bounce, I guess, from the side of T1. We talked about how much would they run back for the bottom lane. It was the same, but maybe more crucially was the Talia on the other side this time around, Jat.
Yeah, it was. Still alive.
He's just happy his predictions being saved here.
It's wild, right? It was a salty run back for the first 3 bans and the first pick and the second pick for both teams.
Yeah.
But then the takeaway of the Talia right away, and Kobe even mentioned it, was just such a big adaptation, and the right adaptation with everything else staying stable, because not only did FLICKR, not get solo killed, he then also decided the bot lane, much like Knight decided the bot lane in game 1.
I was surprised because, we even see the Corki pick go to 4-5, because that was a lot of bans. Even BLG had banned a few mid picks of their own, and then once you go to 4-5, it's like T1's okay, we'll ban Nico and we'll ban Tristana and make the matchup a little easier. They forced the matchup there, and even though Corki got out of lane, better off than FLICKR, that was still behind. And Talia was able to do exactly what you said. So suddenly FLICKR's awake, T1's dreams are awake, we're even, and you got to see what T1 could do with a lead.
Yeah, what Keria can do on that Tom when it's going a little bit better. We, of course, had the crucial dive in the top lane to start things off really for T1.
And so many of these mid-game team fights, you can see they're only up 400 gold, but they had so much control of the game where even Keria doesn't have to jump over the wall and they'll still finish it off. But and then here, right, 3,000 gold up. But because of the power spikes they're hitting with Keria's Tom Kench being able to finish his Frozen Art very early, and then also their ability to just target out Knight. I'd say Knight had a really bad Corki game on top of being a little bit behind, made these fights not even close.
Just holding on for his package for too long, just being really greedy here because he just saw his team taking the Drake and he thought he could probably hold him off, but no matter what, just use your package there. That one was a tough one because that's when the gold really started to spiral.
Yeah.
And T1 just sieged mid from that point forward, was able to get a tier 2 turret really early on this game and made it really difficult for BLG to breathe.
Yeah, Carrier loves it, so he picked it again, John.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, and I guess that BLG will probably stay blue side again and have one small tweak. I think they can probably switch one of their bands up because this was so crucial for T1. When you're going to run back Senna Tom against the Kalista Renata, and Senna is basically a pick that's been banned against Guma this entire MSI.
Yeah.
Like, doubling down and proving that they're willing to pick it and willing to win with it is very important because it will keep their flexibility throughout the rest of the tournament.
And one point that I want to make that could evolve throughout the tournament is the matchup between Cassante and Zach. Because we've been talking about how much Cassante has been winning, but people have been playing Zach into it not only because you have a better laning phase, but you are just actually such a demon in team fights. It's really difficult for the enemy carries to be able to peel off of you. Generally, you just are much more influential if you're not throwing away your lead. So, like, I think if we're getting better and better Zach play, then people will start to want to change the matchup up.
I love Zach. I love this champion. I think it's a really great champion. Also, you know, you got the long range engages. Yeah. You can go in. You can even die. We saw it at the end there, of course. And if you have the Devourer, of course, of the Tom Kench as well, there's an extra layer to it. I got really excited by the blob. Also, Cassante lost again. Are the tides changing?
Yes,
So-
at least from the draft perspective. But I don't.
Depending on who plays what, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, for me, yes, Cassante has some really stupid outcomes when you're watching him play the game.
Yeah.
I always kind of felt like it was more correlation than causation for how it's winning and losing. When it had the 11-1 win rate.
Yeah.
Poppy beats it in lane. Zach, I think.
But it's not about the lane. That's the problem, right? Often.
Well, I think Zach's a better team fighter.
Yeah.
And then also, like, if you're able to play something like Zach against him, he has to build an MR item, so he's not as tanky running your 80 carry. I even think if you lane swap against Cassante and he falls far enough behind, then he's also useless. But this is not about a Cassante. This is what I want to talk about with these two drafts. It's rare that you get game 1 and 2 on the same side, so this was the example of what the adaptation was. First 3 bans are the same. You can see BLG is choosing in the first 2 games to target ban FLICKR with the Azir and Orianna bans, and that's why the Senna Tom is being given over. The really important thing that T1 did is they stopped the Talia from jumping over and picked it early, and I think that's just a straight up better draft because they don't actually have to pick Tom since Tom doesn't pair with Kalista. So if BLG were to go the same way, I actually think T1 would actually run back their first 3 picks exactly the same, which is why I think BLG is probably either dropping the Ashe or dropping one of the FLICKR bans, or even both of the FLICKR bans, and they get more flexibility to ban towards bot lane.
And the one thing that I would want to be seeing changed, if you're going for those same Orianna and Azir bans, don't drop your mid lane pick to 4-5. Because you are already seeing Talia in 1-2. What's the purpose behind doing that other than just losing more picks? And I think you're giving up a lot of pressure mid when that's something that you actually thrive off of.
Yeah, they might, if they don't change bans, instead of picking Cassante on 3, they might pick Trist on 3.
I like that.
That would be the one adaptation I'd say.
Well, we can show our graphic again after the next segment because BLG is staying on the blue side.
We just get to keep building it out.
That's kind of cool. I think from both sides of
Yeah.
kind of seeing the approaches, right? Because then for BLG, as you said, with those adaptations, but also the knowledge that you have in terms of if our bot lane does get a little bit more agency, and I don't mean necessarily in draft, but in the way we can set them up in game, we definitely want to bet on that as well.
And if you're in Kalista perspective and you're still first picking that champion and you see a Talia on the other side, so you can't really get dashes off in larger team fights, the Zac, the Tom Kench with Frozen Heart, the Senna that's outranging you at a certain point of the game, like
it's not fun.
It's not fun, and you're not getting the early game leads that you want. Sure, they got the dive off bot lane that got that 1 pick, but then that comes to is like, okay, well, our mid doesn't have first push, so we're always under a timer in these fights.
Lane swap.
Well, I don't want that. I'm not Emily Rand on that one. I'm anti-lane swap, but at this point, I'm becoming anti-Kalista.
Yeah, on the other end of the coin, like a few of those early fights go differently. They don't fall behind, and maybe they just win the fight. So like, there's a chance. These teams are so confident, they're so good. They're always willing to just want to try it one more time.
TLDR, we don't know anything for certain. That's why we watch the games. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with Game 3 between T1 and BLG.
Game 5, Game 5, Game 5.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here diving straight into the draft for game number one. Game number one.
Who
game
gets
number
to?
three.
I mean, and since we're even, you can
game
just
number
take,
one of the best of three.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Question
The LCK
is,
has infected my mind.
Who is gonna get Talia this time around?
And who is picking Corki into it?
Because Corki has not looked. Okay, there we go. We have evolved to the Insta Slam Blue first side Talia, and I 100% agree with it.
That's crazy. I actually thought we'd see a mix-up in the bans. It's the exact same all three games so far to get rid of Senna Tam Kench, because even with the Talia gone, I still think the amount of healing that was coming through for the Zac, for the Xin Zhao, and the protection the carry offered was actually the real problem for BLG, so I'm surprised to see the Talia first pick.
And now you can just pick up your Kalista in the Aftermath if you still want to go that way. Yeah. Because you know T1 are going to go for this Senna Tom Kench every time, right? The priority's there. So switching your priority and grabbing your Talia first is already paying dividends here for BLG. But do they want to change it further? Some discussion going on.
Caden looks. Okay. Dang it.
The little tantalizing dangle there of the Caitlyn, but not going to come through. Elk, Lucian is actually his highest win percentage of his top like 7-8% champions played, I want to say. Massive Lucian player here, so very, very excited to see this one. And this already top 3 lock-in for BLG is going to be a crazy powerful mid game. They have the ability to swap their Lucian Nami towards mid and then put Talia in sides. It's already setting up to look scary.
Surprised by the TF lock-in though. Immediately you'd imagine towards Ace has been one of his incredibly strong picks, but you can still go for some counters in that top side that can work out relatively well, or even opt in towards the lane swap, which we've seen a huge amount. So T1 kind of showing their hand a little bit early here.
Perhaps, but Kobe. I seem to remember that there's a certain champion from the Void that Rift walks around and does okay when you try to put rocks on the ground to stop dashes. Is this a 1-3-1 opportunity now for T1 if there is a lurking Kassadin? That's what I want.
I was exactly looking at like the wars of globals, you know, trying to retain control because you don't want to get split push apart. And so Twisted Fate ultimate is going to go a long way in that arms race of globals. You already have the Senna ultimate, of course, as well. So I kind of like that angle. Plus, you know, as you were mentioning, like Zeus was such a fan this season of the range tops, the Twisted Fate, the Vayne. That is his wheelhouse here. So are you worried about the Yasuo counterpick, Dagda? Because, you know, the Yasuo counterpick, like the lane counter, has been talked up a lot, but then you have to integrate that into your rest of your team.
Well, I was going to say, I think you've already got the wave for a potential Yasuo, which already gives you a knock-up. You got a flick back from a Talia. You have a lot of options there.
You like it.
But I also just like Bin's Jax, which has been pretty good into the TFs as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Bin go back towards that if he really wants to here and just say, hey, I'm going to fight you in the early stages. He has been an incredible Jax player for so many years. It has been banned against them, in particular in the LPL. This could be the angle for him to bring it out.
Could be an opportunity. The Aurelion Soul ban is an odd one for me. We did see FLICKR debut that one for his very first time earlier on, and it didn't quite work out. But there is the Jax that you were talking about, Dagda, being hovered now at least. Of course, a flex pick as well. We'll see whether it is going to go to Shun or to Bin, as it is going to be locked in.
In the current League of Legends, probably the most legendary Jax player that we have. Bin, definitely a master of the champion. So let's see. Zeus Twisted Fate versus Bin Jax.
Yeah, Bin's Jax, he's pretty good at this champion. He's played at what, 76 games, second most played?
Over 70% win rate on the champion as well.
That's a tree. Okay, so the jungler for Shun is going to be that Maokai. A fair bit of dive potential. Maokais have been paired with these Lucians quite a lot, just in general. That's going to finish up the team composition. And now, FLICKR. Okay, it is a purple champion. I'm okay with that. Thinking about a Viger, and he will lock that one in. That's going to be the answer to the Talia this time around.
I actually like it. You get the ability to just safely farm up in the lane phase. You are going to get pushed in, but realistically, when you look at what BLG want to operate with, it's a very short-range composition that wants to jump in on top of you, and that's where Veigar thrives. He can put down the cage, control the space against BLG, and when you've got the long range on the TF as well, when you get to these objective fights, you can basically pick and choose your targets while keeping BLG at arm's length and not giving them any sort of in to the fight.
Fellas, I think we might be getting a BLG favored game this time around. At least for me. I think it is bold to pick 2 stacking champions versus BLG. This team, I feel like they're not going to let you stack at all. Even from the get-go, Elkin on, the Lucian Nami pickups here for them, kind of iconic. Then Bin's Jax, very iconic. And they were able to slam the first pick to Leah. I personally am really liking the BLG look, but T1, see how hard they can cook here with FLICKR's Veigar.
I think a huge amount of this game relies on Owner. You need to be able to control the early stages, because if you end up with a very heavy dive onto the bottom side, playing around this Lucian Nami, getting into a mid game where towers are falling quickly, it feels inevitable that BLG will be able to play it through that 1-3-1. But if you can slow down the pace of the game, if you can try and keep BLG off your structures, that's where T1 can find their moments at these objective fights and use at least the zone control they have for their better.
Well, we know that Ona's Lee Sin is definitely his most iconic champion. So if there's ever a time where Ona has the pressure and he can rise to it, it would be when he's equipped with the Blind Monk. We'll see how it's going to go as we dive onto the Rift. It is the beginning of a best of 3. Game number 3 between BLG and T1. And already the lane swap is in effect by T1. Gumayusi lurking towards that top side, but Keria is still down here on the bottom side of the map. So it looks like maybe we are just going to see Gumayusi heading back home. I was thinking about whether or not there were going to be any extra wards up there or something like that, getting the information that they can find.
Meanwhile, some movement from Elk as well, heading up towards the top side. No information gained yet, except for a couple of brief moments here with the mid laners.
I do like the early ward from T1 though. Gumayusi put it down just before he reset. A lot of the way that you'll see this matchup play out in the top side is the Bin trying to sneak into the second brush so then he can always have access to the front minions. But with having that ward down, Zeus can trade heavily into that second bush and try and push Bin back, so it makes it very hard for him to farm. But the invade and the lane swap, so it may not work out with Zeus in the 1v1.
Yeah, so BLG, they're checking here for opposite quadrant. Meanwhile, they have Shun kind of doing that steal away from their weak side of the map where they have lane swapped away from. So they're setting themselves up for, again, some jungle camp coverage here on the side of BLG. Meanwhile, Bin has been sussed out as he tries to soak a little bit of experience.
Yep, the Counter-Strike going to be utilized just to try and mitigate some of the damage. It's not quite going to work out here as Zeus going to walk over, oh, not actually walking over the ward as he moves back down towards the mid lane. Obviously, Knight knows exactly what's going on here, and it is just going to be that 2-man in the mid lane, as we've seen many times. Bin just counter-striking around, but still difficult to get into range of some of the experience here.
All right, and they're going to have Shun even take away the full red quadrant of the jungle here. Now the interesting part will be about the crossover to T1's red quadrant. Because again, this is where Elk and On are power play on the top side. So On is going to go try and help out and secure the extra jungle camps. But Owner's already made his way down here for the dive. And just continue to press on Bin.
Yeah, Bin just going to back away. Intelligently here, I think understands that 1 versus 4, even under a turret, probably not going to work out. They're looking for their first couple of plates.
Clean sweep here on the jungle quadrants for BLG. If Bin, wait, he's sneaking back in?
Yeah, not sure about that one, as he's taking a fair bit of damage. Q does connect there from Ona, but so does the snare. from this center. Looks like Bin under an inner turret should be fine.
He saw Keria TP to the top side, so thought he might have been able to sneak back into the lane, but Owner sticks around to make sure that there's no way Bin can get this experience. So it will be Zeus at least been able to farm up some of the CS in the bot side. Here comes the TP and the repeat dive.
Yeah, straight back down there once again. A good snare lands from Gumayusi here as Zeus tanking the first turret shot. We're going to try and soften him up. Of course, it is dangerous to try and dive at Jax just in general, but 4 versus 1 here on the top side of the map as well. Looks like BLG might be able to get onto the board as Carrier wants to eat that grey health. He does so, and Shun not going to be able to reset. That is Carrier locking that one down. A 1-for-1 on the top side, and in the meantime, Zeus just barely surviving, and they clean up the dive bot.
Just about able to get Bin before Zeus goes down. Did pick up a lot of that farm though, and it will be the TP from Knight onto the bottom side to make sure that he can keep himself safe while Bin is going to go up towards the top end of the map. But nice dive on both sides, each picking up their wins.
Yeah, Carrier's thick enough on the top side that they actually get the 1 counter kill onto Shun going down. But I like the execution on the bottom side one. All right, we're going to take a look at the top side one instead. As Carrier uses flash to get to the other side, then the thick skin, he got it off in time. Oh, it reacquired after the W. Yeah. He wasn't able to get
was there a sapling tick or something like that?
I think it's the red buff. He had red buff. So between the time of the target acquiring on the tower there, his W unable to drop it as it ticked another bit of damage and reacquired tower shot.
So it could have been that both of the dives were going to work out. Meanwhile, Zeus here towards this bottom side in position. Unseen now as Knight is just going to push this wave in very comfortably, make sure that there is as much pressure put down as possible.
If you're unsure about things like that and the timings on reacquiring, then you can always wait. As long as you know you have something right there to W, just wait and make sure till you see it actually in the air. But I did like the bottom side one. What they did there for T1, Zeus just threw out his gold card without anybody else acquiring aggro on Bin. Nobody else threw any damage. And so the Counter-Strike was used with no tower shots taken. And so they were able to get that one. But here we go for the next round. Shun is now looking at Guma.
Yeah, there are 4 members of BLG moving down here. There's the flash, twisted advance, gets very deep underneath the turret, but the seismic shove is fantastic. And this time, Shun doesn't need a twisted advance to survive the dive. In goes Owner once again, does a fair bit of damage tonight. And it looks like they will be able to get away from this one scot-free. Faker making the roam down. Let's see whether the Faker can get his cage into position. T1 wanting to keep them interested. There's a flash out from On. And it should mean that T1 aren't able to get too much back, as Shun taking a lot of damage, still down to 100 though, keeps himself alive, as now Faker throws out the LTL, just barely surviving. And the Dark Matter not going to connect onto On either.
I cannot believe that BLG managed to survive against that. Faker on the roam. I thought the baby cage was going to be enough to zone them away from the tower and keep T1 in a position to get the kills, but just not quite. It will net the Dragon for T1 though. As you look at the top side, Bin getting a nice little bit of farm and experience lead over Zeus.
Meanwhile, they're looking for a repeat here. Faker sticking around.
Yeah, On in a bit of trouble here as Faker does move on down towards that bottom side, and that is going to be a kill going over to Gumayusi. Just a little bit greedy for the experience.
Yeah, nicely done there. Carrier's like, don't worry, Faker, I can tank the tower. So On, even though he throws the bubble towards Faker, Carrier is able to tank it up. T1 get another dive kill.
It's been really weird lane assignments from BLG though. Then usually you'd think, oh, Elka and On want to play together, so they have the Lucian Nami as a duo, but they've actually been using the Nami a lot with the Talia, with Elk actually free farming the mid lane to get a little bit more of an experience lead for himself to match Keria, getting some of that solo XP on the top side. And now you can see as well, Nami starting to move up towards that top side, but she was stuck in the bot lane when it looked like they were already planning to move Bin into the bottom side. So On been a little bit late on some of these rotations as a result, and T1 have been punishing well with it.
Well, Zeus should be able to move down with his Destiny Gate towards that bottom side of the map, as that wave is going to be pushed in by Bin. And Carrier Gumayusi going to catch this wave as 2v2 will finally come on in, even though it's a little bit upside down. It's still going to happen as Carrier, did he get culled? Not sure. Didn't really take very much damage there, as it's a nice little cage, as Knight putting his Merc Treads to good use.
All right, keeping track so far, Faker on 70 stacks and Guma on his first 20 right there. grabbing that first little break point. Meanwhile, Shun again, ultimate towards FLICKR.
Yeah,
FLICKR who does have flash.
Yeah, should be able to get himself pretty far away. Seismic Shove going to connect though, puts down the cage, but it doesn't really do anything. Dark Matter flies down and FLICKR is just dead. No flash going to even be invested. Just knew that he had nowhere to go.
I thought he might have been able to just flash past the range of the Maokai ultimate. Maybe I was wrong there, but still, nice pickup for BLG, getting 2 kills now for Knight, and in the 1-3-1 with this Taliyah already getting rolling, it's looking good for BLG.
I guess maybe wanting to hold on to the flash for a fight that could be incoming, but not a lot to fight for right now. As Gumayushi, that is a lot of damage that he's taking here.
Yeah, I'm going to trust that FLICKR knows best.
Yeah, I think if there's anyone that you're just going to give benefit of the doubt,
we can't quite see the plan, but it's there. Surely.
We'll see what it is actually going to be, because he decided not to press the flash button. And did then die. He's 10 CS up though, and of course you just want to be farming, pressing Q as many times as possible, onto things, getting last hits, and building up that AP as high as you possibly can.
It is interesting to see, though, how much resources BLG have been giving towards Elk in this. One of the things that we see an awful lot of the times is when you've got a Senna Tam Kench and we end up in a lane swap, Keria is on the Tam Kench gets further ahead because of the TP, but they've let Elk farm in mid, but Knight now under pressure in the mid lane with Owner here.
Yeah, cage comes down. Seismic Shove going to be avoided. Owner being very patient here. That cage not going to be opted into. Keria just farming here towards the top side of the map. So slinking into Fog of War at T1. Looks like they might just steal away a blue buff. That could be all they're going to be able to get. Still a minute and a half before anything else is going to be back up on the map for the taking.
And we keep up the swaps here. Now we got another reset T1. They send Bin, or BLG, excuse me, send Bin up to that top side. He's gonna have to get past some of these deeper wards from T1 though. They'll see him as he goes.
Yep, that's a nice one.
They even look to set up for the dive. You can see now that he's been spotted, the ping's already there, though. Keria going to go for the reset, and you're seeing the reset from Zace as well. So T1 trying to force these matching lanes at this stage, so that then you can have Zace continue to put pressure on against Bin. But he's been doing relatively well. You can see CS is the same, and experience relatively even as well for both of these top laners.
Just pretty quiet as far as this early game is concerned. Only about 500 in it. Slightly favoring BLG right now, but no turrets really under too much threat, as we do have some waves moving in, so BLG might be able to get first brick, but you can see only a couple of plates being taken here towards the top side. It's the bottom side of the map that is looking a little bit more worse for wear on the T1 side of the Rift.
Yeah, BLG able to get that push in. Bin gets a turret plate, bottom side gets their push as well. Meanwhile, Shun in the jungle, just a little friendly jungle banter.
Yep, throwing some emotes around, things like that. Looks like the Gromp should be secured here by Owner. And BLG, 4-man strong here, moving towards the bottom lane. Knight has that rotational power. And FLICKR, he's moving the other direction, thinking about maybe trying to find Bin here. And Keria very difficult to dive at this point in time. Just feels like a bit too durable, perhaps. And BLG not going to go for it at this point in time. So stymied once again, as this attempted aggression is not really getting too much.
Still getting good damage on Keria, though. That's the culling, and you've got Knight on the way.
Yeah, taken down to below 50% here, as he's just going to flash preemptively. Doesn't want Shun to be able to flash Twisted Advance, and it looks to be the turret to go down as well. So in the end, BLG will get what they came for.
Turret and Dragon more than likely going to be taken for them. You will get the Void Grove trade, but watch Bin. Will he stick around under tower? Will T1 look for the dive? Because there's the teleport.
Yeah, that's a very deep one. That's that ward that we were looking at before, as Keria is going to make his way in. Bin already down to about 50%, and he does have the counter-strike up and available. That means not going to be able to find too much, especially with Knight teleporting in. Beautifully played here by BLG to just get what they can from the Rift. Owner going to be able to secure himself a few of these Void Grubs, but that is only going to even out those that take.
Yep, exactly. Splitting Dragons, splitting Void Grubs here, splitting tower plates as well. And BLG will retain that very small gold lead. Knight, of course, quite happy with those kills on the Taliyah. Roaming around right now, looking to maybe use his ultimate?
Yeah, looking for Gumayushi here, as the Weaver's Wall is going to run out. He's taking a lot of damage as Gumayushi, but still able to land that snare, not having to use his flash, but did have to heal.
A lot of members of BLG around the mid lane, though, so how much do BLG want to push up? Looks like they're just going to be happy to get a little bit of chunk damage and move their vision into this bottom side. Zeus, no tower and no vision in behind him. BLG might have found him.
Yeah, I think Zeus could be in a little bit of trouble here. Might need to use the Destiny to try and get out, and is going to be able to do so. Goodbye. And he just gets underneath his inner turret. But that is a big cooldown, now unavailable for the next couple of fights.
And as we get towards the mid game here, with some of these towers going down, again, BLG and the ability to play the map, looking for these picks, looking to get that side lane pressure. Not having a Twisted Fate ultimate available now for T1. Like that is one of their biggest answers that they have in this series, and so BLG going to be very happy for the next few minutes.
This is such a different style from BLG when you think of them in playoffs, though. They were such a skirmish-heavy team, and it's been much more about map plays and moving around. And yes, there's been some picks and some dives, but this is not exactly what you would have counted as the BLG play when you came in towards MSI. So very different look from a team that was criticized for their side lane play coming into MSI.
It looks like Zeus will be able to grab this turret. Plate's just falling down, so won't be able to get the last one. Still going to be able to answer that first turret that was taken on the bottom side by BLG. They'll answer, though, with a Rift Herald of their own. And now, Owner looking to go aggressive, does dive towards Elk, but thinks against it, as now that is a better target for the Cullen. Gumayushi taking a fair bit, still able to outrange it. Nature's Grasp going to be used here by Shun. Let's see who we can get for it as Gumayushi very far off to the side, and that is going to be Owner going down. Elk dives forward, picks up the kill for himself, but he's now out of the fight, gone very, very low with the amount of turret shots he took.
Oh, these Maokai ultimates from Shun in mid lane. Kill after kill, they take down Owner, they immediately pop this Rift Herald, and they're gonna hard force. That's at least outer tower down. They can get the second, can they get the second charge off? Someone, okay, we're gonna drive it out of here.
Save Shelly! Operation get her out of here! But I'm going to send her into a wall. Either way, I love the way BLG are playing against the composition T1 have. You see the Twisted Fate, who can be such a nuisance when you're trying to make Rift Tower plays or play for mid tower because of Destiny. So BLG targets Zeus first, get the Destiny out of the way on the dive, and then look for the plays afterwards. And Knight, great position here, knows that Owner's going to get stuck, so gets the flick back and sets up for the kill. And Keria trying to get in position for the gobble, but on with the tidal wave, able to keep the catfish at bay.
Really beautifully done by BLG, and it looked just unanswerable, especially for Owner, who as soon as he did get snared, he was just doomed. This tower going to go down, though, as FLICKR secures that one. Gets solo gold for that as well. So can now augment his build already. That Archangels has been built up, and it's heading towards, you know, he's sitting on like 162 stacks or something like that as the Seraphs is going to complete.
All right, it's time for Elk Gaming right now, though. The Lucian 2-item power spike, and his Nami has long since completed the Imperial Mandate. So now we get to see the famed, the scary stage of the game, this mid-game where the Lucian Nami just position themselves towards mid, and even with no mid tower here for T1, makes it so hard for them to ever get mid lane minion control, which should mean BLG setting up for consecutive objectives down there. The Dragon will arrive in 35 seconds or so. Plenty of time for them to move some resources.
They just need to make sure they're getting their vision down. Nothing really on that bottom side of the map where the Dragon is going to be spawning. So there's a potential for T1 if they wanted to look for picks. You see Owner farming his own jungle. Could have maybe come in behind, but BLG just happy to shove mid and play for the tower instead, because at the end of the day, the 1-3-1 is what BLG are looking for.
Yeah, how do you ever control mid lane here? BLG, Elkin on, they push it, they roam up to that top side tower.
Yep, tidal wave going to come down. The baby cage is there to try and protect his Gumayushi. The piercing darkness is decent, but he gets caught. Oh, FLICKR does have the Seraphs, and that is going to keep him alive for the moment.
Look at that value play, though. BLG, they force on the top tower. They get 2 flashes. Baker's flash, Gumayusi's flash. They get the objective, and Bin free pushing on bottom side. He's watching over Dragon right now. Nobody has tried to rush it quite yet. T1 on their reset are looking to retake a little bit of the vision leading up to it, though.
Yep, Owner, you can see, does manage to land a Q onto Shun, but feels like this Maokai just straight up does not care about anything this Lee Sin is doing this game. Teleport to come forward. That's going to get Keria back into the fight. Bin moving on in. Blue buff going to be secured there, I believe, by Owner. And yes, that is going to be the lockdown for the jungler. As Elk having to be a little bit careful here. Cage goes down. That is a big cooldown T1 won't have for the next little while. They need to get control of mid lane, and this is the problem. This Lucian is just so good, making sure that T1 never have that mid control. But now Elk gonna get snared. There's the Cage down once again. Has to use the cleanse. As Seismic Shove needs to be flashed there by Carrier. Nature's Grasp avoided now by T1, and so now that is a cooldown that they don't have to think about for the next few moments. An honest 5v5 perhaps, and we'll see whether they can stand their ground.
Just really relying on On's ultimate here to make sure that they can try and step away. So T1 going to use that range advantage that they have to just keep poking, keep pushing them back. Watch for a knife flick. There's basically only two ways that BLG can kick off this fight in their favor.
So much posturing. Drake up and available, but somewhat forgotten at this point in time. Both teams want to have a little bit more to get themselves into that river, and it looks like BLG may have found it.
As soon as Zay shows himself on top wave, that's going to be their trigger to go for it and rush down.
Oh, Culling is going to fly out. Not a lot of value there is going to be picked up until the very end, and now the snare comes down. Tidal Wave finds absolutely nothing. As the Destiny going to be utilized. That gives vision of this Drake, but I don't think they're going to be able to get there, so that's the Dragon being secured by BLG. And T1 slink back to the
teleporting
mid
on
lane.
Zeus!
All right, yeah, Bin. He's looking for an opportunity onto the Twisted Fate here, and now he finds himself in melee range. Not exactly where the TF wants to be, but the cavalry has been called in. The kick flash, it comes down, the flash out, he snares both, but he's going to be able to survive the Dawning Shadow. And T1 not able to find anything, but still not going to lose their Twisted Fate either.
T1 were trying to trade for the tier 2 on top side, but now they might trade their lives.
Yep, another Nature's Grasp coming on down there. Arizona gets twisted, advanced on. The Seismic Shove doesn't quite find the target though, and Carrier is once again extraordinarily tanky. Still BLG, they just kite them back, and are we gonna get another kill this game? Like, what's happening?
I mean, we're making it exciting. Bin goes for the teleport play there, and they get a lot of cooldowns used at the very least. Now we're more likely to get some kills with everything used here. Here's another look at it. Since he does use his Counter-Strike very early on to get the stun onto Zeus, he's got nothing left once the rest of T1 arrive, but then right immediately over to the rest of the team, lands the snare, not enough damage to finish him off, and we're back to live.
Yep, back to mid control, gentlemen.
With few summoner spells on Elk, so Elk not going to be able to play as aggressive as he would like to on this mid wave, so this will buy a little bit of space for T1 to try and get their waves in order on sides. You can already see Zeus stepping up towards that top side, but Elk doesn't care apparently, as he rinses through Gumayushi's health bar.
Ona thought that that was like their bait, but instead his Zeta Carrier just lost his entire health bar. So yes, the mid-game power of this Lucian is going to feel even worse once that Infinity Edge does come on through. Already with the first couple of items picked up, Rapid Fire Cannon and the Static Shiv, definitely the core for this Lucian build. And yeah, Elk is just absolutely terrifying here in this game. We'll see whether T1 can do anything to mitigate it. It will get to the point though, gentlemen, where FLICKR can press R and he dies. Like maybe that's what T1 have to wait for. They're like 55 minutes, something like that.
The stacking is, going according to plan here for T1. FLICKR on 214. Mid lane has been pushed up here by T1. They go for the 4-1 split push with FLICKR on bottom side, being able to get the rest of the wave. But here comes the collapse from BLG.
Yep, Gold Card going to connect, but Elk not really too worried about it. And here is all of the ultimates flying forward. It's a decent gobble this time around, but the Tom Kench will not survive. FLICKR finds his opportunity, but he just takes a Nami, and that is not going to do enough to get them into this fight. Still flashing, puts down the cage, but the Baleful Strike will not land. And now there is nowhere for him to go, back against the wall, and there is a killing spree for Knight.
The trifecta of teamfight ultimates here from BLG. Knight puts the wall behind the T1 members, and then the cross-section of Maokai ultimate and Nami ultimate used to pin them. Now with the extra pickup on the kill onto FLICKR, BLG have so much time to clear out all this vision and a lot of extra gold to spend.
Surprised they didn't just run towards the Baron, but not going to try and go that aggressive on it.
Yeah, I think Gumayushi's ulti and hitting Elk put a little bit of a dissipation on. He was very, very low, but we'll see this here, right? The Venn diagram of doom for T1 as right caught in the middle is Carrier and Zeus, as Carrier thinks he's going to save Zeus, instead puts him further forward. And even at the start of the fight, you can see Owner on the top side was trying to get on towards the Talia as Knight came into the fight, but just couldn't quite get the damage they needed. But there's the T1 Classic.
Yep, as per usual, it is down to 50% health. BLG know exactly what's going on. The cage not going to do anything in T1. They just back away. They went for it. They thought there was an opportunity, but they are still going to be able to get out. Still Bin with some free time in this mid lane does a big old dent to the inner turret.
I feel like everybody, if they're playing against T1, Coach's #1 job is, remember, they will rush Baron. They will rush Baron. If they're ever behind, they will rush Baron. BLG check it. They got a little bit of extra damage on mid turret as well. Cage goes down, but nobody going to get caught.
Yeah, there's the Nature's Grasp once again. That's going to guarantee the turret. Very nicely done here for BLG. They move up a little bit further in that gold advantage. Only 2-point-something K. Not exactly massive. But still, it just feels like this game has no control in it for T1. It is all being dictated by BLG right now.
And so much of it's coming down to, again, Knight getting the first pick on Talia, having that success against FLICKR. Also looking at Bin getting the counter pick against Zayas. Zayas hasn't really been able to find what he needs up against the Jax. And Elkanon, the Lucian has worked out absolutely fantastic for them, as it has time and time again in the LPL. And now T1 need to find some sort of way to get a pick with Zayas, find some way to shut down the BLG aggression.
Yeah, and it's just so difficult when Elk has both summoner spells available to him, Cleanse and Flash ready. Dragon is going to be theirs, but the ward's cleared out, so T1 going to keep on making you think, are we rushing it, huh?
Yeah. Are we going to do the Baron? You can see that, you know, FLICKR throwing like a W at it just to say, like, yeah, we could.
Look at the spam of pings, too. Yeah. BLG afterwards. They pick up their Drake, though. They are now on soul point. Job #1 again, still. Push out the side wave, control the map here before moving in.
Well, there is Ona getting himself out of there with the
There's
safeguard.
no flash on FLICKR.
And there's another Weaver's Wall to come through from Knight. Ona gets over at the Nature's Grass, should be able to get the Viger, although it does run out. Still, I think Bin with some free time should be able to take him down. Seismic shove not onto FLICKR, but he's still going to go down. And that is Knight that collects that kill. T1, they do get here to try and defend, but they're not going to be able to save their mid laner. FLICKR with BLG pushing it even further forward.
FLICKR with his dying breath, able to get down one more cage, means that BLG can't follow up, but now they get to move in towards the mid lane as Zayas desperately trying to clear out that wave to stop the base from being cracked open by BLG.
Now only one caster minion left up and available. That's going to be licked down, so not able to get that one in there. But this inner turret already falling down, and I think it's going to be bot and top lane the BLG will be focusing on from now on. T1 still trying to move aggressively towards their own jungle here. Doesn't feel like they own it right now as BLG. The man advantage on the map. They do have Bin towards that bottom side, but the teleport at the ready means he can always be there.
Yeah, it's just too dangerous for T1. With FLICKR in the graveyard there, they cannot afford to defend their...
Oh my God! The Devour has to be used here by Carrier, and he's going to get Gumushi out, but to safety, I'm not entirely sure because the teleport's coming in, and Bin just dives on top of him. There goes the bottom lane, shoved around his Carrier, and Knight is indeed unstoppable.
That's Elk-Illusion, baby, and that IE was completed, Atlas. The pain he unleashed on the Guma.
BLG are going to go for the Baron, but keep your eyes on Owner and FLICKR. Double smites are available for the T1 mid jungle if they want to try and contest this. Being going to try and keep Zayas out.
Well, Zayas might be able to get on in here. There is the Destiny. That is going to give them at least vision of what's going on here. Ona, he can safeguard his way through. And FLICKR with that smite play you were talking about, it is very scary. Dawning Shadow gives them vision, and Ona goes in, but it's not going to be in time. Kicks the tree over the wall and then meets his demise. BLG, they'll take the Baron, and they'll look real good to win this game.
Wait, the TP mid?
All right, well, Carrier's making his way back, and he's tanky, but not that tanky, and he goes the wrong direction, one could say. FLICKR's going to turn up alongside him and just die.
BLG are going to speed run the rest of this game then. Thank you very much for the extra kills. Thank you for the extra cooldowns, T1. And they're going straight for the base.
All right, well, Gumushi is going to try and defend, and it's not going to work as this is going to be the base broken for BLG. Feels like T1 just can't handle the pressure. There it is. Rocks being strewn on the ground in front of Gumushi. Zayas trying to do some fancy footwork, but it is not going to be enough. As Ona, he gets underneath his inhibitor turret, but he's thrown around like a ragdoll once again. Elk will be taken down. So there's at least some shutdown gold going over to Owner. And BLG, they're happy to have some fun as well.
Does mean they won't get the inhibitor though, and because Bin was pushing the top side, won't actually get too much. So a little bit of a whoopsie. If BLG had actually killed T1 there, maybe they could have looked to end the game, but the fact that Elk ended up tanking the tower, coming back to bite them a little bit.
I'm glad they're giving us this these extra few laughs here towards the late stages.
All right, Shun, he's in a cage. He's got a redemption. He gets more health after that altercation. There we go.
Circles on circles.
Yeah,
It's a 1v1. Here's another look at it. Yeah, so they're teleporting mid to try and push out mid before the rotation over, but BLG are still here. So Elk immediately jumps on them and annihilates the entirety of T1 there. Carrier gets taken down because Bin was coming from the river. FLICKR as well. Just straight put into the dirt.
I thought FLICKR was supposed to be the burst mage. Telku just immediately turns on a FLICKR and blows him up.
Elk's got a GA now too.
No, completed, yeah. You're not killing Elk again.
And there's a Majais now for Knight as well. He is absolutely feeling himself here in this game. 7-1-6. And yeah, Talia has certainly been the focus of this series thus far. 100% win rate if BLG are able to take this game. And it's feeling all but over right now. It's T1, they still have their inhibitors up, but not a lot of defense for them. And Cloud Soul going to be up and available for BLG in 20 seconds time.
Yeah, it's really hard to cook up a way where T1 are going to be able to say anything about it. I mean, probably just opt for some more stacks here and hope for a better angle at a team fight towards your base. Going out towards that Dragon Soul, it seems so insanely dangerous right now. I mean, if you funnel in through any of these jungle corridors, guess what? BLG's comp is littered with Maokai ultimate, Nami ultimate, things that are just going to make your approach a death trap. So,
well, there is a kick. That's just not going to work there for Ona. He's going to be put into a bubble and destroyed. Zayas moving on down the cage. Fantastic this time, but it's the resurrection and Carrier. He mistimes the abyssal dive. Elk gets himself out of there with the relentless pursuit, and there goes FLICKR. BLG are too far ahead, and they know it has now been flashing with the counter-strike. That'll be the ace, and that will be match point for BLG.
BLG, the LPL first seed, showing why they were so feared coming into MSI, taking us to a match point against T1.
Nexus will go down, and BLG, man, you were right, Kobe. You said it at the beginning. You saw that Lucian Nami, and you were like, this is looking dangerous, gentlemen, and you were absolutely right. Elkanon having a fantastic game, and it just felt like after that mid-game, there was no way back in. As soon as you park that Lucian Nami in mid, T1 just could not go anywhere without BLG having first move.
For science, I still want to know if that Maokai ultimate, if FLICKR had kept going bottom, would he have been able to outrange it or not? Someone test it for us.
We can like jump into the practice tool and figure it out or something like that. But let's head on over to the analyst desk to break that one down.
Thank you so much. And is it London or are we in Chengdu? Because in the same vein, BLG moves on to match point where they closed it out last year 3-1. The job is not done yet, but
okay, interesting.
What do you have on your?
It's a game.
Bantalia, yeah. Wait, can I add? Can we continue
Easy game.
this also?
Oh, I like that. That's also, these work really well in combination with each other. And also just confirming that it's a Night Kingdom. Knight has just been playing so damn well off this one. But yes, ban Talia, please. Talia has actually just been massive.
The whole game.
It's been rising in priority throughout the series, but what did you see this game?
So this one in particular, we had a Maokai that got combined with it, and it was pretty brutal. Maokai ulti, snare with the Talia flick, just a confirmed kill, and that's one kill that came through it. Can't really escape that one. And so it was something that was just haunting FLICKR in the mid lane. So once he gets killed there, and then another one was actually the classic Maokai ulti through mid to see if you can actually get, chip like a turret or anything. I didn't see a kill here until I saw Knight's positioning. That was excellent to be able to get the kill on towards owners. So it's just something that is a easy a snare into kill combination that actually continued throughout this game. So really enjoyed it. It was not something that T1 can handle.
No. Aggressive positioning, aggressive playing forward from everyone on BLG, but like sometimes when I think about kind of watching certain champions in my own region and then I watch them at tournaments like MSI, like in the hands of Knight, I think, whoa, there's actually so many more dimensions to how you can play a champion like this, specifically in games that become so dynamic and where you want to keep pressing your advantage no matter how.
And it's the angles.
Yeah.
The angles that they pulled off in this game. The Venn diagram of doom, as they said.
Yeah.
And there was a point in this game where I told Raz, man, I have no idea who's going to win this game. And about 5 minutes later, it was abundantly clear who was going to win this game. And it was after this fight, because look at the angles that they play off. Taliyah in the top river, Maokai ultimate coming in, and then the Nami wave on top of everything else that can just shred through everyone because they've been funneled straight into the middle. And this is what broke the game open.
Yeah, and at first I thought that it would be difficult to be able to punch through T1's composition just because of how tanky Keria is, and he can also pick up anyone that gets snared. But they just blew him up, and a lot of it was, yes, the layering of Nami ulti, and B, just how much damage Lucian was doing at this point in the game.
Crazy.
The follow-up was crazy in this one.
Yeah, again, the Lucian is a great example of LPL Lucian's just doing so much damage, playing so much forward, but that team fight, it was so satisfying to watch. How it all came together, and probably just back-breaking for T1 in that game. We saw they tried still, but yeah.
And it was just 0 to 100 real quick, to the point that you made when you were figuring out who was going to win this one. It was based off the lane swap that happened. Finally, we got to see a lane swap in this series. And at first, I was, no, I'm going to stop that right now. But at first, it was like, oh, it looked pretty good for BLG. Like, the experience advantage was there. They're the one that initiated the swap to be able to handle the Twisted Fate. So there was an experience advantage for Jax. The problem was, Jax kept getting dove. So the gold was getting a lot more steeper for T1 side, and I felt like they were benefiting because the gold was in Tahm Kench's pockets.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, even if Jax is a little bit less gold than Tahm Kench, I'll still take the Jax over the Tahm Kench eventually. And so let's pull up the drafts for the series.
Let's
do it.
Because we've had the benefit of having the same side 3 games in a row, because when T1 lost, they decided to stay on red side and made an adaptation which prioritized Taliyah more. So BLG says, that was clever. Let's just prioritize Taliyah even more. But what I like actually even more than first picking the Taliyah, it's delaying their choice of bot matchups. Because, okay, going through this, look at the Game 2 draft when it's Taliyah Senna, but they can do the Senna into the Kalista because they know they can't get support counterpicked with the Tahm Kench. In this game, T1 has to take both at once because nothing is revealed by BLG, and maybe they would have wanted to go with a hyperscaling thing like a Jinx Tahm Kench or something. The Tahm Kench is actually stealable, so T1 had to lock it in. That opens up the Lucian Nami, which, as we saw, scales so much better by the mid-game when the IE was completed. It takes the Senna out of the game. So the 1-2-3 of BLG was amazing. And to your point, Raz, we don't know exactly side selects yet, but would you actually ban the Taliyah if you're T1 on red side again? Because they'd have to drop something of those 3.
I think so. I think it has too much impact within the game. And another thing that I wanted to point out there was the fact that, like, Kalista was 1 pick in both games, and then finally just no Kalista, because they realized playing Kalista into that composition that T1 had was way too difficult. And so maybe we actually see a decrease in, maybe we won't see the Senna Tahm Kench anymore.
We've got a blue side T1 for the first time.
There it is.
Yeah, so the big question for me will be if any of the bans change, because the teams have been hard locked into their 3 bans in all 3 of their games.
Yeah.
It could also just be Taliyah continually rising up the pyramid of priority, and it would just be T1 first picking Taliyah, and then we go from there. That might actually be what happens.
Hindsight is 20/20, but did you like the Veigar at all before, or not at all?
I like the Veigar pick. I think it just wasn't, the game was going way too quickly for the Veigar.
But even if it's not, to your point, that Jax can always just jump on you, right?
By the end of the game, yeah, once Jax got enough gold. I think the Veigar pick in isolation is okay, but the game was, as Raz said, like, too fast.
Yeah.
I don't know exactly how T1 slows the game down.
Yeah.
Other than, it's... I mean, the angles that they could attack the Veigar from were too many.
Yeah, and it was going way too quickly. And I did like the Veigar cage for the Jax jump, the Lucian range that he had. Like, there was a lot of problems of being able to get in range.
Where do you put it? You know, they're coming from there.
But, like, especially what we saw from that mid lane turret dive that you saw, it was like, okay, no, Taliyah's behind us. Never mind. So, like, can't really do much there.
Tricky. But bigger problems.
Exactly. So I do think the #1 thing we will probably see, maybe we'll see the Orianna drop in the bans. But we'll for sure see a change in how Senna Tahm Kench is prioritized from T1. I think that's for sure. And we'll just see a Kalista ban, a Taliyah ban from T1 on, or BLG on red side.
What were our predictions? I had 3-2 T1, so I'm technically still in the race. I'm not flip-flopping.
I'm not flip-flopping. I had BLG 3-2, so I'm sticking to that.
Yeah.
I had T1 3-1. I'm going to stick with it. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd rather stick with it than flip-flop, Raz. I think they can pull it out. I think they can pull out 2 of the next one.
That is just as wrong as you possibly can be.
Hey.
That is insane.
But I like it. You're sticking to your guns even if it's wrong.
Let's go.
Exactly my character.
All right, I'm just saying, like, it's hard to stick to your guns and you've already drowned. So.
Anyways, we're going to take a quick break. I do personally hope, not only for the sake of my prediction, but also for the streak that we're on in terms of Game 5s, that we get another Game 5 here. But we're going to head over to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll see if BLG can close it out.
It feels electric. Electric. It feels electric. Electric. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All of the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, electricity. Feel the energy, feel the electricity. All world's in front of me, feel the electricity. All of the energy, feel the electricity. It's all inside of me, electricity.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is do or die time for T1 as BLG are on the verge of moving to the winners final. We'll see what's going to happen. A bit of a side switch up, gentlemen. Is it going to be enough?
It is going to be enough to slam a Taliyah first pick.
Hey, true.
T1 on blue side now, and this I really think that's coming. The Taliyah slam. Honestly, too, bottom lane, like, what do you do? Elkanon looks so good here. Are T1 going to budge from the Senna Tom Kench?
I don't think they will, but I'm curious if any of these bans budge, because there is always the opportunity now, if you're on BLG side, to say, hey, look, we're actually just going to leave open some more of these mid lane picks, so then we're less targeted when it comes towards the mid lane champion pool. But at the moment, doesn't seem like anything is different.
No, it's looking very, very similar. As the Orianna, there is the Azir, and we'll see what the final ban is going to be, but I have an inkling as to what it might be.
Yeah, I think BLG, no reason to drop the Ashe ban. I don't think you want to see Keria on that. I think that will be just pain, pain, pain. So it's from the side of T1, and we'll see if they follow up similarly from last game as well.
Yeah, and of course, with a switch of sides, you'd think that maybe things would be adjusted, and so the Varus is going to be banned away this time around. That Ashe...
Not going to let it through, right?
Yeah, I mean, okay,
wow.
so the Taliyah ban, now it could be an Ashe first pick in theory. With the Varus banned away, I mean, you don't have as many of those matchups that you really, really like, but of course, we know that Keria plays it with anything.
But also on the opposite side, Elkanon have been more than happy to take something like the Caitlyn Lux into these double AD carry lanes, so maybe it is a little bit of a bait to see if they will go for the Ashe first pick. Looks like T1 are going to maybe go for it. Maybe.
I mean,
just maybe.
Just look at the evolution of this series, though. And now we've got triple Faker bans here with putting so much pressure onto the GOATS champion pool.
Yeah.
This guy has played 82 out of 168 available champions in League of Legends in professional play. But with the way that the series has gone, I actually agree with it. The Taliyah priority here overtaking. And T1, they opt for the Kalista side.
Yeah,
They
actually,
let the Ashe pass.
Yeah, I actually really like still picking up the Kalista. It is a little bit harder to pick the Lucian into it, a little bit too much early game pressure, but it is now Elkanon that are going to start off with this Senna. Could it be the Tahm Kench picked alongside it? Because with a Nautilus now available, because that Varus took the spot of the Nautilus that has been permanently banned throughout this series, they could decide to take that one away as Shun is playing with their hearts a little bit.
He's having some fun. Just a couple of shout-outs there.
And this is the best Senna lane.
Yeah, I think this is a great opportunity as well to just shut down the Kalista. That point-and-click CC from the Nautilus is so good against that Kalista, but we'll have to see how it's going to start to pan out, because realistically, I think we're going to see the mid lane more than likely locked in for Faker. Could just go for the Corki, has been very, very strong, and has been something that he's fallen back to, as alongside the Renata, which is the other side of the good matchup into the Nautilus.
Yeah, and this is something that Keria has found a lot of success on in the past, and the good old Kalista Renata has been very, very powerful. So they will lock that one in. We'll see whether it's going to be Faker's pick or whether it's just going to be a jungler for Ona. Try and round out this first round of picks. I wouldn't even mind some Maokai attention here from T1, because it just was so devastating from Shun in the last game. Maybe they want to have that power themselves. See where their minds are going to go as far as this final pick for our first round.
Yeah, what is... I honestly want to grab some jungle. Okay, yeah, they grabbed the Xin.
All right.
They grabbed the Xin here for Owner. So much power in this champion. With that, plus the Kalista Renata, T1 showing we are going to do something about this bottom side of the map, and we are going to do it quick.
Is Shun going to do it? I mean, Knight is having a good old giggle right now, so I would imagine that this is just a bit of a hover.
We've had a lot of hover shout-outs so far.
But we also have already had an Italy, so I'm a little bit worried.
I was going to say, I think you can take the Tristana here. Very, very strong, and it gives you the opportunity to try and play heavily through mid lane and get that push, which denies the opportunity for Xin Zhao to go for a lot of these invades, because we've seen over the course of the series how important that mid priority has been for both sides of the coin. And now with Knight going back towards the Tristana, it feels like you have a great setup for BLG when it comes to these team fights.
So then T1 banned the Maokai, because you don't want to deal with that
Tristana,
pairing with the
Maokai,
Tristana, kind of the classic. Going through other like AP junglers right now, I mean, the Nidalee is one, Karthus is one. We haven't seen a lot of the AP jungles.
What about the Lilia?
Yike did the Lilia.
We saw that earlier, yeah.
But I don't like the Lilia with that setup.
No. But it was AP. That was the only thing that I really
Maokai's for sure. And then maybe they split a ban toward like top lane or something.
Maybe they just go for the Sejuani and the Zac, so you still get at least a little bit of that AP damage coming through from the Zac. Could be just enough to fill that hole, but more than likely you're going to see Zeus going towards something like the Cassandra on the opposite side, so it could be the angle here for Bin.
We'll see. That is 5 Faker bans. Technically 6, because they banned the Ahri themselves. So Faker's going to have to dig a bit deep. Of course, you have mentioned the amount of champions he's played professionally, but how many is he practiced on for this tournament right now? That is the question We saw already that the Aurelian Soul didn't look all that great. As just
there it is.
The Nidalee is going to be locked in.
Yeah, the other AP source. All right, Canyon did it. Everybody's allowed.
Floodgates.
Should also is one of the mega Nidalee players, so he is definitely allowed to do it. I'm very excited. I hope that he doesn't start out also with 2 deaths of invading for the Nidalee, and we can see the Nidalee once again.
I'm a little bit nervous because I think it was at Worlds last year we hyped up Just Nidalee, and then it fell apart a little bit. But the Akali coming through on the opposite side. FLICKR wants to go toe-to-toe against Nice.
Oh, baby, this is a spicy draft from T1. I like the firepower that we are seeing in it already. And we're going to get top lane classic matchup.
Yep. Yeah, that's not exactly the most setup.
Rest of the map, though, is banging.
This is not too bad, although it is double AP as far as that top 2v2 is concerned. So K'Sante, a little bit more of that stable pickup. And we do know that Zeus very, very happy on the Zac. That was how they picked up their only win in this series thus far. Oh, man. Could this be the adaptation that T1 required as the K'Sante is indeed locked in?
I was going to say, I'd be very surprised to see Rumble for Bin. Yes, we saw a little bit of Worlds. That was the first time he ever played it in his professional career, and has only played it a handful of times even this year and hasn't looked great on it. So instead, they're just going to go back towards the K'Sante. This is insane. Shun going to have to perform just like we saw from Canyon yesterday in the Nidalee, but are T1 ready for the Cougar in the jungle?
I was kind of thinking that maybe Bin would go down the Renekton route, because Renekton Nidalee has been such incredible setup. It might have been that they saw the Zac and they're like, it's going to take us about 3 years to get through it, and we don't want to waste that kind of time.
Yeah, that is not worth it. That would be a waste. I am so excited for this one. We get a FLICKR Akali. Remember coming to this patch for MSI, there was the 30 extra HP added.
Hey, there we go.
Tantalizing.
Akali buffs, ridiculous.
We'll see if FLICKR ever lives by that health margin. But let's get right into it, Dagda.
I'm a little nervous because we saw Cream on the Akali yesterday, and once we got to the Mega Tanks later on, it was just kind of like, oh, Cream doesn't really get to play particularly much. So I think a huge amount of this is going to be on FLICKR, seeing if he can get on towards a much squishier backline in the likes of the Nidalee and that, but we'll have to keep our eyes on to see if he can find that early lead, those early skirmishes that propel Akali to unstoppable heights.
Yeah, I know Guma loves the lethality Kalista, but maybe he goes on-hit Kalista this time around to be able to solve that K'Sante problem.
We'll have to check some keystones as we make our way onto the Rift here. Do or die for T1, match point for BLG. Can move into that winners final here and keep themselves alive with an extra life here at MSI 2024. The other team going to be going down to face TL in the lower bracket. Shun, not a lot of setup for the Nidalee in this game, as he's going to land his first spear. That is the way you want to start it off, as the electrocute proc going to come in as well.
Target practice, set myself up.
Alrighty. So it looks like standard lanes are going to be attempted.
I love when the observers play those games.
Yeah.
Turn off the lights.
Well, is it going to be FLICKR that is going to take the next one? And the answer is no. Able to sidestep that, at least for the moment. So 1 out of 3 thus far.
I would like chat to keep a cumulative counter going for every spear that we see thrown.
All right. Can I do it as well?
Yeah.
Can I be chat?
That is your job and chat's job.
All right. It's me and you, chat. It's chatless. We got to do this.
Chatless.
Got to keep that spear count going. I'm going to forget, so it's
yeah, exactly. I think the chat is going to do a lot of the heavy lifting in the chat list combination.
That's how it works in the LCK. I'm glad that it's here in the international stage as well. As Ona is going to find some friends as Elkanon move in to this top lane. Ona going to vacate the area immediately. Sweep out on that ward as well. Carrier throwing some things around here as Shun getting started on the blue buff himself. And now Elk is just being frustrating. Smite going to be utilized here, is now Bin getting aggressive. Carrier is wandering now back towards his teammates as the tiny little flash is going to at least stop that spear from landing.
All right. Technically, the spear missed, but it was a really high-value spear that was going to hit, and then he had forced a flash. So I guess by the rules, we still have to count that towards a miss, but
That was very high profile.
Or maybe it still gets something, and so it's successful. Is now on an Elk going to put Zeus down to half health.
Yeah, who wrote the rule book for our chatless game? Oh, no. I thought someone had looked at it.
It wasn't me. It was chat. We'll just have to refer to chat. They'll let us know.
Yeah, count it as a hit, I guess. He got the flash.
Yeah. It was a successful spear.
Yeah, there we go.
It didn't hit, but it was a successful spear.
Okay. The miss, though, is for Bin. Bin hasn't managed to get any of this CS in the early stage of the game, whereas when you look at Zeus, he actually managed to farm some of that early CS and actually get the experience because you had Elk going in towards the enemy jungle, so he was just in a 1v1. And now Bin potentially going to be dove as this wave hits the tower as well. You're seeing on reset, he may just TP in to save his top laner.
Tell you what, this is a good look for T1 though, because what they haven't had is an aggressive bottom lane throughout this entire tournament. Elk, okay, doesn't really want to be doing battle with Zeus here, who does have flash available. So does Elk, of course, has to use the heal first. Has now teleport to get the Nautilus towards the bottom side, try and defend Bin and make sure that he can pick up this experience.
Meanwhile, guess what? Owner's gonna be the sad one again. Shun on the Nidalee, a champion really built to take over jungle camps, gets a dream start where he takes away his quadrant on the blue side and then gets to pass by his own Raptors into your...
That's another miss.
That one was for sure a miss. Scuttle Crabs, though, I mean, everybody's...
2 and 5, I think. I don't know.
Everyone's been juked by Scuttle Crab sometime or another. But regardless, it's still going to be dream start. You know, Shun on Nidalee power farming ahead here with the extra camps available due to the lane swap.
Especially when you have the setup as well coming through from on, you can start to play pretty heavily around Elk and on this bottom side and try and look for an initial kill or at least some of these spears to hit off of your first reset. So Shun, I'm going to be keeping my eyes on to see if he does try and link up with the BLG bot lane, especially as Gumayusi and Kerry are going to enter into that 2v2. So Kerry more than likely going to be the person they're going to aim for.
Well, Zeus picking up blobs and stuff like that here towards the top side as Shun in position. Let's see whether he can find some sort of engage opportunity. Bin pins him against the wall. There is a spear connecting, but the elastic slingshot, it comes out. The flashes both going to come on through here as that spear is going to miss. So 3 and 6 is my count, I guess.
Woo, okay, I'll go with that.
It's going to be a flash, so a successful game.
Incredibly close there. Shun almost able to chase down. Meanwhile, mid lane, Elk's going to pay a visit here to try and punish this Akali even more.
Yeah, Piercing Darkness coming on through there as FLICKR backflips, collects himself the minion as well with the return.
Will have gotten through to level 6 though, essentially. Will be fine to just reset here, TP back in off of his first purchase and be relatively fine. So FLICKR kind of making it through the worst part of the laning phase. Is even going to stick around now to pick up this wave with Kerry's help.
Oh, actually finding a little bit of damage here on Tonight. Not wanting to go aggressive with Elk in the area. As he's going to be snared once again. And there is the plate going on over to both of the AD carries here on BLG's side. Bin is behind a turret. Zeus did make his way back. Great handshake there from Carrier as Elk going to be burning down. Shun turns up. And now in goes Ona, finding the opportunity. Wind becomes lightning, connects on to Elk as now FLICKR looking for that opportunity. Dives on in. He's going to have to move back. Does connect with the minion that he'd already set up to make his exit.
Yeah, Elk blowing his flash too. Shun is...
Yeah, speaking of flashes, Ona has to use his to get himself out of the way as well, as Knight, unable to get into range for any of these autos, needs to draw more beads, I believe.
Maybe the red buff could have been the slow, but not quite able to get in range there. Shun has to back away, but a massive amount of aggression around this mid lane. Elk even have to burn his flash again. It has not looked too good for him on this Senna thus far. Getting jumped on by Zeus on the top side, now burning flash again. This Senna definitely needs to find a home where she can get some souls and get a little bit of experience for herself.
And that home better be far away from FLICKR. A level 6 Akali, a level 6 Akali, and a level 3 Senna with no flash is definitely a death sentence there. So we'll return to top side though with Zeus with level 6 advantage on Bin, is trying to press it.
Yeah, being able to throw his body around just a little bit here, collects the bits of it that fall off as well, and that is going to allow him to even out that trade. This plate going to be picked up for Carrier and Gumayusi. They're going to help out Ona taking down this first dragon of the game. And Elk will now just find Zeus, who will get snared. There are 3 members of BLG in the area, but Elastic Slingshot, one heck of an ability. That is going to mean just the grub's going to be taken here by BLG, but that is still a good prize.
Yeah, not a lot of experience for Elk, but is getting a lot of souls. You know, roaming up there by the Void Grubs as well, getting those off of the back of Shun. So as long as the souls keep on stacking, Knight here with a little trade.
Yep. FLICKR going to explode momentarily. There it is.
Can it.
And he has come back to lane with an Aether Wisp now done. So a bit of extra movement speed. Pretty nice. Some brown bags and a book. As now on underneath this turret, not really able to stop Carrier and Gumayusi from continuing to rain hell down on the crockery hidden inside these towers.
I think that's the problem here as well, is that because you got Elk roaming around, you're not getting the experience. Yes, you're getting some souls, but you're kind of just giving Gumayusi and Carrier what they want. It is an on-hit Callista as well, so the longer she can kind of stay ahead of Bin and stay relevant is kind of where T1 are comfortable. Otherwise, Bin just becomes an absolute menace that no one can deal with. So I am curious as to if BLG are going to be able to find success with Elk at some stage, or if T1 kind of just get to keep pushing their leads through the laning phase.
Yep, they are going to focus the experience onto On here, so maybe a Giga Nautilus will take effect. Shun is making a pass.
Seen this one before, as Zeus now just trying to move himself back. The Q doesn't really connect. There's the all-out as Zeus is bouncing, and he's got Cell Division, so he was never in any trouble at all, and they're not able to get the passive either. As FLICKR doesn't find the backflip, and so Knight is going to be absolutely fine here in this lane. FLICKR going to now look for another back, get that health bar back in order. And this Akali will be a threat in the earlier stage. I'm just really worried that Bin is going to be absolutely immortal as this game goes on. Thankfully, of course, Gumayusi is the on-hit variety, but Callista just isn't really a tank shredder.
It does feel a lot like BLG are going for the, hey, we just want to prevent ourselves from dying. You have On who's going to be strong, Bin who's going to be strong. Even the early Hex Drinker coming through from Knight, it's a do not get burst out and we win the fight. As long as we can keep ourselves alive in the backline, we're going to be okay. So I think Elk going to be the one that's really struggling this game, and it'll be on Knight to try and carry those fights as the main DPS in the backline.
Oh, this is so dangerous for Carrier. Spear is going to land. Good flash as the pounce was coming through. The Carrier still having to use that very valuable summoner spell in order to escape.
All right, unable to push the wave out as well. This Giga Nautilus that's been soaking up the 2v1 pressure here with his Bomby Cinder, able to push out.
Zeus moving up behind the turret here once again. Seen top laners just not really caring about where minion waves are, and Zeus pressed W a few times and is going to be absolutely okay.
I think next play too, T1 and FLICKR especially, going to look to use his ultimate and look to, try and execute one of these bot side members, namely Elk, searching for either Elk or Shun. Because as you mentioned, the Hex Drinker rush from Knight makes that a lot more difficult. So look for one of these other squishier targets around to try and go for those combos. Owner here, moving in with him, multiple control wards around mid lane, used to get some vision, and used to try and invade and see if they can find those targets.
This is the smallest Elk I've ever seen. Like, there are some that are as big as cars or trucks, and then I look at this one, I'm like, you are 2 levels behind the enemy support. You have no access to an ultimate. You're kind of just wandering around and dawdling, hoping that you can get some sort of experience.
32 souls, though.
Yeah, I mean, look, he needs to get some grass. That's all I'm saying. There has to be something that he can give this Elk to speed
He's grazing in bottom lane now. A little bit of grazing. Catch back up. At least get his level 5. Okay.
What's the grass equivalent of steroids? How do we get them to Elk in the bottom lane?
I'm not sure. That spear is going to land beautifully here, though, as Shun going to force out a backflip there from FLICKR and also get him relatively low. Shun looking for some more camps, as we can see. And Knight takes a turret shot. Carrier in the area. Almost rhymed, kind of cute, as he is going to step on that trap, now moving back towards that top side of the map where Gumayusi is lying in wait. Owner also somewhat in the area, but Knight is really starting to tear through these turrets. And with these grubs coming up once again, it's going to be BLG looking for an opportunity there to be able to really lock down these turrets. FLICKR finding the 5-point strike as Owner moves on in. Shun still lurking, and the spear not going to quite connect there. Don't have the count anymore. Hopefully chat's going to be there for me.
These should go to T1 because, oh, actually we're seeing a walk-up from Zeus in the river right now, but they should go to T1. On does not have teleport. So Zeus going to turn it into a 5v4. These should definitely go to T1.
Yeah, you can see Zeus just moving towards Knight here, decides that he wants to head towards the Raptor camp and is going to be able to head over there. So Void Grub's going to be collected, like you say, by Owner, but another plate going down here for Knight in the mid lane. More money to the Tristana is great news for BLG. It's going to have so much DPS, so much turret destruction power.
And you just get to keep up this pressure as well because Knight's able to shove in mid. You continue to put pressure onto this bottom side jungle. Steal away camps. On will be fine. He should be able to just hook himself out. There you go. Although,
Giga Nautilus. Giga Nautilus. He's the same level as the enemy top laner. He's the same level as the enemy solo laners.
He better be. Elk is still level 5.
Giga Nautilus. This is the way. BLG. They rotate down for the dragon, but T1.
Yeah, Carrier noticing that this is going to be very low. That is the steal for Owner, though. Says thank you very much. And they're not even going to go aggressive onto him because he's got flash. Could have just got himself out the back end.
What a power move. Carrier just drops the ward in. Instant W from Owner. Jumps right in. Thank you for leash. T1, they were able to get the grubs and continue their dragon stacking. This is actually very big for the comp here for T1.
Oh, God. If they get a mountain soul, that's Zach with a mountain soul. I do not want to see that.
I mean, if you flip it though, if BLG
if Bin gets one, he's never
that's
dying.
Terrifying. Exactly. Giga Nautilus and Bin going to be a major issue when you get Giga Bin into that position as well. But I think this is where we're going to see more pressure in this mid lane. Knight going to be able to get this mid lane turret, and then you can start to open up in side lanes. And if you can keep the 1-3-1 in position, then you're good. But this is just a fantastic steal from Zayas. They see the ward go over, and even with the burst that you think Shun should have, Owner just times it beautifully and steals that one away.
Yeah, really nice. I mean, you could not steal that with a pure smite because he timed his Q auto with the smite immediately, and the last HP I saw was 977, so really good combo there from Owner. He's got his timing down.
Yep, cleanly done. Sundered Sky now completed as well. Kabazin's out. Going to be feeling pretty good about where he's at in this game. Blade of the Ruin King completed here for Gumayusi as well, as Elk not quite able to stop this Kalista from bearing down on the turret. Carrier turns up as well. He'll be absolutely fine. So Knight getting to work in this top lane, and the split push should certainly be something that BLG can do, especially in a 4-1 with Tristana in the side lane. Very scary stuff. It's just use the teleport to get towards that top lane, and that turret is very low. As is this one. I mean, all these turrets are sort of limping through life right now. And Gumayusi going to be able to clear out the wave, but BLG, they can move to whichever lane they would like. So much of these minions are in their control. As another few are going to miss there, as Zayas trying to go aggressive onto Bin. Pick up a few of these blobs, as now T1, speaking of aggressive, positioning themselves. Nice. Spear going to connect there from Shun, as Wind Becomes Lightning missing. Looks very close, to be perfectly honest, as now T1 just moving towards the mid lane, and we won't have the action that I was thinking might be happening.
BLG just want to play it slow. They know that Knight will be able to chip away at the turret. Vaughn will get control over mid, so there's no pressure on them to try and overforce things. Just look for a hook on an isolated target, look for a Nidalee Spear, but Owner goes.
Just diving on forward, he does get rooted. But looks like Elk is going to survive for the moment. These spears really getting avoided now as Bin taking that turret shot, didn't really want to. Audacious Charge comes in yet again as he pounces away. And we're just testing the waters, everyone, just testing. And we haven't committed to any of these fights just yet. This one definitely not a commitment. You can see that Bin losing a bit more health, but I don't know whether Zayas is going to be winning fights.
BLG definitely want to make sure they're winning this. A match against CHENGDU up next if they can try and find it, but Spear goes wide.
Yeah, picks the gap as the Rift Herald going to be secured here by T1. Muscling a little bit back in this game.
Yeah, inner route towards the mid tower, though, is acquired for BLG. They're going to push out the wave first. How hard do they want to press? The tower's so low, but it's hard for them to step up. T1 defend. They keep barely this tower standing.
We're not really getting the key abilities from BLG hitting, like the stun from Elk, the root coming through from On, like a hook, the setup for Shun. So a lot of it has just been tossing out these Nidalee Spears in the hopes that maybe they hit someone, and when they don't, T1 very quickly are moving forward, understanding that they are then in a position to try and take the fight against BLG, and with that, BLG have to play respectfully. And you can see in the MasterCard Lane Economy snapshot that Gumayusi, obviously a little bit of fake data because he is up against Elk, who's on the Senna, but he is still very strong, and if you can play around Gumayusi, T1 can try to blow up in this game.
Yeah, we'll see too, because On has been able to rush the Frozen Heart on that Nautilus with all the extra money that he got kind of funneled into him. The Frozen Heart will be so effective if he can stay in range of Guma plus Owner, which shouldn't be too hard. They're both very short range champs that both rely on attack speed. And see how much they can kind of put a stop to that T1 DPS on this team. We haven't seen FLICKR yet, use his burst combo on the Sakali with the Lichbane Rush, following here with the needlessly large rod on top of it. And already level 12 here with rank 2 in the ultimate.
And we also haven't seen a kill so far this game.
because Elk has been stealthy. He's been able to avoid a lot of these kill angles. Done quite a good job there, and
I'm feeling right at home. Like this is my sort of chess match League of Legends that I get used to.
This is not my
I
BLG though. BLG are supposed to be skirmishes, supposed to be fighters. They're not supposed to be like, yes, we actually just autoed the ranged minion twice there, so then we could set up for a slightly slower push that would then accumulate right in time for Dragon, which is now spawned on the bottom side of the map. It is a mountain dragon, so T1 would like to procure that.
But I agree with their reasoning why. They've got unlimited stacking Senna, and they've got Tristana stacking range as well with levels.
Oh, the hook not landing. That could be a problem here as On is down to 50%. He's extraordinarily tanky. You mentioned Giga Nautilus. That is fitting the bill. Skoomer is going to be able to tear out those sticks. So we almost had some sort of theoretical death or kill, but it didn't happen.
We had a turret death. So there you go.
There we go. First turret blood.
Turret death on the top side of the map as Knight is able to continue pushing on that Tristana. We get a slight intervention of the aggressive living of these tanks on bottom side, but still, you know, BLG with a Tristana and a Senna scaling continually here, you know, both these champions continuing to acquire range the longer this game goes on. They even are able to bully in here, and they've got priority on Dragon. I mean, FLICKR has teleport, but is he going to use it?
Yeah, vision available here as Elk. Wind Becomes Lightning is going to connect. There is an ulti. Great knock-up as On is going to have to flash to get himself out. Knight is now being kept out of this fight as well as now FLICKR has his mitts on him. The Dragon down to 50%. Another W going to be connecting there. The Dawning Shadow, and it should be first blood as Gumayusi will be taken down. It's Bin that grabs the first one. FLICKR tries to get out of there, and T1 are now just going to find themselves lying on the ground. As Zeus, not anything he can do, and he might split up, but he is still very dead. Shun's going to be able to lock that one down, and it's two quick ones for BLG and a Dragon.
On was missing the hooks to give T1 false hope. He finds the crucial one on the Gumayusi, sets up for Shun's spear, and immediately BLG pounds. They take the kills, and they will take the Dragon.
They're just gonna run away with the map now. I mean, they're even gonna get the last outer tower. All three outer towers down on the side of T1 now, not to mention BLG picking up their Mountain Dragon. Let's take another look at it, because Giga Nautilus is the Giga Star here once again. On goes right at Guma, full length on the Nautilus ultimate, and good night, buddy. Senna ultimate was immediately followed over the top, and with that lead, I mean, if you're going to assassinate the enemy Kalista right off the bat, then it's easy for everybody to follow through, and BLG immediately takes so many rewards.
That's the thing. The Kalista has to be the tank shredder, has to deal the damage, and
gotta flash those.
You just can't. Yeah, you got to flash them, and you cannot get caught out at the start of the fight. And now, with BLG taking all three outer towers, you've got 2 items completed for Bin, 2 items completed for On. It becomes way more difficult to deal with these mega tanks on BLG, and FLICKR is just not going to be able to do so. He's 0-0-0 on the Akali, an item and a half to his name. There's little that you can do on T1 unless you can find isolated picks.
It's going to be hard for FLICKR to find any control in side lanes as well. Bin is just getting bigger and bigger, like you were talking about, a couple of items being picked up. And the fact that he collects the first blood as well as an extra assist is going to mean that as these Drakes keep getting stacked, if BLG keeps control of this game, may have slipped out of the grasp of T1. They're going to have to make some moves to get them back into it. And I think it has to come down to this man in the mid lane. FLICKR has really just ripped victory away from the jaws of defeat in their most recent series. He was the hero against G2. He's going to have to need some of that energy, find these backline targets, and get some assassinations.
Yeah, namely, he's trying to hunt Elk and Shun. They're so elusive, those targets, though. I think that Knight here with the Hex Drinker on the Tristana and his flash is just too safe. It's really hard for him to find an execution onto the Trist, but maybe if he could find one of those other 2 squishy targets that don't have great outs right now.
But that's why BLG are playing so safe. You can't really contest towers. Knight clears out waves too quickly. On is clearing out waves too quickly. You just don't have the range that you need to contest. Every time you step up, Shun is coming out of the woodworks to toss spears at your face. So at the moment, BLG are like, cool, we will just hide underneath our towers, poke our heads out every so often if we think we can maybe get a tower or an extra jungle camp, and just play for the dragon stacking that's going to make our tanks unkillable.
Well, T1 with a bit of a shove here into the mid lane. Shun throwing some spears around, but connecting on the minion wave, that hook. Oh, just going for the opposite juke. Doesn't actually come on through, and T1 are going to have to back away. The minion wave just evaporates.
And even just with that, he got Guma's heal. On here, on the Nautilus, just walking up menacingly, getting small cooldowns. And then he can rely on these Nidalee heals from Shun, so he gets right back to full health. At BLG, they just feel like they have so much control in this game. And T1, there's not a lot they can do to put a stop to some of the scaling of the Tristana, who's already the gold leader in the game. And FLICKR is almost at 80 souls, looks like 75 or so. Of course, every 20 you get your nice range bonus, so it's really going smoothly for BLG, and it's up to T1.
Yeah, they have to find something.
The course of this series, of this game right now, must-win game.
And it has to be a pick, or it has to be some way to force BLG out of their comfort zone, which is underneath these structures. Maybe you can try and hyper-force a Baron that draws BLG out, but in a straight-up front-to-back, I favor BLG. They have a significantly stronger front line in the tanks, so it kind of falls back to find a pick. But with mid-tower still standing, the two side lane towers still standing, how do you even get the deep vision you need to look for picks onto BLG?
Right now, at least, T1 have vision on the Baron. There is that. Control Ward is now in that pit as Gumayushi moving on in. Carrier looked like he was slightly overextended, but he is going to be A-OK. Spear just narrowly going to be avoided. It's BLG trying to make the map as dark as possible. Nice Spear connects onto FLICKR. He'll be okay. Shadow Flame now done, so second item in for the Akali is now Shun. Aggressive once again. Gumayushi throws one auto at him. That is about all they're going to find for the moment. No commitment to any fight right now as Knight moving in from that top side. And now FLICKR tries to find his opportunity. They take down Shun. There is one in this fight as now Elk. He could be in trouble as well. Makes it underneath the turret. And now Gumayushi, this is his time. He's hopping mad underneath this one. Only going to do the same thing as FLICKR. Backflips on top. Not going to be the bailout there for Owner, and they take their first turret. T1 are alive.
Carrier takes it upon himself to change the course of this game. Will it be enough to change the course of this series? He flashes in, he finds Shun, one of those two targets we were talking about for the execute for FLICKR, and FLICKR comes away with two.
Gumayushi gets caught though. I don't know if they'll be able to do much about it. Dragon is up and available, and T1 immediately looking for the big objective.
This is the biggest part, the fact that they can now get themselves soul point. They can stop these mountains from being stacked up.
Wow.
And T1 will be able to lock that one down. It is still feeling so narrow here for T1 to try and tightrope walk their way towards silver scrapes. But there is a possibility.
So crazy there. Carrier, the timing, they know. Dragon coming up, they got to make the play now. He sees the angle, flashes on him immediately, and FLICKR is here for the follow-through. These two.
Great ward from Carrier there. Spots him out and immediately goes over. Uses the ultimate. Doesn't go the way I think he was hoping to, but still gets the play that he wants to. And then Gumayushi able to play forward on is tanky, but when he's tanking 4 members of T1 right now, just isn't enough. Owner though, going a little bit deep to set up the play for FLICKR, will end up giving his life in the cross.
Yeah, it's another hero setup for FLICKR. Owner's like, FLICKR, sir, you landed the shuriken, I will go in.
Sir, yes, sir.
Yes, sir, yes, sir, I'll go get you another kill.
Oh, you need another kill? Okay, here we are.
The shuriken lands, you gotta take that flip. Them's the rules, and that got them the objective. It got them both objectives, the tower and the dragon. So the hope here for T1, just prying their way right back into this game.
And they may have just pried open opportunities to get into the jungle of BLG as well. That mid tower being down means you can start to push that vision line a little bit further forward into BLG's jungle. Look for some of the plays off of FLICKR as he continues to get control over the side lane. And having that Shadow Flame completed as well is huge for FLICKR if he wants to try and assassinate people. He desperately needed to start to get that gold into the assassin.
Yep, and as this game goes on, Shun is going to find himself less and less useful, right? Like this is the real time, right? It's mid-game where the Nidalee can really start to put her claws in. With the fact that T1 have found themselves at least a fight. Could be an opportunity here as there's a flash depth charge to come out from On. FLICKR getting underneath the turret, does have the shroud, I believe, but no, he's not able to get into it, and Shun's able to lock down the kill. Right as I was saying it, they're back on the board.
TP in behind them though, T1 do not want to let BLG go for the Baron. Waving bot side isn't in a position for BLG to really capitalize.
He has his teleport. Could be an opportunity. Hook is going to land there, and it's just not going to be anything here for T1. The cell division comes down, and T1 cannot find any opportunity. That is going to be Gumayushi using that Fate's Call to get Carrier out of dodge. But I don't know about that one, Carrier. The hook is going to be there once again from the Giga Nautilus, and T1 are just falling apart. Dawning Shadow flies in, and it's just going to be BLG wandering back towards what feels like a free Baron.
This has got to be free. Owner, maybe he could work some magic. It would be psycho, though.
Oh, dear. There is Gumayushi trying to dance his way out this time, but Bit is just going to execute him.
Look at Owner. Owner, he knows the game is about to be lost, so he's trying to sneak his way over there. Knight says, no way you're getting through this jungle. The Baron is ours, and it all started with BLG sending the hit squad for FLICKR. 4 members, everyone spamming flashes and ultimates, and they took down FLICKR, and then were able to chain it into the rest of the map.
BLG knew it was their moment. They knew they had to take down the GOAT if they wanted to take this across the finish line.
And Knight flashes the JDG icon. He says, I am the defending champion of MSI. I am the MVP of the LPL, and I am not losing this series.
Probably a little bit of a shout out to Yagao as well, his friend across the JDG, who for a long time was with him. But yeah, Knight has replaced him quite a bit. And it's probably for plays like this where he's able to follow up so successfully with On here. The spear from Shun, the hook from On, the death onto FLICKR, and the immediate TP from T1 as they desperately want to try and stop this, but they're so separated.
Yeah, and that play was lost from the very beginning for T1 because Bin had teleport.
Yeah.
The Cassante right now is split pushing. He didn't even have to come teleport.
Carrier, I don't know what that was.
I think Carrier thought he might have had some sort of angle, but they just didn't have anyone there. There's not going to be any opportunity. Now BLG with this Baron. They've already taken out the inner turret on the top side of the map, inner in the mid lane. Look at this gold lead. It is approaching 10K. Oh, I guess it's 7, so it's not necessarily that close, but it is pretty close. And it feels close enough, as T1 were already on the back foot in this game. They found that miraculous fight, and it felt like there was somewhat of a way back in. That door has been shut, and maybe on someone's toes as well, as they're going to go for it once again. On still hasn't taken a damage yet as he gets his hand shook. Elk just standing in the back line, keeping him healed up as FLICKR looks for the flank angle. Gets the backflip onto Shun, but Gumayushi not going to get bailed out of this one. Shun dives in. He's just going to execute FLICKR. The hostile takeover is going to come on through. We'll see whether that's going to be enough as Knight does go down. Shun's going to follow suit, but it looks like BLG will have the man advantage in the end. That's going to be the ace, and they might just be able to win the game right here, right now.
BLG will take down the second seed of the LCK in what is an unbelievable performance from the first seed.
And able to get their revenge from the World Championship, and the LPL just showing the LCK that this is their tournament. They do not lose at MSI, and there goes the Nexus. That is the match for BLG, and they'll be heading towards the winners' final.
The triple fist bump at the end, and well-deserved BLG with a dominant victory.
We get a BLG versus CHENGDU series.
Oh,
what a
baby.
treat we now get off the back of this. BLG, that was a very different look from what you would have expected from them coming out of the LPL's playoffs. Not playing fast, not playing for skirmishes. It was slow, it was calculated. They were willing to just play for this scaling that was going to come through with the 2 tanks in the squad. And BLG showing up at MSI.
Just really thriving under the pressure, and it was their match point, of course. Less pressure on them in that particular game, but the patience, the way they pushed T1 towards, FLICKR having to pick an Akali that he hasn't played in so incredibly long. I don't think FLICKR had a bad game necessarily, but the pick didn't fit what T1 wanted to do in that game. Pushed them just far enough to make them uncomfortable, and then capitalized.
I love that we got to see Elk Lucian, Giga, just destroy them, and then we got to see On with the Giga Nautilus also destroy them. Either member of that bottom lane can just carry the game.
And is Nidalee just overpowered? Like, Shun, we know that he gets his Nidalee games, right? But I mean, him and Canyon, both of them, absolutely fantastic Nidalee players in their own right, but she has been pretty good at just controlling the Rift. And BLG moving forward, of course, the favorites for most people, but after that PSG series, we thought that maybe not in the form that we were expecting. Wasn't the case. But we're heading over to the analyst desk. Stick around for the Verizon post-game interview with Shun. Just a few minutes.
Thank you so much. Well, these two gents hate Nidalee, but how can you argue with her proficiency and her importance in match points at MSI between the best teams in the world? What do you have to say for yourself?
It's crazy that the #1 team from the LPL and the #1 team from the LCK are in the winners final.
There we go.
Who would have thought?
With Nidalee.
Nidalee was
with
good.
Nidalee. That's a surprise. That's a surprise.
Is that the surprise?
Maybe missed a few cues. Maybe was closer to Jankos than it was. Actually, I can't even say to Canyon. Canyon had a tough one. He actually had a pretty good one later on, but his first 5 minutes was bad. But this series, speaking of BLG, insane. So beautiful to watch the mid lane matchup. We saw the Akali play from FLICKR, and some of those sick, like the flash Q, the handshake from Renata into that combo from FLICKR was sick, but didn't matter much. I just think they couldn't get past the Nautilus. It was just such a beefy front line, and it's one thing you're definitely sad about.
Me? K'Sante won.
Yeah, K'Sante got the one.
But there was an Italy, so.
I'm just impressed with the way BLG progressed throughout the series, right?
Yeah.
The increasing priority on Talia. They stuck strong with the same bans pretty much every single game for BLG's side until they decided to 5-ban FLICKR at the very end. And it was just like the controlled nature with which they were able to win this last game. And Tristana's here to stay, by the way.
Yeah.
Because we saw APA yesterday, we saw it in the first series, we saw it in this series. Its ability to, it's not necessarily going to win lane, but it just pushes the side lane so fast that if you're able to slow the game down, you become this team fighting god. Because we've seen Tristana with strong front lines just absolutely run over late games like we saw this one. Nautilus was the front line,
Exactly.
Tristana was the carry.
Especially like when we're seeing a lot of Vi heavy comps. Now Vi is banned in this case, but a lot of the times when you see Tristana double AD carry with Vi goes in, it's a one-way road. There's no way of you getting out, and it's just really tough front to back. So like, really enjoying the counter picks that we're seeing through mid lane.
And to your point, Jad, in terms of BLG's approach, right? It was the latest first blood of MSI 2024. Let's look at it now. But very different from what we've seen up until this point. Match point behavior.
I guess it is. It's just the lane swap slowed it down for one.
Yeah.
And then I actually don't remember exactly what happens here as we're watching it again. Because Knight is caught out on the side.
It was just another hook on towards, I think it was.
The hook god?
Oh, yeah, there it is. So like another hook with another combination coming through. And what I enjoyed from this, to the point that you had made, much more slow, calculated. The first hook was a bit of an end because it pulled him out of the Nidalee queue, but they just stuck to their position because they had actually fully cleared out the ward there. And it was tough for T1 to walk into them. Now they're posing. This is their victory pose. You have to feel happy about this. This is just a completely different side of BLG where, yes, they're incredibly talented and they can show you the first 3 games of just how quick-paced they are.
But they can also pose.
Exactly.
Is that
No, they can play a much more slow, methodical game. And that's something that you'll love to see. So, like, and now we're going into a winner's final of BLG versus Gen G.
Wow.
Where we had seen this in MSI last year with a BLG 3-0, and of course Chovy wants that rematch.
It's so cool how some of the storylines are repeating themselves, even if some of them got erased at Worlds. I'm thinking back to how everything happened at MSI and how that kind of made the dominoes fall into Worlds. But it's cool. I mean, not so cool if you're a T1 fan, because again, you're losing 3-1 to BLG, but you're not out of the tournament yet. So you
until they play TL, in which case.
And
and the thing that's different is, and you saw the kind of icon that was flashing there, the JDG icon that was flashing for Knight, was Knight. Knight was different for BLG. And Knight's why they have a different expectation of why BLG is going to be that one that gets to the finals and wins this time. Because they were really close last time. They made that lower bracket run. But throughout this series, Knight was the better man. he actually just completely outplayed Faker. There were some times where the Talia was different, but in this case, he came out with a clutch counter pick and performed.
And it's interesting for Knight as well because I feel like we all know how phenomenal he is, but because it took him a long time to arrive at international stages, not like always by a fault of its own, there's not that many to start with. Then he started by winning MSI, of course, last year and really being there, but still we're like, is this gonna keep going? Is he gonna become this like a Faker type that's going to keep winning and keep matching up well against everybody? And that's a really cool arc that I think we're following here, and that's definitely a statement best of 5 from him.
Exactly. If you tracked just Knight, he would have won 3 LPL titles in a row, plus the MSI title, plus in winners bracket final here, and only losing to Faker in the World semifinal. It's a pretty good year-and-a-half stretch.
It's pretty good. We're going to talk to the jungler, though. Shun, Wendy, and Laura are standing by in the Verizon post-game interview.
BLG advances to the next round here and will face off against Genji in their next match. Shun, thank you so much for joining me after this series. I want to talk about the strategy you had here, especially in that last game. 5 mid lane bans, a lot of attention and ganks on Faker. Why did you think it was the lane that you should gank and approach?
那首先恭喜你们在今天的比赛3比1获得了比赛的胜利。也首先想问一下，最后来到决胜局第4局的时候，你们的一些战术，其实从 BP 的地方开始，你们就是5班了中单，并且在实际的游戏内容当中，也是围绕着针对对面的中路选手 Faker 选手有进行了非常多的尝试。所以说也想问一下，为什么你们觉得可能针对中路会是打开第4局局面比较好的一个方式呢？
因为首先 Faker 这名选手特别强嘛，然后想的是他玩那种因为我们班的都是一些在就是大河像沙皇或者是那种游走岩雀这2个，因为在当前版本都比较强，然后他也玩得特别好，所以想的就ban掉，然后让我们的整体玩游戏会简单很多。就是ban掉之后，我们整体运营或者是在一些决策上吧，因为主要是我们这边中路的话，中路他是他们最大的那个就是最核心吧，因为他玩的不输的话，他们整体指挥会比较烂一点。
So it really feels like, yeah, definitely Faker is definitely a great player. So we like to just use more ban card on his champions. For example, we like to ban out the carrier champions like Azir, and also the champions he can really roam a lot through the whole map like Talia. And after that, it feels like this could be an easier game for us in order to open the situation from BLG. And we feels like if we just open those champions to Faker, he can really do a very good shot calls and help the team in so many terms. So in that aspect, we just like to ban out this champion, so it'll be an easier game for us.
Looks like it was the best strategy here. Moving forward, as I said, you're going to face off against Genji. We know that Canyon played Nidalee as well, so I assume that you think you're the best Nidalee player. I want to know why. What makes you better than him?
那其实来到下一轮的话，你们也将面对到 JNJ， 你也将面对到 Canyon 选手嘛。其实他也是一个非常好的豹女玩家，所以说你觉得为什么你可能是最好的一个豹女？为什么？
为什么？没有为什么吧，因为大话就是也没那么想说。明天就下场比赛我会教训他的。
To be honest, I don't want to like say trash talks before the games, but on the stage, on the game, I like to punish him maybe.
You will prove it, of course. A bit more about Canyon and what you think of him as a jungler, stylistically, specifically.
那其实下一场比赛你们也将面对到 Canyon 选手嘛，所以说你觉得他会是一个怎样的一个打野选手？你对他有什么样的一些看法吗
？Canyon 他在就是在野合或者是一些跟队友支援配合的英雄，其实这方面都做得很好。然后打他的话，我觉得其实这个因为怎么说呢，大家都是非常棒的选手，需要看当前状态谁发挥得更好吧。
Definitely, Canyon is also a great player. He can perform so good with all the carry junglers and be able to have a really good synergy with other teammates as well. But I believe all of us are the great players, so who's be able to perform better, it really depends on the form of the momentum on that day. So we'll see.
It is going to be an exciting matchup for sure. Last question here. What is your take on your run so far at MSI? Do you feel like you're progressing as fast as you want? And any improvements on your side that you would like to see?
那也想问一下，可能到目前为止，你们怎么评价你们现在 MSI 的一个旅程呢？或许你觉得你们现在在哪些部分有一些比较长足的一些进步或者提升，又在哪些部分在未来还可以继续做得更好呢？
首先就我们第一场打 PSG， 其实我们在换线运营处理特别烂，然后今天打 T1， 我觉得我们在这点上做的比 上场的比赛做得好特别多，因为我们这换线的效果在今天来看的话是特别棒的，打T1作用也特别大。然后下场比赛的话，我觉得我们会拿出最好的状态去打的。
So first of all, I do think like for the previous best of 5, the best of 5 against PSG, we really didn't manage to showcase a very high level of performance in terms of the lane swap and also the macro. So we somehow like threw some games, and we feels like coming into the best of 5 against T1, we made some improvements, and also we feels like in terms of the lane swap, it's really helped us a lot to open the whole situation, to snowboard the game, and we just made so many improvements on this kind of strategies. And definitely in the upcoming best of 5s, we were going to try our best to showcase a higher level of performance.
Looking forward to seeing how strong BLG and you can get. 谢谢. Thank you so much for the interview. Wendy, thank you so much for the help, as always.
Well, awesome little nugget there at the end of the interview about, those lane swaps, that macro. Maybe we weren't too confident in it when we went up against PSG, but obviously they had 5 games to try it, and then today it was sovereign. They're going up against CHENGDU. Let's take a look at the upper bracket. And for me, this is about who gets Nidalee. Really.
You have a fascination with Nidalee.
It's just surprising to me because I know that like Canyon really likes it, but you know, bringing it out in a game 5 and then seeing it today, it's fun.
And Canyon definitely leveled up within that game, but that for early couple of minutes was not good.
It happens.
But yes, like this, I can't wait for this match.
Who's winning it?
BLG.
CHENGDU.
Oh.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, why not? None of our predictions matter.
I was 3 of 4 this weekend with the double best of 5 days, missing that last one with T1.
Yeah.
Damn you, FLICKR, and getting banned out on all your good champions.
I would have got all my predictions right. I didn't get the TL one correct initially, pretty sure.
So you wouldn't have?
No, wait, no, I didn't. No, I didn't get the games correctly, but I got all the series correct. But then there's the one that I flip-flopped, so that one technically does not count.
Yes, and then this lower bracket, it's looking difficult for EUNNA. Not impossible.
Not impossible.
Huffing the whole
Isn't it cool?
You're huffing.
How many players, like, if we were just to ignore the upper bracket and say this was an MSI semifinal, isn't it cool how many players are in these 2 matchups that were in that 2019 MSI when G2 won?
Ah, what are you saying? I like what you're saying.
I'm just
saying
saying
where you're going.
What's happened before
Can happen again. Hey, no, what about this is canon? This is just our bracket. We don't care.
Oh my
Just kidding. Lower bracket. So we'll take a day off. And then the first one we're going to see is G2 versus TES in the lower bracket immediately. They don't get time to rest, even though they only played today.
And from G2 side, a little bit of revenge for Fnatic because in the play-ins final series in the best of 3, that one was, you know, TES came out ahead on that one. For the Team Liquid side,
I wish there was a graphic with, is there? Probably isn't. Sorry, I don't want to throw anyone.
That is a bit of a rematch. That is a rematch from Worlds.
And which days?
Well, it'll be that one. And then the day after is going to be Team Liquid.
TL.
And then it's going to be CHENGDU versus...
Exactly.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
But the reason why I was interested in the Team Liquid versus Team 1 one was because we saw at Worlds, that was when Piosik was on stage for that one, and he had a hell of a Lee Sin game and could have picked it up, but that was still a best of 1. This one's a best of 5, so...
You don't got Piosik.
Yeah, but hey, we got Humpty, General Humpty.
Did you say
I believe in
Humpty?
you. No, I didn't, but now I'm saying it.
He could, though.
Go for it.
T1, TL should just ban all the mid laners. I like it. I really like it.
Big fan of that.
That's your best strat. It's your best chance.
No, but...
Because APA doesn't even play all those champions that well.
No, but do you see the timeline?
Tell me the timeline.
The Yappa timeline versus FLICKR.
Okay.
Like the rematch, right?
Okay, yeah.
But now he's taking the scalp, of course, already of Fnatic.
Yeah.
He's feeling it. He's really getting in their heads. Like, okay, just indulge me. Like for you,
I haven't seen
NA fans.
I haven't seen the timeline. I'm just drinking it in.
But Yappa just absolutely Yappa's all over him.
And,
okay.
And maybe during this event he's been learning some Korean, so the all chat's gonna be spicy.
Yep. He needs to have so many keyboard settings depending on who he plays. He's got to switch into Chinese. He's got to switch into Korean.
Exactly. That man that's a supercomputer.
Oh, last thoughts though. Wow, what a bracket stage so far of MSI. I think we started slow, but I've been so incredibly happy as a fan seeing all the best of 5s play out, and we got a little bit of everything.
Yes.
We loved the format last year because of the number of international best of 5s. The one thing we didn't like was that we just got all the regional finals again.
Yes.
They made a rule change that prevented that, and we've seen 2 incredible Korea versus China series. We saw half of an amazing NA versus EU series because it was amazing for one half.
But
and
that
then,
makes it's fine.
And then we also got to see G2 have a matchup against PSG, Rip FlyQuest in that lower bracket. Could have had another NA versus EU, but it's just that's what we want to see. That's the type of international play we want.
This is just my favorite format because we have had as many Game 5s in this run than we did just best of 5s pre-2023 in main stage.
Oh gosh.
Like, remember in main stage of pre-2023, we just had 3 best of 5s? I'm just putting it out there. This is an incredible format, and we need more of this. Thank you.
Still 6 days of best of 5s to go before we crown our MSI champion. We're going to take a breather just for a day, though, and then we'll be back the day after tomorrow. That's Tuesday, May 14th at 11 a.m. Central European and 5 a.m. Eastern US. Bye-bye.
Take it easy, guys.
See ya.
Bye.
And welcome to Chengdu, China for the final day of the first stage of the bracket stage of MSI.
I got three. Hand slash. Yeah. I can stand up. Nice. I kill him, guys. I kill him. Okay. I'm here with him in 200. Oh, very nice. Very nice. Good job. Oh, come on. Nice. Stand up, Talia. Nice. Yoink, don't you? Let's go. Get up, Mickey.
Double knock up yike balls. Chengdu and Betty Caps dancing on them. Only Betty survives, and Caps is having none of that. Knock back. Boom, boom, boom. It's 5-0.
Gotta get out. Gotta get out. Nice, boys.
It's ring around the rosies. Caps flashes again. Flash away. Chenikops goes down as well. The piercing arrow into the hail. Inside that ring to do the damage, and Cash just wait for it to expire.
There's the flash Valkyrie, using him in the right order this time around, but he's still dead, at least for the moment. He's getting a lot of damage, and there is a huge burrow. Could this be the team fight they're looking for? Faker, he goes down, but I think they're just too big, and LL is ripping them apart, rendered down. The ultimate's flying forward. It's a decent gobble this time around, but the Tom Kench BLG will take down the second seed of the LCK. Performance.
They breathe life into EU.
And the LPL just showing the LCK that this is their tournament.
Touch it, I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing, I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. When I feel the pressure start to build, I try to redefine what I find real. I try to redesign all my ideals. I'm feeling like a diamond worth a mil. White lie, doubling down on my fears. I write. When I live now, can reveal my light, bringing my sound to a newfound height. When I look around, it surrounds my life, and the whole process automated. We had to augment all the basics. We here to revise all your statements, indeed not to refine all your payments. I've been accredited beyond paper. The new baseline is beyond labor. They got no leverage, I'm too unstable. I'm ahead of my time and I'll debate it. This is called a heat check. I predated. I just raised it for years. See y'all later. Unrelated reflex y'all created. 93 degrees set on the pavement. All the heat is direct beyond breaking. Head and neck and knee sweat. All related. On and off the stage domination. And if you don't want it, you're not going to take it. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above them. I got my hand over the button. I may set the whole game ablaze if I touch it. I ain't stopping to drop it, roll on them. I ain't saying nothing. I guess nothing. I can feel the heat waves while I hover. I'm above. I can write through my POV. They own when I copy to cut the key. They be on obnoxious and what I see. The people need options. I'm here all week. Movements I'm making are beyond free. Fruits of my labor are beyond sweet. When they gonna take it is be on me. I feel gravity on me increase. This is cold till the middle of July. Walking home not paying no mind. Nothing but pain. We all look in my eyes.